Right, I think we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Today we will go and start with our land acknowledgement. Oh, excuse me. Before we call this meeting to order, we will hear instruction on how the public may access Spanish interpretation.
Thank you. The following message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation in Spanish via our Zoom platform. To access our Spanish channel, press the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen, where you will see a globe icon. Choose Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More, or the three dots at the bottom of your screen. Select Language Interpretation and choose Spanish. Bienvenidos. Estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español en vivo y en directo durante esta sesión en la plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a interpretación, oprima el icono del globo terráqueo al pie de su pantalla y seleccione Spanish o español según su formato. Si está uniéndose vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los tres puntitos al pie de su pantalla. Elija Interpretación de idiomas y pulse Spanish o español para activar su canal. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Back to you.
Great, thank you. We will go ahead and start with our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place, with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. We'll call this meeting to order and start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and Ms. Blankenship, could we have a roll call?
Of course. Mayor Pro Tem Roberts?
Present.
Mayor Bass?
Present.
Councilmember Robbins? Present. Councilmember Jenkins? Here. Councilmember Horgan?
Here.
All present.
Great. And Ms. Stroud, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did not have any items on closed session this morning, and I have no previous items to report out on.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and move into our proclamation. First proclamation is going to be recognizing May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month. And I believe this will be Ms. Angie Reagan. Right. Whereas mental health is vital to the well-being and resilience of the individuals and the community, and while fostering understanding, compassion, and acceptance help reduce stigma and encourage support, and whereas Access Tahoe, Peace Love Tahoe, Soul Shop, Unity at the Lake, Forever 14, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, South Lake Tahoe Mutual Aid, Eastern Sierra Counseling Center, Tahoe Youth and Family Services, Mountain High Recovery Center, Conscious Mind Therapy Institute, A Balanced Life Tahoe, Wildflower Wellness, Sacred Nature Circle, Pedal Kindness, and other community partners play an important role in supporting mental health, recovery, and community connection. And whereas all Americans experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives, and mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and whereas mental health conditions are real, prevalent in our nation. With early and effective treatment, those individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives. And whereas we reaffirm our commitment to expanding equitable mental health services, resources, and support systems for all residents, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe hereby proclaim May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month and encourage all residents to promote awareness, support recovery, and to help build a healthy, supported, and connected community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do I stand up there? Here? Okay. I'm Angie Regan. I'm here to represent Access Tahoe, Peace Love Tahoe, Pedal Kindness, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and Forever 14. This is for everyone that's struggling, everyone that's grieving, everyone we've lost, to let them know that we care and ask our community to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Shelby. I'm representing A Balanced Life Tahoe. I want to thank the community for making this proclamation, and a friendly reminder that A Balanced Life has therapists available. We take most insurance and Medi-Cal, and we are a resource available in this community for all ages and families.
My name's Cheyenne Lane. I'm with Tahoe Youth and Family Services. Thank you for allowing us to be here and recognizing May is Mental Health Awareness Month. One thing that we do with Tahoe Youth and Family Services is we provide free counseling to any young person in our community up to the age of 24. We also provide mentoring where we call our mentors champions, mental health champions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, thank you so much for having us this morning. My name is Christy Tibbetts, and I am the co-founder of Mountain High Recovery Center. We are a nonprofit that specializes in substance use disorders, and we work with adolescents and adults, and we have just launched our new outpatient program for such. So thank you so much.
I'm Joanna Lilly. I'm just representing myself and here for support. I'm a mother, community member, friend who has lost people, and I'm just here to support the community and hope for better services.
My name's Nathan Wheeler, and I am the minister at Unity at the Lake, and I also do suicide prevention training here with AFSP and Soul Shop. Just to make it aware to our committee and to our county and to our city that mental health is a public health crisis, and this is more than just a proclamation. We need to assimilate, get together, and figure this out. Our community is in dire need of support when it comes to mental health. And I hope that this proclamation does more than just shows up and says a few words, but that we do more as a county and a city and a community.
Hi, I'm Miss Jodine, and I work at Jubilee Preschool. I also worked at the Boys and Girls Club. And my daughter grew up here, and my other one, and one has mental health. She was having issues, and I believe a lot of children here could use some community help, and I'm here to help support that.
I'm Peggy Cooley. I'm just here as a member of Unity at the Lake, and I support mental health. I've been through grief, and I know how important that is, but I also want to mention that our forest being at risk with the Roundup spraying and the mutilations and stuff that they're doing is a very important issue to me and probably to all of our mental health at Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you. All right, our next proclamation is going to be recognizing 2020, May 7th through the 23rd as National Public Works Week. So great. Thank you for being here. Whereas public work professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of South Lake Tahoe. And whereas these infrastructure facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of South Lake Tahoe to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public work programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe does hereby designate the week of May 17th through the 23rd of 2026 as National Public Works Week and urges all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public work professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is John Hoffman. I'm one of the project managers for Public Works, and I want to say thank you for getting out here.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brandon Gardella. I'm also a project manager with the Public Works Department, and I appreciate the recognition. Thank you so much.
My name is Kelly DeRocher. I'm the office manager for the Public Works Department. I'd like to thank you and appreciate the acknowledgement.
All right, thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you so much.
Yes. All right, we will go ahead and move on to public communication. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communication, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. So with that, we will go ahead and open public comment here in the room for anybody that would like to give public comment. Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. It's pretty to give proclamations, but the city needs to restore the cannabis tax that they defunded all these nonprofits by over $500,000. At the very least, the money that the city collects from the balance of the tax that they collect that's remaining should go to these nonprofits. It's important. When the voters vote for a proposition, hidden in there is, oh, well, we might reduce the taxes on these organizations, and selling them a bill of goods that it was going to be benefiting the nonprofits, and so they accepted it. And then they turn around and take it out from under them. It's despicable.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Mr. Messina.
Hi, John Messina speaking for himself. A little different this time. Due to the overwhelming response I got to my letter about the Dunlaps and the community center, I would like to propose that the city council work to change the name of the 56 acres to the Dunlap Community Center. And I don't think I was clear enough. That was originally established as a community center by private people, not the city or the county. The Dunlaps donated that land to establish literally a community center and the campgrounds, and built our first library on that property. Now, everybody knows about the Johnsons, but nobody seems to know about the Dunlaps. And I think it would be appropriate to give them credit for the marvelous donation they made to our community. They're not gone. Their dairy and ranch have been here from 1921 and celebrated their 200th anniversary in 2021. So we need to preserve our history, and that's a major part of it. And okay, maybe perhaps the Arts Center, next time the Arts Commission gets a grant for some artwork, maybe they could do a dedication plaque or something to the Dunlaps. And I'm not good at this. Perhaps I could talk Mr. Jenkins into sponsoring the name change, since he lives next door to the ranch that's still there. I think I need somebody on the city council to accept working with me. But I think this is something we really need to do, you know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Ms. Reagan.
someone who is disabled and struggles with suicide and has advocated for that cause for years in this room and has made a written request and a verbal request and a public request that this was not presented by Cody Bass, that should be respected. There's very good reasons that you should not be presenting a mental health proclamation to this city or to me.
Thank you, Ms. Reagan. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
No, oh, there is one hand raised. Hold on, just 1 second. So, Melissa.
Yes, Melissa Sotterston, South Lake Tahoe. I just want to say thank you for your proclamation recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month, and to just say, Angie, I appreciate your words, and I know how difficult this was for you, so I do appreciate you being there in person to accept this proclamation. And I do want to reiterate that this cannot just be a proclamation. It is a crisis in our community, and we really need to be doing more all year long to support those that are struggling, because things are only getting worse. I also would like to say thank you to our Public Works Department. They do such a great job in our community and are essential workers, and they don't get the recognition that they deserve. Nothing would function without them, so I definitely appreciate all of you. And also, I'm really glad somebody else brought it up. There was an excellent report recently talking about the amount of pesticides, including the renamed Roundup that is being dumped into our forests and our watersheds under the guise of fire management. All of the best available science, including the science that is coming from the Forest Service, says that this is ineffective under the extreme conditions that we're concerned with. There's no way that they can do it without using pesticides, especially Roundup. It is all running into our lake, into our watershed. So as we're concerned about environmental degradation, we are the biggest contributors with this forestry projects that are happening. It is destroying the forest, it is destroying the habitat, it is destroying our watershed, it is poisoning our environment. So we really need to rethink this. Stop giving money to these outside agencies. Make sure that they are going to our community members that need the help doing the defensible space work on their properties. Thank you.
Thank you. No additional hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Great, thank you so much. I will briefly respond to the public comment made about the request. As I know, and I think everybody in this community knows, mental health is not about one person, it's about us all, as there was a broad number of people here. I do personally have real personal issues. I lost my brother to suicide from mental health, so I think I have a real reason to also be a part of that community and present that as the mayor. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to city commission reports. Are there any city commissioners here present that would like to give a report? Seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to the consent agenda.
Wait, I did have one hand raised. Mr. Richardson, are you representing a commission? Mr. Richardson? Okay, well, guess they don't have anything to say. Okay, go ahead. We'll move on to the consent agenda.
Great. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Any council members have anything that they would like to pull? Mr. Ellis.
I don't have anything I'd like to pull, but I do have just as a heads up at APC, I want to bring back an issue regarding we have a number of housing items on the consent agenda. I don't want to pull them, but I want to talk and I'll be proposing at APC that we combine these all into simply a standing quarterly agenda item on housing, and I'll talk more about that later. But I just want to mention that because the reason is these things keep showing up scattered on agenda on consent regularly, like they do today. So
great. All right. So with that,
just one comment. Yeah. I just want to thank the city for supporting the Journey of Hope with the. It's such a small but meaningful donation to this group. They travel 8,000 miles across the country to Washington, D.C. As a mission to build relationships and raise awareness and celebrate the abilities of all people. And I appreciate that, even though it's a small $120 donation, I don't want it to go unnoticed that I appreciate the city for that.
All right. So seeing that we will not be pulling any items, I'm going to go ahead and open the consent agenda to public comment for anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment on the consent. Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. Not to discount the Journey of Hope's mission, when the city can donate $120 to an organization that doesn't reside here, doesn't serve the people here directly, and yet charge now $30 an hour to the swim club for services of a lifeguard at the new community center that they didn't charge before, it's excessive. It's a slap on the face to that organization. That's 4 hours of a lifeguard. And then I'd like to speak on number 9. The Pioneer project. We wouldn't be spending that money on that project if one of your council members claims it's his crowning achievement for being on the council, John Friedrich, that he helped kill that project, which had been set aside, the land had been purchased, and now that the hospital's been relocated, it would be nice to have that Pioneer bypass for Highway 50, and Caltrans would be funding that, not the city. And now, because of people like John Friedrich and his ignorance, we're ended up footing the bill on a project there that Caltrans would have paid for. People make proclamations, they make decisions, and it goes on, and we're paying for those decisions that he made and undoing what a previous council had done. And the other is number 10, acceptance of Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funds. It says up here to accept up to $300,000. What's the minimum? Are we on the hook for a project if they decide not to give you more than $10? That's quite a range, 0 to 300,000, because it doesn't even say what the minimum is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Mr. Messina.
I have to speak just as for myself. Well, regarding the Journey of Hope, I've been associated with that. They are housed here by the Moose Club every year. They do a presentation at the Senior Center, which is online, the entirety of it on the TahoeSeniors.com website. It's a very important, and I think if you haven't seen the video of it, you should for sure. This is really, I don't know how to express it, life affirming. These people are growing through this process, and they're spreading, what would you say, compassion or through to other people in every city they stop in. This is well worth the $125. I mean, seriously, that's a no-brainer. So I just wanted to speak up and say that this is an important thing, and that's a trivial amount of money to donate to such a good cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room for public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll look for Zoom.
No hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
Great. All right, we'll bring this back to council for a motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move
Microphone.
for approval items.
Oh, there it is. We got it.
I move items 3 through 11 on the consent calendar for approval.
I'll second.
Great, we can vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 12. This is our public hearing on the 2025 to 2026 master fee schedule. And this will be Ms. Akimi Nishimura.
Good morning, Mayor Bass, council members, staff. Akemi Nishimura, accountant with the finance department. Today, we are bringing back the updated master fee schedule, which reflects the direction council provided on March 24th. I'd like to briefly highlight the purpose of these adjustments and the work that has gone into preparing the document before you. User fees in California must comply with the California Constitution, including Proposition 26, as well as the Government Code sections 66014 through 66018. These laws ensure that fees are transparent, legally defensible, and aligned with the cost of providing service. While some fees, such as facility rental fees, may be set at market rates, most city fees are required to reflect the reasonable cost of service. To support that requirement, the city contracted with Government Consulting Partners, or GCP, to complete a comprehensive user fee study in 2025. The draft study was presented to the council on March 10th, and the council asked for more financial context before setting policy directions. Once the mid-year budget review and the 5-year financial plan were presented on March 24th, council revisited the study and directed staff to adapt GCP's recommended cost recovery levels with key exceptions. Those exceptions are, first, limiting fingerprinting fees to the Department of Justice pass-through cost. Second, setting appeals at full cost recovery, but making those fees refundable if appellant prevail. Third, maintaining general fund subsidies for emergency medical services. And fourth, maintaining general fund subsidies for community benefit, recreation, and other programs. The master fee schedule presented today reflects all those council directions. Departments also reviewed their respective fee schedules and evaluated whether the adjusted fees could also be increased by the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, for this fee schedule cycle. Consistent with the consultant's recommendation, staff used the San Francisco, Oakland, Hayward Urban All-Item Index. This index the city has historically used for fees that are not constrained by local market forces or by state or local law. For 2025-2026, the applicable CPI increase is 3.04%. Using CPI provides a standardized and transparent method to keep applicable fees current over time. That said, some departments have chosen to opt out of the CPI increase for certain fees, or in some cases for all of their fees at this time. It is to balance the city's cost recovery objectives with the current market conditions and overall policy considerations. Some fees are also excluded from the CPI increase due to existing agreements or state or city code limitations. The areas where fees not increased by 3.04% are listed in the staff report. This concludes my presentations, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much. All right, council, any questions? Yes, Mr. Robbins.
I have questions that are more suited for discussion, so just a heads up, I'm going to bring some questions back then.
All right, any other council members with questions? Great, seeing none, thank you. We will go ahead and open this item to public comment for anybody here in the room. This is item 12, the master fee schedule. All right, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
No hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Great, we'll bring it back to council, and I guess I'll start with Mr. Robbins.
Well, that was. I think we've all received sort of a bunch of communications from the various swim teams about their arrangement. And I would like to make sure that we are proceeding towards a more organized rather than ad hoc approach for individual groups, rather than having one organization have like an arrangement that they've had for many years. I would like affordable access for recreation facilities for local community groups to be correctly recorded in our fee schedule rather than being sort of these one-offs. My understanding is that this doesn't reflect the current. This reflects a discount, but not the discount that I think it was the swim team has had in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, so the fee schedule that was adopted by council in November for the new recreation center does include a 25% discount on the pool rental for nonprofit groups. The swim club, in their comments to council, have been requesting a agreement with the city that's an arrangement outside of the fee schedule, which is what they previously had. Our Parks and Recreation Director, John Stark, has been working with them to bring an item back to council on May 19th for your consideration. Our Parks and Recreation Department is monitoring and evaluating constantly the operations and activities going on at the new recreation center. And I think ideally, if we want to make any adjustments to the fee schedule, which would apply to anyone that would fit the particular category, that we want to have some data and some experience behind those recommendations to council. So I do expect that we will be learning and adjusting as that facility kind of grows into itself, and be coming back to council with some recommendations there.
Is the intention for that item to bring back an individualized agreement or an adjustment to the fee schedule for all, or for a category rather than for this individual organization?
The item that would be coming back would be specific to the swim team's request. However, we recognize that we would like to have time to evaluate their request in the context of all youth sports nonprofits that are valuable to our community and use that facility. So what's being discussed with them is a short-term arrangement until we can come back with a more comprehensive analysis.
I don't have a problem with extending something on the short term. What I want to provide feedback to staff, at least from my perspective, is I'd rather us not have ad hoc agreements. I just don't think that's a particularly I just don't think that's a particularly professional way to run things. I think we should have, and we need a transitional thing or whatever, fine. But I would like for when we bring that item back to have some assessment of how we can structure our fee schedule, because it might be this swim team, but then it might be senior water aerobics organization next, or it might be some other community benefiting organization that wants to rent the basketball court, or fill in the blank, right? So that's sort of my concern, is that, we're updating the fee schedule. We may need to make further adjustments to the rec center in specific. And I would like us to provide some feedback to staff that I think we should be making those adjustments on a categorical basis rather than an individualized ad hoc basis.
And I agree with Mr. Robbins on that.
All right.
It sounds like there's consensus for that from council as a feedback.
Great. All right.
Otherwise, we need to get this moved forward, so I'm fine with the rest of it.
Okay.
Just as long as that's there.
All right. I think we got the direction and the support. So with that, we will go ahead. We already did public comment. We're ready for a motion if anybody would like to make one.
I think. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. I did not. Mr.
I don't have any more
Jenkins,
comments. I
let's
was going to make the
see.
motion.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Jenkins.
My position on fees should not be a surprise. It has no reflection on the staff, our finance staff. I do not oppose raising fines and fees for repeated garbage nuisances that attract bears and place people in danger. I don't oppose that at all. I think that ever increasing fees discourages local economic development, because we're not evaluating what the impact of fee increases are on the economics of the city. We simply get a fee, the CPI went up, and so that's what we're doing. I understand the idea. I understand it very well for cost recovery, but there's another argument. The argument is that as people are encouraged to invest in their property, to build new businesses or expand their businesses or improve their homes. Property tax revenue rises. As property tax revenue, we get more money. As we get more money, then that becomes part of the cost recovery, because we're encouraging instead of discouraging economic growth. So I won't support the fee increase again, but except for the garbage fines for people who attract bears and create unsafe things. But that's all I have to say. I'm not going to go into a diatribe.
All right. Thank you,
I
Mr.
can make the
Jenkins.
motion.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Horgan.
I'd like to make a motion that we pass a resolution adopting the annual master schedule of fees and charges for city services as presented this morning.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. We can vote.
It's almost evening at this rate.
Okay. That motion carries. Thank you.
Great. All right. With that, we're going to move into regular unfinished business. I think before we do, I think we had a request from Mr. Jenkins on item 14 to maybe continue the economic item to a different meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for
Yes.
reminding me of what I would like an opportunity for the council members who sponsored this item to have a conversation about what the scope of a council economic development commission. I think it's an important, critical thing that we as a city focus on, and that I would therefore like the opportunity for the mayor, I believe, who seconded the motion, that the mayor and I meet with staff and discuss the item and how it might come forward. So that is my request.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. If it's going to make the item move quicker for us to have a meeting before, then I think we can continue this to a different meeting. Ms. City Manager, is that?
I just have a question. Are there concerns with how it's presented?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Sorry.
So would that mean that Mr. Jenkins is going to help draft something without council's input?
No, it's to have me and Mr. Jenkins meet with staff before we put the item back out, is what his request is. So that was kind of, yeah, that's his request.
Without the input of the rest of council, things will get changed and brought back?
Well, the thing will then be brought forward. We have had resolutions of this council brought by community members that were presented to the council without any input from council. So it's not uncommon that the council, who are the policy body, and this is a policy issue, would have, you can decide whether or not you like what changes there are, but we would like an opportunity to have some input as the people who initiated bringing this matter before the council.
I just wanted to understand
I
what's going on.
and thank you for the clarity.
What's being directed.
Thank you for the clarity.
Just a little clarification. I think, the initial intent for this item was to provide an update to council on our economic development activities. It's a follow-up to the update that was provided last September. Several meetings ago, Mr. Jenkins received a second from council to consider the Economic Development Commission. So we combined those two items for discussion today. If you would prefer, the staff could just provide the update and take it in as information and have the discussion about the commission after we meet, or you can continue this item
I think
entirely.
maybe the idea around it is that we don't have to have it happen twice. I like the idea that you combined it, but maybe it'll be more effective if we do meet before, iron some of those things out, and then we'll be able to knock it all out in one. Because I think if we do it today, we're probably going to see it come back again anyways. So for the efficiency of time, we can meet, and then when it comes back in a meeting or two, whenever, it's probably going to be a little longer than that, but we'll hopefully make it more efficient. Okay.
Yes. I'm a little confused. I don't understand why.
I'm disappointed.
Two people are being self-appointed to to make these decisions and bring it forward. It's still gonna be the same coming back and forth and whatnot. I think part of the resolution, part of what's in front of us with this agenda item is to proceed with gathering more information and getting, and I don't see why two people are being chosen against the rest of the council to do that.
Actually, Mayor Pro Tem, it's actually the opposite, as I read it. Instead of forming a commission formed by the council between 5 and 7 members, as was the discussion, it's to possibly have a committee of some kind that's appointed by the city manager. In none of the cities that I've ever worked, that's 8 cities, I've never seen something like that. And it's not to be critical of staff, but staff understood what that was, that conversation that we had to put it on. And I just like an opportunity to have that conversation. We'll bring everything back to the council. And this is important. An economic development commission, growing our economy is critical. And just in talking about it and saying we're doing this and doing it, through looking at our policies, looking at our taxes, our fees, those are the critical things that decide whether we're going to be prosperous. And so I would like an opportunity, since we weren't asked about it, is to have that opportunity just to discuss it. The manager can write whatever she wants, but after we have a conversation.
This agenda item 14 is that opportunity. It's on the agenda for that conversation, and I agree. I agree that it's important, so I don't think we should keep
Well, then we
delaying
have
it.
3 to not do it. I was trying for efficiency of time, but obviously that did not come through. So we'll go ahead and hear the item. We're moving on to item 13. So we're moving into regular unfinished business. This is going to be the amendment to ordinance regulating shared mobility device.
That's right, we have item 13.
And this will be, Chief Roberson, so Mr. Dan Bartel.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. For the record, Assistant City Attorney Dan Bardzell and Lieutenant Scott Crivelli. On February 11th, 2020, City Council adopted Ordinance 2020-1140, adding Chapter 4.185 to the City Code to create a framework for operating shared mobility devices, or SMDs, within the city. At the meeting on March 11th, 2025, Council declined to adopt an ordinance to amend this code chapter, which would have caused a 50% reduction in SMDs permitted within the city. Instead, City Council directed staff to bring back a presentation with potential options for increasing the city's liability protections from SMD accidents, safety measures for SMD operations, and updating SMD operator insurance requirements. Staff brought this item back on June 3rd, 2025, at which time council directed staff to incorporate it into an ordinance and bring it back for a first reading. Staff brought this item back for a first reading on March 10th, 2026. At that time, council declined to adopt the ordinance and instead requested additional changes regarding parking, permissible bikeways, and photo enforcement. This item incorporates all those requested changes, brings it back again for a first reading. So as mentioned, one focus of the proposed changes relates to increased liability protection. The amendment would change the required end-user agreement liability waivers. Specifically, both operators already utilize municipal waivers in their end-user agreements with generic language where the riders waive liability against public entities. So one of the proposed amendments here would change that to require that the operators have riders specifically acknowledge a waiver waiving liability against City of South Lake Tahoe. Next, the amendment would add a permitting requirement that operators will pay the city's attorney's fees. Currently, the city code requires operators to agree to indemnify the city from liability for SMD accidents, including any and all costs and expenses. The proposed ordinance would add language where the operators would expressly pay the city's attorney's fees for lawsuits. And while this already potentially could be read into our existing code section, this would provide clarity in that area. Next, the proposed amendment would add a permitting requirement to require the operators to make riders rescan their IDs the first time that they operate an SMD within the city in the operator's fleet in a calendar year. And this is intended to help prevent riders from sharing their accounts, including addressing underage riding. And finally, for the liability issues, the proposed amendment would change the insurance requirements for SMD operators to bring the city's SMD framework into compliance with recent changes to state law. And I'll now turn it over to Lieutenant Crivelli to discuss proposed amendments regarding SMD safety concerns and changes to public outreach.
Actually, before you do that, I have a question for you. Could you elaborate on the requirement to make available or confirm the rider maintains insurance coverage for pedestrian collisions? So I don't think my vehicle insurance, which I carry because I have a car, covers scooter accidents. So that's not an insurance. I don't know where I don't know if homeowners insurance gets that. I don't own a home. And so I'm not sure where that was supposed to come from. Or is this something that the mobility providers have agreed to provide themselves as part of the account that you, like, how is it going to work in practice?
Yes, so this requirement comes out of the changes to state law with where there are additional insurance requirements that were added in state law. So we're incorporating it to add that to bring us up to date on that. How that would work, so the operators can either offer insurance or they can confirm that the rider has insurance. This would be something on the operator's end. It would be in the agreement that the riders would have to agree to in order to operate the SMDs. So it would really be something the operators would be working out either on their end with providing it or confirming the riders provide it. How that works in practice in terms of obtaining it, that's not something we've looked into. But again, we're making this change because it's required under state law.
So this is a requirement that exists throughout the state of California currently? Or is this, I'm trying to determine, what I'm trying to determine is, does this meaningfully impact the ability of the mobility providers to provide their service here? Or is this such a novel and out there thing that this is going to basically, scuttle the mobility devices entirely because this is something that only we're doing? I'm just trying to understand that.
Sure. So this is a requirement statewide.
Okay.
It's under state law. In discussions with the operators throughout this process of updating the code, they have not articulated any concern with this particular provision.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to clarify one point, that the insurance requirement applies to the operators, which in our case is Lyman Bird, so the riders don't have to have insurance. It's the operators that have to indemnify the city.
Sorry, item 3 says, that doesn't sound right. Item 3 says, the operators must offer or make available or confirm the rider maintains the insurance. So this is a requirement that the rider do or have something that may be offered through the...
I'm not seeing that in the ordinance itself, but...
I'm seeing that, so page 3, item 3, where's the relevant section in the ordinance?
So as you guys go through that, Mr. Robbins, if you want to bring it back in questions.
All
right. Thank you, Mr. Barzel, and Lieutenant Crivelli.
Mayor and Council, Lieutenant Scott Crivelli with the Police Department. I'll just cover briefly the engagement and outreach and education that the operators are required to do. I'm not going to go through the entire list. That's all outlined in the staff report, but some highlights are the SMD apps must regularly inform and educate riders when they rode into prohibited areas. They must inform the riders through the app about special events, operational changes, or scheduled publicly announced SLTPD enforcement actions. Operators must regularly deploy ambassadors and/or streets teams to inform riders on safety and appropriate device use, including parking. And they have to report back information from their outreach on a monthly basis to us. As far as enforcement, the only things, all the photo enforcement that was discussed previously was removed with the exception of 21228B of the vehicle code, which is the left turn dismount for a scooter, and 21235E of the vehicle code, where no passenger riders are allowed. All the other sections, like I said, were removed as requested by council. For parking, there's a section in there that the SMDs cannot be parked alongside a Class Class 1, 2, 4, or a trail within the city. Intent being that they couldn't leave a scooter sideways parked across one of our multi-use paths. Chief Robertson and Dr. Q went out and looked for additional feasibility for corrals, and they identified locations at the dead end of Bellamy Court, the intersection of Pine and State Line, the end of State Line near Lake Tahoe Boulevard, and the intersection of River and Lake Tahoe Boulevard. And through those conversations with the chief, Dr. Q, and the operators, exact costs weren't not identified. However, they're going to collaborate and agree to do all the signage and marking, et cetera, to make it clear to the riders of where they can end their ride and where to park the scooter. And that's all I got for you.
Great, thank you so much, Lieutenant. All right, so we will move to questions. Mr. Jenkins.
First of all, thank you for doing what you're doing to improve safety and reduce our liability and to protection for people who are using these devices. My question is more in general, and it relates to some comments that public has made to us that some of you may have seen. Can the staff certify or say that to the best of their ability and knowledge, all streets, sidewalks, and paths where these devices are permitted are safe to operate for all mobile parties, including these mobile devices, including condition of the paved area, proper signage, and proper striping as may be needed? Are the areas that we're saying people are safe to drive these facilities, are they safe? That's my question. And it's probably a...
So I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Crivelli. So we do have a process in place in the city. Public Works can speak to it more, but if a member of the public encounters something that they find to be unsafe, or through our inspections we find something that's unsafe, it's promptly addressed. That's why we have the ViewWorks system. So that is a system that's in place. And I'll turn it over now to Lieutenant Crivelli to add some more from PD's perspective, if he has any.
Yeah, I would just say that it's still, we do our best to have the best facilities, roads, sidewalks around, but it's still prudent on the rider to make sure they're riding safely and paying attention to any hazards on the roads like you would on any other device, car, anything like that.
I don't think this is related to your commentary, but I, like many people in the community, are very concerned with the condition of roads and the very condition of paths that are signs where there's unmarked signage areas where it says bicycle path and it stops, and then there's an intersection. And so if what I'm hearing is that there's going to be renewed effort to ensure that the proper signage, proper striping, and that the paths where these mobile devices sometimes coexist with other, that they're safe. And what I hear you saying is that we are looking at all those things.
Yeah, I know the chief had those conversations with Dr. Q, and Dr. Q was on board with making that happen.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins.
All right, let's clear up the insurance thing, because I hunted down, it's page 11, section C, says that the operator, this is the statute, the operator must also offer or make available or confirm the rider maintains insurance coverage. So
Yes, that's correct. I stand corrected. Sorry for the confusion. I was
No,
looking at the other insurance requirements that apply to operators.
okay, so this is something then that they are doing in other cities. That's just what I wanted to make sure, that this isn't an us thing, a city of South Lake Tahoe specific thing. This is a California-wide thing that they're doing now.
I mean, it is a California-wide requirement. This is under state law.
Okay.
What they're doing in other jurisdictions, I can't speak to, and they haven't specifically raised that issue with us.
Okay, all right then.
Great, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I just had a clarification. It says 1,000 permits are the maximum. Is that between the two vendors?
That's correct.
And is that consistent with last year or the previous?
We have not made any changes to that in the proposed amendment update.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, all right.
Discussion topic, so.
Sure. Thank you. And with that, we're going to go ahead and open this item to public comment. Mr. Loberg.
Yeah, I'm understanding that my road that was published, that it was going to be paved in 2023, removed and replaced, rather, is going to be superseded further by scooter paths. Is that what I'm to understand? And the other is a city that acknowledges hundreds of millions of dollars in arrears on road repairs. It's irresponsible to even license these scooters companies to use the city streets when the city knows that these roads are in dire need of repair. And these scooters are not designed to be driven on bad roads. You're just waiting for more accidents. The fact that you chose not to further investigate the number of accidents and injuries that these scooters cause. I've spoken to healthcare providers on the number of accidents that these have, and it's astronomical. You can put another layer of liability, increase the waiver, make you scan your ID again, but bottom line, that just acknowledges that these things are unsafe. The other part is priority number 7, recreation and equitable access for all. These companies in other jurisdictions provide scooters that are suitable for disabled people. Here they chose not to use them, yet you continue to use them as a provider. That's unfortunate. The other is you claim to have all these goals for carbon neutrality, and yet you put these scooters out thinking that's going to solve the problem, where you have people going around and collecting these scooters in their vehicles and then repopulating them out. And these scooters litter the sidewalks. Signage doesn't do it. You need corrals for these, and you should have solar-powered kiosks where they put them back in to charge them if you must use these at all. But these are patently unsafe. The fact that you increase the liability just underscores that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Thank you for the clock.
Is it big enough?
No. Can we get some cannolis too with the coffee? This is like an ongoing thing, and basically it's from day one, people have been full of crap here about these. The League to Save Lake Tahoe brought them here. The shared bikes to start with Lime, and then they evolved into e-scooters because they're a lot cheaper to make and make a hell of a lot more money off them. And the League didn't bother to check if infrastructure in the city was adequate first. Thank you, League to Save Lake Tahoe. Heavenly Village, Chateau project area or so through there was built, and I said at the time, there's no bike lane. Should have been class 3, class 4 bike lanes. Instead, they have landscaping, there on the side, 10, 12, 15 feet of landscaping without a bike lane. People are rubbernecking going through there. I don't ride the bike through there at all. It's dangerous. I'll go on the sidewalk there or walk the bike if it's crowded. So you don't have the infrastructure here to start with. As for proposed amendment, add permitting requirements. Operators must require riders to acknowledge waivers, specifically waiving claims against the city. As I said previously, this isn't worth the paper it's written on. Our city legal department here has totally ignored and looked the other way through this whole process since they've come here. Look at lawsuits that have gone in through other cities and other places around the country and see what you're actually liable for and still are liable for. In a lot of cases here where they ride and there can be accidents or deaths, Lime or Bird's insurance will not cover. They will not pay you a cent. Also, this $10,000 for each occurrence. That's you're a nurse. That covers like about 10 stitches in somebody's leg. So that's an absolute joke. The vast majority of riders are tourists. One is 28% with Bird, and Lime is 1.3% of local riders. The rest is tourists. This is just another example of tourist anarchy that is allowed here. As I showed you, Mr. and I showed before the council, where Breckenridge, in 2019, outlawed them and declared them a public nuisance, and that is what they are. You don't legalize what you can't enforce, and you can't enforce these. You need a whole fleet of CSOs or people out there to enforce them. And they've just ignored them. They walk by them and everything, have completely ignored them over. The PD has completely ignored them over the years. And there's zero enforcement virtually. Okay, 8 seconds. Good night.
Mr. Mosier. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Messina.
Just a personal observation here. The main problem with these scooters is once they're rented, there's no control over who actually uses it. And I still see a 14-year-old kid giving a 6-year-old sister a ride down the sidewalk on these things, and I'm pretty sure that's not legal. I'm required to have a license for operating my motorcycle, and I think the larger electric bikes are going to be required to have licenses now. So why not just make all of them, the operator required to have an operating license to use them? That would eliminate the kids, and I don't think it'd be that hard to implement. When they rent the scooter, they give them the credit card, and they have to show the operator's license at the same time. And if they're operating it without that license, give them a ticket. I mean, we're giving people $1,000 for a bear dumping their garbage cart and $1,000 for somebody parking in front of a VHR on the street. Give them a $1,000 fine for misusing those things, and maybe we can clean it up. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, first up, we have Ms. Soderston.
Yes, Melissa Soderston in South Lake Tahoe. I will give Bird and Lime credit for not making a mess of our town this last summer. There was much less of these scooters left on the bike paths, but I've got to agree with everyone else that our infrastructure is not set up for these scooters. It's not even set up for walking safely. You know, there's so many gaps, there's so many poor intersections, especially that one at Eloise and Council Rock there at Keys. We have all these places, there's no signage, there's no marking, and if the ridership numbers are accurate, our local population does not use them. We have decided that it is unsafe to rent them, and we're just asking tourists to put themselves at risk. We know our infrastructure is poor. We know that there's cracks in the sidewalks, gravel, pine cones everywhere. It's a mess out there, and I really encourage all of you to go outside and just take a walk along our bike paths. It's only a few miles through town. We can all get out there and just do a few miles of walking. Really good idea. Walking, not on a bike. You got to see what's on the ground. And we really just need to do better. We want to increase our bus ridership. I had the opportunity to get out and ride our bus system with my entire family. The app worked wonderfully. It was very accurate. It was a great experience, really clean, really comfortable. If we get these scooters off our streets, we will get those tourists onto our buses where they should be, which will help us fund our transportation further. I am a pedestrian. I do not own a vehicle, and I can tell you that as bad as those electric bikes are, at least those people are trained to use them. They use them on a daily basis. They're familiar with what they're riding. Much less of a risk than some person getting on a scooter for the first time and riding over our broken sidewalks that hopefully exist in the area that they're at. So yeah, we need to rethink this. Thanks.
Okay. Next up, we have Mr. Spiel.
Hello, this is Nick Spiel. I wanted to read for you all a section from City Code, Shared Mobility Devices, section 4.185.30. It reads, shared bicycles and shared e-bicycles are prohibited. That's the whole section. I'm a fan of the scooters. I think that any solution that helps reduce vehicle traffic is an important part of the solution. And yes, we see that these are mostly used by tourists, but I'd much rather have tourists on a scooter than tourists filling up the roads with more cars. The But I think that a lot of people's complaints about them is really the form factor. Why is Lime and Bird offering scooters rather than bicycles? And some say that it's maybe more profitable, but it's actually prohibited in South Lake Tahoe City Code to operate shared bicycles and shared e-bicycles like they do in Truckee or in many other cities. So I think a simple amendment could be to just strike Section 30 from the Shared Mobility Devices Code and allow shared bicycles if the operators were to choose to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have Kylie Floodman.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Happy to be here again and speaking. I apologize for not being able to be there in person, but I'm here on behalf of Bird, one of South Lake Tahoe's shared micromobility providers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and for continuing to move along safe and thoughtful improvements to the program. So I just want to start by expressing council and staff's or my appreciation for council and staff's recognition of how vital this program actually is for South Lake Tahoe. It is, yes, it is a visitor amenity, right? But it is also a very important part of how locals are getting around as well, even if it's not 100% of our riders, right? It's a meaningful part of the transportation network. It is supporting residents, reducing traffic. That's thousands of people, right, that we are taking off of the road from cars in an already very congested area, seasonal workers, and the overall local economy. So I just want to acknowledge that South Lake Tahoe is really unique, right? It's not like other mountain towns, and preserving a program like this that helps reduce congestion, eases parking constraints, supports local businesses, and gets people out and about is important. So really, really appreciate everyone here for the continued discussion to keep this program alive. Over the last year, as evidenced by some of the comments even today, we have made a lot of improvements on both sides for Lime and Bird, and as large part that is due to our collaboration with staff and having a group that is really focused on safety and improvements. And we're not perfect yet, right? But we're getting there. And as evidenced by the changes in the ordinance, there will continue to be more safety measures that are put in place. And it's an evolving program, right? So we're fully committed to continuing to work on those measures. If they're not working, we adjust, we improve them. We want this to be safe, accessible, and fun for everyone. So overall, we do share the goal of continuing to improve safety. I want to be very, very clear on that. But we also want to make sure this program is accessible and utilized and a value add to the city. So thank you again for the time to speak today. And I look forward to continuing to work together on the program over the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Monica DeLulo. Sorry.
There, no worries. Monica DeLulo from Lime here. I'm the Government Relations Manager for South Lake Tahoe. I want to echo some of the sentiments that Kylie shared. We are excited about the updates that have been made to the program, and we're supportive of all the refinements that have been made so far. We've proactively added increased size stickers to our fleet as we launch in the city in alignment with the updated program requirements under this new permit process. And so we are hoping that this, along with additional changes that we're making, including updating geofence requirements and other restrictions to ensure people are riding and parking in appropriate places, will continue to refine the program, as my colleague from Bird mentioned as well. We are committed to being a transparent partner, and we are working out a process for sharing information directly with the police department as they need to identify riders or share information or share other things with folks that are using the program, and appreciate overall the collaborative spirit shown by city staff and law enforcement throughout the ordinance update. We're excited to continue to serve the city. Since Lime launched in 2017, riders have taken nearly 1.5 million trips in South Lake Tahoe. Of those, based on survey data and ridership data, over 400,000 of them would have otherwise been car trips. So although this is an amenity, to my colleague's point, for tourists, about a quarter of our riders are locals, and about nearly 1/3 of the rides that have happened on Lime have replaced car trips, which means that we're taking cars off the road, decreasing congestion, and supporting the city's sustainability and reduced congestion efforts. So appreciate the time and effort that everyone has put into updating this program ordinance. We are supportive, we are proactively complying with it, and we look forward to continuing to partner and build a relationship with the city. And I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No additional hands raised at this time,
Great,
Mayor.
we'll go ahead and bring it back to council, and I think, Ms. Horgan, you had.
Yeah, I had raised my hand and then put it back down in case anyone wanted to go first. In terms of the local ridership, I think it's interesting when I spoke to the chief about that, they use zip codes, and I think it captures even as far as Reno and down the hill. So maybe that's an inflated number of the amount of local rides. It's just, I'm not sure, but that was one of the questions I had with him when I first met with him. In terms of the comments by Mr. Loberg about accidents, when I was at Barton, it was very common to see accidents, people coming to the emergency room in the afternoons, on the weekends, busier weekends with reportable shared mobility device accidents. But so for my comments now, I've thought a lot about this, and in the spirit of moving the agenda policy forward, I think we should move forward with what has been presented to us. The current council's recommendations, I agree with them, but I would like to see this come back in the future, maybe for next season, to discuss again the reduction of the number of shared mobility devices as recommended by the Park and Rec Commission. And I also would like, echoing Nick Spiel's comments, to investigate shared bicycles, if that's something that we could reduce the number of scooters and look at adding maybe shared bicycles. I would be curious to see what city could come back. The only other question I had is the bike. I did see the position posted for seasonal bike police. I'm guessing since it's still posted, there hasn't been any interest, but maybe you could comment.
Yeah, that was going to be, I'll tack on to that because that was going to be a good chunk of my question as well, was about doing a seasonal bike cop. So I'd like to hear that also.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
the seasonal bike officer position's posted, and we have not had any applications.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Maybe yeah.
All right, Mr. Robbins.
Yeah,
your hand is
so
up.
I'll follow up on because a seasonal bike patrolman or patrol person, sorry, rather, is something I've been advocating for a while, and I want to have this for discussions rather than questions, because this goes a little bit beyond just policing the rental scooters. Part of the challenge here with this conversation, particularly with the public, is that there is a consistent erroneous conflation between the rental scooters and all scooters, because these things are owned personally by people in the thousands, right? We have one wheels, scooters, e-bikes, the hoverboards, although I don't know if we're doing that anymore since they kept blowing up. No, those the ones where you face forward, those used to be a thing for a long time and they kept blowing up, but those were never rentals. Right. And so, when we talk about accidents and people showing up at the hospital because the scooter versus car or whatever, like that may or may not have anything to do with a rental scooter. These things are available for purchase. They're widely bought. They're widely sold. There's no licensing requirement at the state level. There's nothing the city can do if a parent wants to give their 14-year-old a one-wheel or an e-scooter for their birthday because they've been asking for it, and so they get it, and then they get into an accident that has nothing to. The city doesn't have a point there that never came through the rental process here that we're engaged in. So, when we talk about seeing these all over the place, and when we talk about the safety issues and the street maintenance issues, that's an issue for which the rental scooters are an almost incidental part, because we don't control what bicycles and bike-like things that parents buy for their kids or kids buy with their own money. For that reason, I think it's really important to have a position in our police department throughout the summertime of an officer that is the right type of officer that can issue traffic tickets or bike tickets, whether or not that's code enforcement or a uniformed officer. I'm not sure what the rules for that are, but the right kind of person that can basically spend the daylight hours going up and down the bike path and letting kids know if they're riding without a helmet and say, hey kids, you need a helmet, and then and giving out that kind of advice and stopping people that are riding to a scooter when they see it happen, that kind of thing. And we can't do that from a patrol vehicle. So is there a plan if we don't get an application for that role to assign it, or what's the plan to fill that need?
So when this item was previously requested, we committed to attempting to recruit for a seasonal for this particular summer to see how that goes. We haven't received any applications yet, so it'll be part of the annual budget consideration whether we want to add a patrol officer for this purpose.
In other cities, if I may, I agree that having some monitoring for safety reasons is a good idea. Every time, though, there's a new task, you don't add another person. It's incredible to me as I see this, and I wasn't going to bring this up, but since it came up, what you do is you take and assign someone to be that bike police officer. They call, in a city when they're doing beats, they call beat cops. And with respect, we say the terms cops. So, every time you have a new task, you don't need a person for it. You take people you have and who might be interested in being on a bike rather than in a car, and you assign it, particularly if you can't find people. So that's just a comment.
Yeah, I'll segue off to Mr. Robbins. I think the privately owned scooters and bicycles are a bigger problem. Usually using my four-wheel vehicle, I find it quite scary driving down the road while 14-year-olds are doing wheelies on a motorized bicycle. And just the other day, even a little 8-year-old on a scooter is doing a wheelie across Highway 50 at the Y. And so I think this, I agree with Ms. Stotterstam that I think it's been improved over the last couple of years. They're less of a nuisance. Personally, I don't like them at all. But I think they've done a better job with it in the last couple of years. And unfortunately for them, we have a very robust transit system launching in the middle of July. And I think their ridership is going to go down once that continues to improve. So unfortunately for them, but that will improve some of the challenges that we're discussing. I think we should move forward with the ordinance as it is.
Great. All right, unless there's other comments.
Actually, I had another thing that I didn't get to before we moved on.
Mr. Robbins, go right ahead.
I also agree, for staff, I'm trying to understand, we used to have bikes as our shared mobility. I remember we had rental bikes, and now we don't, and that's because we have a prohibition on it. Well, how did that come about?
So when council first adopted this ordinance, that was intentional. Council did not want to allow shared mobility bicycles, and I think that was because there was issues with them when we did allow them initially, when we had agreements with Lime to allow them, and that was before my time, but I think that, them getting thrown in the lake, left out, tipped over, and blocking paths and things, that's my recollection of what the issues were.
I thought it had something also, sorry, I just remembered something, that they were also in competition with other local businesses who rent bikes, but local businesses don't rent scooters. So I think we had a lot of people show up and say, this is affecting my business.
That's my recollection.
That's what I
as
remember.
well. Yeah, I think that's accurate.
The thing is, though, it's really they're really pretty different. Unless I haven't rented a bike in a long time, so I'm not sure where we are with bike rentals today. But I had rented bikes here in town in the past before I eventually got around to owning a mountain bike. And usually that's you rent a bike for a day, and then you have it, or by the day, and you have it, and you go mountain biking or you road bike. The scooter bikes are like one-way trips. You pick up and then you drop off, and that's a different business model.
I agree with you, but I think
pretty significantly different business model. It's a transit model rather than
I think it's
and I would never rent a Lime bike for the day. That would be ridiculous.
We have a lot of bike rental shops that definitely showed up during that time. There is a bike rental shop in almost every neighborhood throughout the town, and so I think that's the idea. And I think right now we're not necessarily going to consider it, but if we do, there's a lot of considerations to take about how those corral, how much more of a kind of a mess they can make just being. So I think for today, I agree with Mr. Roberts. We should go ahead and move forward.
I'm all for going forward today. I just wanted to see if there was consensus on talking about this for a future meeting.
I would also like to see the shared bikes as a discussion, because honestly, I would love to use them. I think I'm not attracted to a scooter. I've seen too many accidents. I'm very concerned about them. I don't feel comfortable on them. I feel comfortable on a bike. in my family of 5, we don't have 5 bikes. They're expensive to maintain, and we don't have room to store 5 bikes. But this like commute, if I have a meeting at the village and I could walk to, grocery outlet area and hop on a bike, drop it off in a corral on the other side of town, I would be very interested in that. And I'm not a person who's going to go rent a bike for the day. So I just,
Well,
I think
I
it's
mean,
something.
we can look at it later, definitely. I think we have people complaining now about our corrals and the mess that they make throughout town when you start adding 1,000 bikes to it. But anyways, that's a future consideration for sure that we can look at. We'll bring that back if there's the will. So with that, unless there's more discussion, anybody want to make a motion?
I will.
Thank you.
I will. I move to pass this ordinance amending Chapter 4.185 of the South Lake Tahoe Code, shared mobility devices, to increase the city's liability protection from shared mobility device accidents and add safety measures for shared mobility device operations and revise operator insurance requirements.
I second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we can vote. All right, so before we move on to item...
I'm sorry, that motion
excuse me,
unanimously
Ms.
carries.
Blankenship.
Yep.
Before we move on to item 14, we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break until 10:35. All right, we will go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are moving on to item number 14. This is going to be Grow and Diversify the Economy Strategic Plan Priority Update number 2. And Ms. Sarah Letton.
Is this on? Okay, there we go. Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Sarah Letton. I'm your sustainability coordinator in the city manager's office. Today, we'll be presenting to you the second update on priority number 4 from the 2025-2030 strategic plan. I'm joined by my new Civic Spark fellow colleague, Ava Bendet. Ava Bendet's primary project is advancing our new economic development efforts. She will be with us through August of this year, and if council renews funding for her position at the June 2nd meeting, she could be here into the following August of 2027. Priority 4, there we go, clicker. Priority 4 aims to create a diverse economic environment while maintaining support for existing businesses. Its success is measured by a reduction in the number of vacant properties and an increase in the percentage of non-service sector businesses. Staff presented an update to Priority 4 at the September 23rd, 2025 council meeting. At this time, staff had initiated a business visitation program to gather input from local business owners and operators, as well as to establish a relationship between the city staff and businesses. By this date, staff had visited 24 businesses, and staff had attended the stakeholder meetings listed on the slide. At that time, council directed staff to work on the following 8 objectives identified here: continuing with the business visitation, building stronger relationships, developing social media campaigns, engaging in a public process to inform the update of the general plan's economic development element, identifying business support resources and distributing those to the community, reducing regulatory barriers, and exploring property improvement grant program or a pre-development loan program. Passing it to Ava. Here you go.
In accordance with the objectives given by council, staff created this outreach plan, which focuses on continuing business visits, launching a survey, and holding stakeholder interviews. Staff are tentatively planning a workshop for May 28th, where business owners can comment on derived trends from outreach. As of April 9th, 190 businesses have been visited. All have received a handout with resources and information on several city programs. Owners and managers who were available at the time were interviewed, and the results of which have been entered into our GIS database. 55 businesses were followed up via email or phone, and several of those received further assistance on problems brought up during the visit. Based on conversations with business owners and operators, data gathered on the general perception of business showed a majority positive attitude. Also using data from outreach, the following 6 preliminary trends were identified. There's a strong local interdependence relying on word-of-mouth advertising. There's a right-sized business mindset and limited appetite for expansion. Climate variability and low snow years create economy-wide domino effects. Multi-jurisdictional governance and a perceived overlap among regulatory entities are a reoccurring pain point. There is a perception that the built environment steers tourist activity away from Midtown, and signage policies reinforce this imbalance. And there is a cost of living and workforce stability pressure. In addition to business visits, a survey has been launched to gather feedback on the biggest challenges for business owners and what policies might help the business community most. To the side on the screen is the QR code, and we have flyers with both the English and Spanish version on the table if anyone is interested in taking the survey. Thanks.
All right. On this slide shows the business owners and nonprofit leaders in the community who either will be interviewed or have already been interviewed as part of our stakeholder outreach effort. We gather notes, and this all goes into our GIS database, the feedback we're getting from these entities. And then the data that we're collecting through the business visits, the survey, the stakeholder outreach, all of that is informing or can inform the development of a comprehensive economic development strategy. In shorthand, we call that a CEDS. This is helpful even if we do not get the federal funding that some districts get, because it helps us align to the larger 5-county Sierra Economic Development District CEDS effort. We envision this as a very action-oriented plan for maximum usability. Going into this effort, staff had envisioned forming a committee that could guide the process of developing the CEDS and updating the economic development update to the general plan. Council members have also suggested the idea of the formation of a formal, long-standing commission. So in order to compare and contrast these options, we have framed up options A, B, and C here. So option A would be a stakeholder committee focused on creating the CEDS and updating the element. This would allow staff to get right to work, and you can see we're suggesting 8 members selected by the city manager. Option B would be a committee appointed by the city council, but noting that this would be subject to the Brown Act. Option C would take the longest to implement as a formal commission whose structure would need to be created by resolution at a future meeting. And this would also be subject to the Brown Act and require an application process similar to other commissions. Both options B and C would take additional staff resources in the training and implementation of meetings under the Brown Act. And these 3 options differ in how quickly deployable they are and how much involvement council members desire. So we will return to that at the end. This slide celebrates the number of programs and successes in the Development Services Department under Director Zach Thomas. Our business concierge program is live. Updated permitting software has been implemented. A Level Up workshop in partnership with the Tahoe Chamber was highly successful. Sign ordinance amendments are underway. Midtown Area Plan anticipated coming back to you soon. Tahoe Valley Area Plan amendments, including the South Y Industrial Tract. Community Plan are underway. And the vacant and underutilized properties list has been updated and significantly reduced. So a lot of successes there. I don't know if you want to add anything. Good? All right, in this slide, we see examples of city programs advertised on city's social media sites. So you can see that Level Up workshop there, a couple of posts relating to the concierge program and our business visitation program that Ava here has been leading. This is another item that staff are looking for direction. back today. So this is what we're calling the CGI opportunity. CGI Digital has a community video initiative. It's a cost-free program for cities. This program is endorsed by both the National League of Cities and the U.S. Conference of Mayors. This was a program actually that the city engaged in back in 2014. According to the NLC and CGI, the program highlights the assets and qualities of cities with a series of custom videos designed to welcome new residents and visitors, attract businesses, and showcase the community's quality of life. These videos cover topics such as economic development, education, real estate, relocation, local attractions, whatever we direct them to do, essentially. Once completed, the content is seamlessly integrated into the city's official website and social media platforms, offering high-quality promotional tool to the community. In exchange for city content creation that would be placed right on our landing page, as you can see in this screen snip from the city of Sassoon City. This is on the city's main landing page, but a little bit down. CGI asks for an intro to local businesses. They would offer their video production services to businesses for a reasonable fee that would be within the normal annual operating or advertising budget. And even if businesses are not interested, the city content would be created and promoted. So just to throw out some kind of ideas of where the city could take this, you can see how on the left-hand side, there's like notes 4 mini videos: a welcome, a quality of life, love my city, community partners. Other ideas from other cities who have chosen to do this series of videos could be things like create and build, engage and enjoy, learn and work, serve and grow. It could be public safety focused, parks and rec focused, economic development, community organizations. So looking for, direction from the city, the CGI would work in partnership to highlight the qualities that we would want promoted. And then the businesses here would be, the city could provide a letter of introduction, and the businesses could opt in. So in other cities, you might have 4 or 5 businesses, or maybe up like 20 businesses decorated around the city's main content. So that is something to think about, to provide feedback on in today's item. Okay, this is a recap of events that the city has put on as part of Priority 4. This list has not really changed since it was presented late last year. The number of events was identified in Priority 4 as a way to engage the community and bring more opportunities. Okay, so in conclusion, we're asking for direction on 2 things. First, on whether to proceed with the stakeholder committee, similar to the other types of committees supporting city projects, or whether to initiate the process of creating a commission at this time. And then the second is whether to proceed with the video production opportunity with CGI. So at this point, we'd like to conclude the presentation and invite questions.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I just wanted to add a little bit to that in relation to the comments that were brought up earlier. The staff has been working toward developing relationships with our businesses, getting feedback, having conversations with our businesses, leading up to this effort to develop a economic development strategy and update our economic development element of the general plan. The planning process for that, we had envisioned including a steering or stakeholder committee as well as public workshops. So that's what the staff was on the path to doing that and bringing back those recommendations to council in several months. However, the request to establish the Economic Development Commission, we thought it was important to include that in this conversation if the council would like to provide direction to do that now, and we would change course with respect to development of the economic development strategy and general plan element to get that commission in place so that they can be part of this process rather than going through a steering committee or stakeholder committee process, which would be typical for a general plan update project.
Great, thank you so much. All right, yeah, Mr. Roberts.
On the events, these are all great events, and as you said, to engage with the community. I brought the 51 events a year forward on our strategic planning, and I think there's some misunderstanding on that. I don't know how it got off track. The 51 events were supposed to drive tourist visits to town. So these are all great events, and I think we need more of the same, but I think we've lost focus on the bigger picture is driving the tourists with events like tournaments, around the town and whatnot. So I'm not sure wasn't that the original intention or at the last strategic planning?
Yeah, when it was discussed in the context of economic development, that was the intent. We didn't have real specific definition of what we were looking for there. There's some events that, in my view, people come to town specifically for. There are other events that may enhance somebody's experience while they're already taking a vacation here. So in the last couple updates, we've just been providing a list of lots of different events that tourists as well as locals may participate in. I think the city, primarily through our Parks and Recreation Department, in the last couple of years, has put together some events that draw tourism to our community, the 4th of July Parade, Multicultural Festival, Winter Festival of Lights, those types of things. And we've also engaged more with other entities in the community to help support and sponsor other events that bring tourists into the community. And I think we do have capacity to do more of that. And I think if the council wants to provide any thoughts on specifics of what we're looking for there, we're open to that feedback.
I think we should find a way back to that. Certainly that was discussed at length with the new rec center, that they were going to be able to be a big player in that role of bringing that kind of business to town. And so I think we should keep that a strong focus on it. I don't know how we bring that back to the strategic plan. I'm not saying that these are awesome. I'm not saying that, and it certainly enhances our town. But I think this was a different direction that was spelled out in the beginning.
Yeah, and we can definitely take that that feedback as we develop the economic development strategy. I do believe it's already our Parks and Recreation Department's intent to support sports tournaments and things now that we have the new venue to be able to do that.
Can I ask a point of clarification? Certainly, there's a lot of events that are in this town. Some the city is affiliated with, and many are not. Are you looking for kind of a comprehensive list of all the things all the events, or do you want just the city affiliated, sponsored?
No, I think it was a more comprehensive, everything that's going on, because, we're not driving something that only pulls tourists to our side of the state line. We want to enhance the entire community.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, things that, Douglas County is doing, is important as well, and we just want to be part of that.
Okay. We'll try to put together a comprehensive list. Thank you for clarification.
Great, thank you, Mr. Roberts. Ms. Horgan.
Yeah, I actually only had two questions, and one was about the events, specifically what we defined as an event and whether it was something we were offering specifically as the city or something we were offering in partnership. So just to echo that, that was a question I had. I would really like to see that defined, and then build the list from there. Like what are we calling these events and how are we partnering in them? And then the other question I had was, just correct me if I'm wrong, because it was probably during the end of an evening meeting, but when it comes to developing a committee or commission, I thought at some point there was some discussion about an ad hoc committee. Did we decide that the ad hoc committee was not the direction that we were going to go in, and instead we were going in this direction?
As I had noted, for developing an economic development strategy or updating the economic development element of our general plan, the staff was proposing a stakeholder or a steering committee. I think there was discussion when Councilmember Jenkins requested to bring back to council consideration of a commission that I think someone had brought up the idea of an ad hoc committee, but that's not what was requested to be brought back for discussion.
Can I let, Mr. Roberts just had a follow-up, just since he already went, then I'll come to you. Is that okay, Mr. Jenkins? Mr. Roberts?
No, I just wanted to say, I mean, great presentation, and that's some great efforts put into this so far, so I'm really pleased with the direction and the progress.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Jenkins?
I too am thankful for the outreach that has been done. That is not something that had been done in the past in the city, and I think your efforts to outreach to businesses in the community, the businesses that are in the city proper, is exemplary. And I too think it is important to collaborate with regional agencies, Tahoe Prosperity Center, Tahoe Chamber, but their view of the world is much bigger than ours. My hope was, and I'm going to get to a question, but I'm just going around the corner to do it. My focus is to determine what do the people in business here in the city need and want, because we have a TTD or TID that there's been some issues about what they would like to see done with advertising versus what the larger organization, LTVA, wants to do with its. And what I'm interested primarily in is what we need, the smaller focus, what we need. I'm curious, in your outreach to city businesses in the city, were there any themes about what they would like to see the city do? Fees, process, timing, any of that? Did you get any of that feedback from? Is there any thought on that?
A lot of that has been captured in our survey. We haven't released the survey results yet because we're hoping to get a few more, little bit more input. But there are specific questions on what the business community would like to see directly from the city on the survey.
That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah. The other part of this is
that's what we do.
Yeah. What do we do? Yeah. The other thing is the city has, as I recall, 10 acres at the airport that are non-aviation lands. And would it be of value, do you think, to look at what might those lands be used for that would help grow our economy? And that's something that maybe you haven't done, but I'd certainly like to see done, because there is we're a tourism-based community, as you know, but we would like to see some diversification in the economy for a variety of reasons. And so I would hope that you would look at that. But I'm real interested in what the themes are, because I heard things when I ran for public office. I heard very specific things, the business community. And I would assume if you've gotten feedback, you've heard those same things. It takes too long, it costs too much, there's too much process and not enough result. And it's not just a city issue, it's a regional issue because of TRPA. But in focus, I really would hope that we do something that focuses on what we as a city need, to the taxpayers who are paying our salaries, and to the businesses that are trying to grow, whether it's Margaritaville or Beach Retreat or it's those people. What do they need to be successful and to help us grow our economy? So that's all.
Quickly. I want to just highlight the accomplishments of the Development Services Department, the programs that they've recently implemented, that we haven't really had time to get the feedback from those successes yet. So I think some of the things that maybe you have heard about and some of the things that Ava was hearing about on the street, as she was hitting the streets and the businesses, are actually, those things are solved by those new programs, but we haven't gotten, it's more of a challenge of making people aware that those programs are available. So that's part of what
One last thing, and this is a compliment. I'm actually delighted with what I see coming out of development services with leadership that is truly interested in helping people who live here, businesses here, and trying to cut through sometimes the red tape, the process to get to results. That is what I think, that's exciting. That's really exciting stuff. And so I thank y'all, in my Tennessee family background, y'all, for that effort. And I'm interested in what you're going to come up with, what the results will be out of those programs that have been initiated.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, so, even in this conversation, I'm a little concerned because we've again been focused on the one tourism industry, and the other half of this, or the other half, the first half is not just grow, but diversify the economy. And I'm glad to see that the outreach included LTCC, as one of the other, which is one of the biggest I don't know if it's bigger than Barton, but it's one of the biggest employees in the community. What I'm not seeing here is a lot of input or feedback on how to diversify beyond just tourism. And it's not that tourism is going to go away anytime soon, but the more we continue to focus on tourism as the one and only thing here, the more brittle and the more volatile our economy becomes. And it is not the only thing that exists in Tahoe, despite what people seem to insist upon. It's not true. We have education, we have healthcare, we even have some light manufacturing. So, and agriculture, technically speaking. So, my question is, what was the feedback we got in terms of diversification? Because I'm not seeing that in this report. I'm seeing, things like lists of events to draw tourists here and there, but what about diversifying the economy, non-tourism businesses, and helping those? Because in the section on what you talked about with LTCC here in the report, you talk about page 7 on, we talk to LTCC and they continue to do this and this and this, but where is it? What can we do to support that? What can we do to improve and expand their offerings? What can we do to expand their non-tourism industry?
Certainly, one of the major ways that we were going to receive that feedback is by working directly with the businesses at our business workshops and during the future committee or commission meetings. We're going to be working through that process. The identification of second economies was called out in the priority, and so we have initial feedback from a survey. We're just not that deep in actually identifying the second economies yet, because we need to workshop that with the local business owners and community members.
Okay, yeah, it seems to me the things that are missing then are, I guess this is kind of, they're not going to say it, but the things that seem to be a little on the missing side are the feedback. And you said the survey feedback, and you said that's not going to be available for how much longer?
Our goal was to get 100 responses, and we're at about 50.
Okay. So it may be a bit before we get 100 responses.
One more question, and then I'll shut up.
Sure, Mr. Jenkins, go right ahead.
Our city offices are at the airport. For some view the airport as in a not a positive way. People who are in economic development look at airports in a more positive way, and that the question then becomes, in looking at these things, how can this facility, to the extent that it remains here, how can this facility encourage economic growth, and where does that fit in? Because and I'll just leave it at that question. Where does that fit in? And it would be good to get a feeling. I know if you talk to the airport manager, I think he has some ideas based on what limited contact that I had, and not in writing, and I just in passing. So anyway, Thank you.
I could just add to that. Yes, our airport manager is very interested in growing the opportunities with this airport to contribute to our local economy. I know he's familiar with and has been looking at different opportunities related to the non-aviation lands that are part of the airport here and different uses that those can accommodate. I know he's entertained some different ideas along the way, but I think that that is an important component that we can include in the discussions with businesses on, how could this facility help support their economic health. And we will include that in our business outreach and the workshop that they're discussing.
Great, thank you. Mr. Roberts.
Just a quick one. On your preliminary feedback, you said multi-jurisdictional governance and perceived overlap among regulatory entities is a reoccurring pain point. When your survey comes out, will you have more specifics on that? Which governance and which entities are overlapping?
Yeah,
We can guess at it, I'm sure, but.
What's going on there is more of a perception and frustration rather than and not understanding the tools and resources available to folks. So I think the solution there is the business concierge program and the streamlined permitting and just doing more outreach so that people utilize those resources early in the process of seeking to expand or start new businesses. So certainly we can produce reports that have kind of like the back end details so that people can see what goes into those kind of summary statements as well.
Excellent.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I was not truthful. I guess I did have one more question.
Go right ahead, and I've got one as well.
TRPA, in my view, in the 25 years that I've been here, it is the most responsive with Julie Reagan and John Hester. They're the most responsive, understanding the importance of economics. And so, and I think they realize, and I'm going to get to a question, I think they realize that investment is what fuels an economy. It also is what makes environmental improvements. So every chance I get, I want to encourage them to continue looking at how we can simplify processes and make them easier. And I would hope that that would be something that furthered a dialogue. Because again, they are the best that I have seen in 25 years that I've been in this community, because I think they understand what the big issue is. So that's just, again, was that a question? No, it was a statement.
All right, well,
terrible.
We'll come back for discussion. My question may not be as much for you as it is for Ms. Stroud. With looking at if we did an ad hoc committee rather than like a formal committee, does that have to be fully Brown Act? Like, from what I remember, we've had ad hoc committees, and because they're not meant to go on forever, we don't have to have them videotaped and do like what a formal commission. So I'm just trying to remember the makeup there.
So an ad hoc committee would be a subcommittee of city council. I understand the proposal here is to have council potentially appoint members of the business community, that wouldn't be a non-Brown Act committee. The rule is if the body is created by formal action of the city council, including through appointing members, then it would be subject to the Brown Act.
Okay. But if it's an ad hoc, then, and it's only two of us, but we couldn't appoint other members, but other members can come to it, because I'm trying to remember which ad hoc we did. How does it work as far as if we still want members of the community to be a part of that, but it stays ad hoc? Because I feel like we have done that sometime in the past.
I'm not sure we've done that, but yeah, if council is appointing the members, then I would think it should be a Brown Act committee.
You had charter discussions a few years ago, and it was an ad hoc committee, and you had all kinds of people in here, including myself and others. So I don't know that they were Brown Act.
But I guess we didn't appoint them, we just opened it up for the public.
Right, that was just a public meeting of the subcommittee that members of the public were invited to come comment.
Okay, so if we were to do that, it wouldn't be like we appoint them, but we have this subcommittee and we invite any member of the public that wants to be a part of the meeting. Then at that point, we're not necessarily held to the full Brown Act.
Yep, you could do it that way.
Okay, that's what I was Great. And I guess my only other question revolves around, have we looked at infrastructure improvements that can really feed to this kind of second economy that we're looking for that may not just be tourism? I ask that mainly because of the new charter connection, which hasn't happened yet, but hopefully almost any day will bring us to kind of the new digital age, which could really attract some of the tech industry and some different things. So I'm just curious, and I think there's other examples of that possibly, and are we looking at that as we move forward?
It's a great idea. I think that's not at the level, we're not getting that type of responses from the survey, but I would hope that that kind of brainstorming could happen in workshops and community meetings. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you both for being here and your great presentation. So we're going to go ahead and open this item up for public comment. This is item 14, to grow and diversify the economy. Mr. Loberg.
Thank you. Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. I've got a question on one of these here, on the events. The city-sponsored events, Western Days were a cannabis grant recipient. Now that you've taken away that and ridiculously reduced the cannabis tax, how is that going to be funded? The other is, I noticed on this very pretty brochure here that says Suisun City. I wonder if they saw any that had drop-down menus that link to the events. Because that one doesn't show any events, especially since we're a tourist-based economy. And if they looked at any cities that had tourists on their drop-down and their video campaign. And the other is, I wanted to recognize Mr. Jenkins for receiving the Local Economic Development Champion Award for 2026 and being a founder board member of that organization, and it's considered the premier organization in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. First of all, start out with, part of the problem here with economic development and look at cannibalism. A lot of the new businesses, we lost quite a few large businesses, retail and otherwise, and restaurants. And a lot of the new businesses over the years, the 32 years I've lived here, just, cannibalize what's existing here. And start with like Save Mart going in, when we already have, a couple of discount supermarkets and those are kind of hurting some. Target, we lost the railways at State Line, we got Target, that's not a supermarket. People have to come all the way down to Safeway. A lot of people that don't have cars and whatever, that were able to walk to work, walk to Raley's and shop, and Target's pretty much useless as a supermarket. There's real no economic development, there or effect. We spent Joe Irvin gave Reva Feldman $25,000 and was supposed to bring people here, just like you're talking about now, and for economic development, and we got nothing for it. So that was $25,000 pissed away. Mr. Jenkins, you noted about, and you just talked about the 10 acres at the airport here, non-aviation. I said years ago, 2003, 2004, with the VHR ordinance coming into effect, that it was going to prevent the city from creating a second or third economy. And I was right, 20-something years later. Because if you want to bring in something, like I said, at the airport here, the space here, you bring in a satellite, get, Apple or Google, tech companies, we have no links established to the Bay Area or Silicon Valley here, which is a shame. That shows, lack of ability and lack of effort. To bring in, get satellite offices here, employ 200 or 300 high-paid people. I have two neighbors that, that work for Google and Cisco and stuff here and commute back and forth and work part-time here and part-time in the Bay Area and stuff. So, but, they could build here and have satellite offices. People would love to work here, and you could put hundreds of people of high-paid jobs. But you don't have the housing for them now because they're VHRs or houses that were built, or 10, 12-bedroom McMansions. Getting short here. I would go, you talk about ad hoc committee, I would go with option B is about the only reasonable one I see. Even though it would be under the Brown Act, not appointed by the city manager, appointed by the council. But, it's who you appoint to that, people that have the ability, like I said, to attract and to talk to and to create. Our workforce has become pitiful over the years, and especially COVID drove a lot of people out because COVID wasn't really enforced by our city and police department. So there we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else? Whoops. Oh, you're fine. I guess Mr. Mosier's comments were very special.
Sorry. Okay, we're ready now.
Thank you, Mr. Messina.
I'm not. Just the last time this came up, the city council was discussing, as Jenkins alluded to, the TRPA tax. And I see that as one of the biggest problems with getting anybody in these buildings. I mean, just a small 10,000 square foot building, that's $52,000 in additional costs just to change the use. And I think what we really need to do is focus on getting rid of that or reducing it. And not all the fees altogether are just prohibitive. And we're not going to be able to get people to come here, no matter what we do, if they can't afford to open their business. So I support Plan B, but I think we really need to concentrate more on reducing the fees so that they can actually afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room to give public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, we do have a couple of hands raised. First, we have Melissa Soderston.
Yes, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. Was really excited to see this item on the agenda and pretty disappointed by the report, especially coming from our sustainability manager, who should be very well aware of how vital it is that we diversify our economy in the face of our rapidly changing climate. We know that our quality of life and our cost of living is a huge issue here, and we really need to work towards a more circular economy. We need localized supply chains. So working more with the valleys on both sides of us to provide food to our communities. We need to ensure that there is skill and tool sharing so that these businesses do not have to purchase expensive equipment to do their jobs, so that they can provide cheaper labor to our local businesses that need repairs on their buildings. We need to allow sandwich boards. It's common in tourist communities. Tourists don't know where our businesses are located. They need to be able to see where they are. We need things like our flea market back. We need things that will support keeping the money in our economy. I want to know how many people are employed by the big box stores that we have here. We have Target, we have Big Five, we have, Five Below, we have Sierra, we have all of these places now, TJ Maxx. They run bare bones employment. They're not hiring a ton of people. The money that is spent there, my kids spent $100 there this weekend on garbage. And that money does not go back into our local economy. That money goes right back into the corporate pocket, back to the shareholders, is not spent again in our local economy. We need to think outside the box. Same goes for fast food restaurants. All of these places, McDonald's especially, is working really hard to ensure that they only have 2 or 3 people working the store, and the rest is done by kiosks and AI. So yeah, we need to really focus on small local businesses, true small local businesses, things like these bingos that get people out into the community. That's where we need to focus. People are hurting. And I agree, TRPA is not doing its job. They are destroying our environment further through their so-called restoration projects, not helping Lake Clarity, not helping our watersheds, not helping our wildlife thrive here. They are just simply a regulatory agency that is taking huge amounts of fees for huge salaries, pretending to do a few restoration projects while we watch our environment be destroyed and our economy collapse. So gonna only get worse. Climate change is here. None of this is going to get better. I will never set foot in Target. They are an awful company. So yeah, we need to do better.
Okay, thank you very much. And next up, we have Mr. Asbury.
Hello, City Council and staff. Eric Asbury here, local resident and business owner, small business owner here in town. I wanted to speak on this topic regarding a solution. That solution would be to lower those fees, however we can do it. There's different agencies involved, but there's a huge upfront expense with starting a business here in town. I think I've heard discussion within your discussions and through the community. That would be the solution. I've looked into it with other people. I'm like, yeah, you can do it, this and that. But it's just the absorbent amount of fees before you could even try to, even somewhat break even it just turns people away. So I would say that. And then also a lot of the talk was involving, tourism, increasing tourism, and then basically growing government to accomplish said goals. I'd like to see the city focus on the roads. Those help generations upon generations for both locals, visitors to our community alike. So if we can go focus more on the roads before focusing on growing our local government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No additional hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Great. We'll go ahead and bring it back to council for discussion. Before I move on, I want to just, for the public's efficacy, the city does not have control over what a private property and a business that is going to make a lease with a private property. I think there's sometimes misunderstanding that, we have the ability to bring in Target or decide not to bring them in. That's not anything that the city has control over. That's between the owner of the property, Target, and Rayleigh's. So I think there's sometimes misconception as if we're making these deals. Those are things that happen outside of our purview, but I just want to put that out there for the public's efficacy. And Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I'm sorry if Ms. Letton could come back up. I have a question real quick to ask her. In the list of people you've contacted and you're hoping to get double the responses from that. I noticed there's none of our lodging components involved in that list. Is there a specific reason why that is?
I've spoken a lot to Jerry Mendel on behalf of the lodging community. I think that I'm not sure, I haven't looked at the detailed list of the 190 businesses so to see which ones were lodging and which ones were not. So I can't say that we're avoiding them. So I'll make sure that they're on the list.
That's fair. I just thought it'd be an opportunity.
Great, thank you, Mr. Roberts. Are you good?
No,
excuse me. Sorry.
I just wanted to share my 2 cents. I'm in favor of option number 1 or A or whatever we're identifying it as, specifically for the timing. This is important. There's been a lot of work put into this. There's a lot of things in process. I would like to see it continue and without any delays. Interim city manager selecting 8 people as opposed to council at this time. I could live with that. I think I'd prefer city council, but I'm curious about, we're talking about the second economy. Has there been a market study done? Are we planning to do a market study? There's professionals out there that decide how many pizza places you can fit in a 3-block area. And whatever business is going into this town is going to be hampered by the seasonality of it and of like everybody else, which is we're lucky we have 2 tourist seasons in this town. Most ski resorts only have 1. But I was just curious, what are some of these, have any of these industries been identified that might be potentially growth in this town?
Yeah, and it's funny because you mentioned second economy, and then the first thing you mentioned was tourism. Again, the whole idea with the second economy is that it's something alternative to tourism. And those alternatives have been mentioned here in the recent past. And it includes things like wilderness education, medicine. We don't have an equivalent of the Stedman Clinic for orthopedic medicine like they do in Vail. These are all industry, we don't have Knowles courses, we don't have a guide certification courses, and on and on. So there are alternatives, and the whole idea is that these alternatives are less dependent on the seasonal weather because they're not tourism. They are second economies or second and third economies. That's the whole point. And what I'm not seeing, and that's my concern, is that what I'm sort of not seeing in this report at this time is much discussion of second economies, even though that is a focus of ours.
So I'm going to go down the list you're on there, so I'll come right back to you. You're okay. You're all right.
That point specifically.
Mr. Roberts,
Well,
I think you
mean,
kind of had a
almost
question.
everything that you mentioned is affected by the seasons. You know,
Orthopedic
the
medicine
orthopedics,
is-
orthopedic medicine, okay, they're still going to have a shoulder season where people aren't here. They're still going to. You talked about the trails and stuff, and you know I'm not arguing that we need it. That's not where I'm going with this. I'm just curious what are some of the opportunities. I mean, when we're talking about a second economy, we need something that is still going 100% production
We don't
during
have
the
a
shoulder
nursing
season.
school here in Tahoe. If you want to get a degree in nursing, you have to leave the basin. And we have a desperate shortage of nurses here in the basin nonetheless. That's one example amongst several.
I think it's good, I think what you're getting at is, have we done the study to understand what it is that we need? And I think that, really what that study does is really inform. Well, it informs those business owners, right? Those decisions are really made by business owners, and larger corporations have whole departments that study this based on demographics and economic data of where they're going to open their new stores, right? Obviously, that's shown to be pretty positive in South Lake Tahoe when you have Target really coming to move in and take over, which was not Rayleigh's did not want to leave. We all know that Rayleigh's really wanted to stay there, but Target had that much of an interest. Now, I'm not saying I support Target, but you've got to know that Target has people that study this at a national and international. Well, yeah, and so they're studying this at a major level. That can show us that obviously our economics prove to be pretty strong for them. We also saw Ulta and these other larger stores. So I'm not saying, but I think that us doing the study helps inform maybe some of those pizza. Do we need more pizza shops? No, we don't. But it's not necessarily our decisions to be made, right? That's really in the private sector, free market type of thing. But I hear what you're saying. Sorry, did I keep going?
No, it's all good. I wanted to throw the concept out there and
Yeah.
valid comments.
Sure.
And I don't know, we really don't have a good meatball pizza. I think we could use another pizza shop.
Ms. Horgan.
It's my favorite, and nobody really does it right.
I just echoing option A based on the comments made by Mr. Roberts, but also getting it up quickly. Maybe it wouldn't just be city manager. Maybe this is something that also Ms. Letton could be involved in this Civic Spark colleague. That being said, I would hope that some of the things that we could look at are incentives for businesses, reducing fees and regulations, and fueling a better climate for investment in our community. And on that, I've been thinking, once this got in my head, I couldn't get it out of my head, and I've been thinking about it a lot lately. We have our city-sponsored Lease to Locals program where we partner publicly to help people with housing. I'm thinking we should have a Launch to Locals where we also partner with locals to start small businesses. I think it's something that we should consider. And I also think on the events, more arts and culture events that are partnered with or would be lovely if they were led by the city. And just in your comments, Mr. Robbins, about the nursing programs, I can't remember exactly the year, but at least 4 years ago, Barton Hospital increased their nurse educator employees and department and launched a new grad training program, which is something that they hadn't had when I was hired in 2018. And under that new grad training program, they initially started with 2 cohorts a year where they had 8 to 10 brand new students that they invested quite a bit of time and training in to onboard them into the hospital. At some point, they had to reduce that down to 1 time a year because there were not any open positions, and actually their retention has been much better since COVID. So I don't think it's inappropriate to ask LTCC to look at a nursing program, but having enough clinical hours for that would probably be difficult, and it seems like Barton has this new grad program, which is working well.
Yeah, so
People who volunteer, their children can do it. That's Because I've talked to Dr. Pervins about that.
Okay, so
Yeah, so
I guess that was more just a comment, not necessarily, you don't need a response on it. I'm sorry.
No, we are on comments.
Yeah, we are. I just wanted to make sure you
Yeah,
were
no, I
not
would,
looking for-
I think just on the two things that we're asked to consider, I think I like the first option or option A.
Okay.
And then I do think that pursuing a video and social media campaign, I think that sounds something like we should do that for sure.
All right, thank you, Ms.
I guess-
Horgan. Mr. Robbins.
I guess I'm a little clear. The video and social media campaign, for what? Is this for like starting a business, or is this for telling people about tourist events? Because the latter, we already collect taxes and send it to LTVA to do that. So I don't see a value in replicating that. So I'm just trying to
If I could-
understand what it is we would be doing.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I can provide some information and context. So the video that was presented as part of the presentation and the opportunity for businesses to partner on that is really just providing an avenue for our local businesses to get more exposure. That's also the idea through the city participating or leading some social media campaigns. In the past, the city has not really engaged in promoting specific businesses throughout our community. So we have been talking with the chamber and our local businesses in order to put together things like a restaurant week promotion where we can solicit businesses that want to participate. And through the city's social media channels, we would be able to provide more exposure for those businesses. Our PIO had also put together a Small Business Saturday social media little campaign where she put together video clips with different business owners that were participating in that, as well as an employee appreciation week. So the idea here is just for the city to engage more in providing exposure to our local businesses.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm broadly indifferent. And I mean that in an honest way, not in a euphemistic way. Like, I'm broadly indifferent to that kind of thing. I think the bigger concern I have is the need to identify barriers to entry for alternative economic activities. And I think is a much more germane and relevant thing we can do. When I have some experience with this, right? When we tried to open the manufacturing aspect of our business, right, we ran into constant barriers with the local fire department. And that's not on deck anymore, but that was an example of trying to open this was the manufacturing side of a small business that had never existed in Tahoe before, and the fire department had no idea what to do with it, and threw a lot of overhead regulatory effort back onto us for us to tell the fire department how to regulate us. And so that was inane, but what else is out there, right? What are the other experiences of people that are engaged in non-tourism? We have a pathway to open tourism businesses because that's been trod so thoroughly. But if you're trying to open something in manufacturing, fabrication, light industrial work, technology, you might encounter significantly different barriers. And what I'm seeing a lack of right now in this report and this analysis is a pathway towards identifying that. If we go option A route, which again, I think that's probably the best way to go. I'm concerned that we're going to get 8 tourism businesses, and we're just going to get feedback that says, do more advertising for tourists. And we already do that ad nauseum, and doing that more in this context is non-productive. And so I'd like to see, if we're going to do that, I'd like to see a few of those roles headed by our medical services and particularly by Barton and by LTCC. We also have, did you talk to the new makerspace people that are trying to open a makerspace here in town, right? That's academically oriented for students. These are again, non-tourism, second economy businesses that exist in our community that have been expanding, have encountered some challenges in expanding, and how can we support those expansions? And if we're not answering those questions, then this exercise is not productive.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
I want to echo some things that Councilmember Robbins I think there needs to be a market analysis. What is it that we can, what kinds of businesses other than tourism would strengthen our local economy, would increase employment? And the airport conversation, I think that's where that ties in. I think the outreach efforts going forward are good, and I think they should continue. The comment about nursing programs, I'm aware of the nursing opportunities, which I think are great at Barton, but they're for people who volunteer their children, as I've been told by Dr. Purvance, as I've understood it to be. And as far as nursing training, some communities in California have actually, at community colleges, have actually made requests to provide nurses training, and they were granted. So the other thing, so I think the outreach can go forward without keeping everything tight under a staff. I understand roles pretty well, but I think who do we pick? Someone it's a popularity contest. I think that's something we have to discuss. What would be most representative of the community, of all elements of the community, and so the other thing is what frosted me. Not blaming anybody, just saying it's frosted me, was when I found out that Barton was leaving South Lake Tahoe after 70 years or 65 years, and they were moving across state line, and that at no time during that conversation, and I think I understand now why, did the council ever have a discussion about that? Was there any outreach done to Barton Hospital? Oh, and by the way, who would do it? Interesting question. But was any of that done? The answer is no. There might have been a meeting or two held, but it wasn't involving policymakers. What things could we have done to keep them here? What kind of incentive could we have provided? We talk about conflicts when it relates to council people, but we have to be careful when their staff also that they have conflicts. And Barton was. That is a sad thing to me, that they love, although I love the doctors, I love management, they're great people. They always treat me well, they don't hurt me. So I think that we need that analysis of what are the other opportunities. As Councilmember Robbins said, I think we need to do that. We need a sell by professionals who understand California, not Washington, D.C., not New York City, not St. Petersburg, but California. We have to have people who do that. And you laugh, but that's California is very different, and we're very different in California. So that's my comment.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
But I'd like to see it continue. I'd like to see the outreach continue, but I don't want to leave all of that to staff, to the manager, whoever that is. I don't want to leave that to them. I think you need policymakers, and we can't continue to be excluded from these decisions. And that's talking from a city manager of 35 years in different places. We can't always exclude the council from these important things.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. And before I come back to you guys, I'll go ahead and make a couple comments. Just to clarify on the Barton issue, there was many meetings with Barton and the policymakers that were here at the time. They've presented in front of council on the issue. And yes, I agree, it's been a frustrating issue, but it isn't something that lives with us. There's a Barton Hospital Board that makes those decisions. So with that, I just want to say what I had asked the city attorney earlier about doing an ad hoc, which wasn't presented in some of these three options, doesn't require the holdup that the other two options, B and C, take. And I think the reason that it makes sense that two policymakers are part of that is because when we bring it back, we actually, two of us are informed, we were part of the process, we were engaged with the other members. The little bit of the complication is that with doing an ad hoc, we kind of open it up to everybody. It's not like there's 8 people seated. That can definitely create, oh wow, we've got like 30 people here, right? But then there's more participation in a sense. And what could come out of the ad hoc is that we bring back the idea that, hey, we want to do a formal committee. We've kind of seen we've seen the strong people out of these maybe different sectors of what is good for economic development. And it helps us when it comes back here to have that discussion. And I do think that there is a lot of policy discussion and decisions to be made. And so knowing that we can do an ad hoc and knowing that it doesn't slow anything down, it's not like B and C that's going to take this whole process, to me makes sense. And I think can help because I think with this economic development, there's a lot of different aspects to it, and it isn't all, just business. And there's many things that I think that we need to be looking at that contribute to it. But yeah, that would be my opinion on the commissions. I think I'll just leave it at that for now and move to Mr. Roberts was next on my list.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Jenkins, I was laughing because I thought it was me that brought forward the market study suggestion, not Mr. Roberts. But I think, and also Mr. Robbins, this video campaign is free, so it's not like we're paying out more money. So
For the city.
for the city, it's free.
It's just time and attention is not free, but
Yeah. I think there's maybe I'm thinking of the second economy different than some of the others in that I think our challenge with our city has always been the shoulder seasons. So we need an economy that is vibrant 12 months out of the year. Now, I think that's something worth pursuing, but it's not going to change the dynamics of our two seasons where people lose their jobs twice a year. It's still going to be part of our economy. So I'm not against any of that. I'm just trying to, it needs to be thought out thoroughly, and that's what a market study would do. They would look at all those dynamics and help us with looking at it with a very drilled down appearance.
Great. Mr. Robbins, you were up next.
Where was I going? So just on, the Barton moving, for starters, it is annoying that they're moving to an extent, but they are also just moving across town in reality. And yes, but we don't get tax money in a substantive way from Barton. We don't, sales taxes from the coffee shop is kind of the stuff we're losing from the in-hospital coffee shop, but the property taxes will still get paid because the property's still there. And otherwise, the jobs, we don't have income taxes at the municipal level. It's more of a problem for the state than it is for us. But Barton moved for the reason Barton gave for moving had to do with state required upgrades for earthquake seismic things, of which we have nothing, which we have no role in. And then for me at least, I think the real reason they moved to Nevada is because Nevada is an anti-union state, and they don't want to negotiate. That's what I said. It's an anti-union state, and they don't want to negotiate with the nurses union, and that's another motivation for leaving the state of California, because they have that right now. So it's not an issue that was before us in a way that we had much to do. Because we're not in the decision process, and then the reasons they gave for the decisions weren't things we could do anything about anyway. So I agree that it's frustrating, but it's not like we're going to be out of a hospital in town. It's just going to be a few blocks over. So that being said, I think if we want to have an ad hoc committee, is the idea then that we would have an ad hoc committee that would be combined with the 8-member, so it would be 8 members of the business community plus 2 members of city council? Is that what? I'm trying to get a handle on what it is you're actually discussing, and I don't have a clear
If it's ad hoc, it would
understanding.
basically be 2 members of the council that we would appoint right now. If we could, I'd have to ask Ms. Stroud, and then we would open this up to any business owner. We would put it out that we really want business owners of the community to be able to come in to attend the committee on the topics that we're going to meet about the ad hoc.
So perhaps I think we're thinking along the same lines, but we had planned on hosting a business workshop. And so if there is a council ad hoc committee, that ad hoc committee could work with staff on what that looks like. You could participate in that workshop. It would be open to the public. We'd be trying to focus on business owners, but the general public would be invited. And if there was discussion of the scope of work for a market study or other things, that could be fleshed out with the ad hoc committee members.
Yeah.
Stroud, would we be able to appoint 2 ad hoc committee members today?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's try to take this issue real quick and see if we've got consensus to do an ad hoc. Did you guys understand as far as we could appoint 2 folks from council today? Those 2 would be able to work on creating this business workshop. The business workshop then would be publicly advertised so that people know to come into our first workshop. And then we would work with staff again, and those reports would come back to council as a full council. Is that pretty accurate? So do we have consensus of 3 to move in that direction? Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so that's done. Sorry, should I look for 4 and 5 so we can have the record correct? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at 4 to 1. Okay, let's see. What other direction are we looking for here? Excuse me. I'll look to the city
Sorry,
manager.
Mayor Bass, I think it would be helpful to have a motion on creating the ad hoc committee.
And then other direction on this item that you're looking for.
The other item was just your support for moving forward with the video campaign effort.
Okay.
It's something that we can do. It doesn't require involvement of the ad hoc committee.
Great, and I don't have a problem with it. I do somewhat a little bit agree that it doubles up a little bit of what LTVA does currently, but I don't think it hurts. I mean, the more efforts that we can get, but I wonder if there's like a good maybe alignment with LTVA or the chamber to make sure we're not completely doubling up what is already happening, so that, just I think if we do this, like, let's communicate with both the chamber and LTVA to make sure that we're not doubling it up.
When I say I'm indifferent towards it, I mean that honestly. Like, I am indifferent. I don't think it's a bad thing either. I just don't think it's a hugely valuable thing, and I'm not going to go out of my way to oppose it in any particular ways. If we want to do, if other people want to do it, fine. I don't think it's in the grand scheme of things, it's fine.
I'm prepared with a motion. I think I understand.
Well, if I may comment
Sure.
on Councilmember Robbins, I agree. I agree with his sentiment that I don't think per se it's a bad thing, but it would be nice sometime. It would be really nice sometime if we could have a conversation about the topic. That would be so that we are better informed, which is part of our role, and so having nice pictures from people from Washington D.C. might be cool, but I'm not really sure what benefit is because I don't understand it, and but if that's what y'all want to do, that's.
It seems duplicative to me, more or less. But if maybe this is something with some input from the ad hoc committee, we can focus this on a video campaign for non-tourism specific local businesses.
Okay.
That would be a particularly
something out of the ad hoc.
Something, and then rather than this being duplicative of more tourism advertising, this could be like, hey, did you know we're getting a makerspace here? Did you know that LTCC offers classes in these continuing education topics? Did you know you could go learn welding here? Whatever. There are some other things we could do with this that are tangential to tourism rather than aligned with tourism or duplicative of our existing efforts.
Great. And Ms. Horgan, before you make the motion, we should talk about who's the ad hoc.
I have a quick question for Ms. Rover to counter yours. I had asked you in our meeting the other day if we could segregate those videos and whatnot, and you didn't seem to think it was possible.
Yeah, we have input on what the topics, what's covered in the videos, whether we want to focus on certain districts within the community. There are a lot of options there. We can work through those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we go to a motion, let's talk about the two members that would like to sit on this Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee. Is there anybody that wants to volunteer?
I recall this coming to us before, and Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Bass, Mayor Bass, you were both volunteering. I am comfortable going forward with that if that's still the direction.
Yeah, I don't plan, I will sit on the ad hoc committee, no problem. I have obviously owned and ran a business here for, well, 23 years now, 17 and one. But
I'd like to also serve on the ad hoc committee because I'd like to make sure we maintain focus on diversification and second economies.
Okay.
I think that needs some attention as well.
Okay.
I was going to suggest, Heather, if you wanted to do that as well from a standpoint of supporting educational business development.
so,
Okay.
nice. Mr. Jenkins, with comments, I think it was put out by Ms. Horgan that me and you would be sitting there. Mr. Robbins would also, but we can only have two. So let's try to narrow it down.
Mr. Robbins and
I could do that.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I would say, again, I have quite a bit of business experience. I think that probably revolves around a lot of years in business, but it's really,
Fine with me and Cody too. Either. Both those work for me.
I don't have my ego in this, but I'm going to be looking at it critically because of just my own experience. So if y'all want to be the committee, that's fine. But I have no problem with that. I just think it is good to have some policymakers involved in this, based on what our conversation has been.
yeah.
Great.
I mean, again, it's not, I'm fine with that as well. Me and Mr. Robbins. I think, again, with my business experience, 3 years on the LTVA board, I probably come with a lot of experience that can help the ad hoc. So I'm either way, and I'm also not ego. I could go either way. I'm not,
I trust all three of you. I think what I hear is that you all three have similar intentions and desires. And so as someone sitting here with you, hearing all of your thoughts and ideas, I think you all three are very capable of doing it. And I'm curious. I think Mayor Bass, you're like, oh, like I'll be okay without it. But Mr. Jenkins, I feel like you do have some strong feelings, and maybe you're not sharing them right now.
Out of courtesy, I would probably prefer not to share certain, there's certain things that you can talk in private about, and I think I've voiced my concerns about economic development, about the need for policy involvement, about in this process, and that's where I'll just leave it. I don't think. Here I go. I think you need people with some experience in economic development to discuss economic development. And so I'll just kind of leave it at that. But I'm
Well,
fine
that would
with
be Cody and I
with
then,
the
yeah.
mayor and Mr. Robbins. I'm fine.
All right. You want me to assemble the motion, or do you want to assemble the motion? Okay. No. These things are not done in the English language, as near as I can tell. All right, are we prepared? Okay. I propose a motion providing direction to interim city manager on to establish an economic development ad hoc subcommittee consisting of myself and Mayor. Sorry?
She doesn't establish it, we do.
Does the motion language matter there?
No, the city manager doesn't appoint the council. The council appoints people to the committee. That's the structure.
No, but I'm talking about okay. I move to pass a motion providing direction to the interim city manager to establishing an ad hoc subcommittee on economic development consisting of myself and Mayor Bass, and to provide and to assemble an economic development commission with membership appointed both by the interim city manager with input from said economic development subcommission. Is that properly structured?
yeah.
Is that not part of the motion?
Where you got it, well,
Let's just stick,
the way that.
Oh, we were going to invite them. I'm sorry. Right. Okay.
I don't even know that you need to
So
do
then
that.
we're
You
just
need to
doing the
put in
economic
word
sub-
ad hoc committee and appoint the 2 members of council.
So we're just
I think
doing the ad hoc-
direction is clear from there, right? Just so.
We're just doing, so it's just the ad hoc. We
Ad
don't
hoc,
need to
and then
give the option A or B.
Council is appointing the 2 members of council, not the interim city manager.
All right. All right, so then I move that we establish an ad hoc development, or say an ad hoc subcommittee on economic development, and that the city council appoint myself and Mayor Bass to said committee.
Are we including anything about the videos in this
I was
motion? Are
going to
we?
do that as a second motion, but I could do that as.
2 motions? Okay, great. Who wants to provide the second on this one?
Mr. James.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear that. Appreciate it. Okay, go ahead.
All right, you can vote. Oh, what do you mean? No, I'm just kidding.
That motion carries?
Great. All right, with that, we can look for a second motion on the direction for the video.
I move to direct the interim city manager to pursue a video and social media campaign with the National League of Cities and CGI. As
I
per.
second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we can vote.
Oh. Sorry, I had to redo it. So it was, who gave the first and second? I'm sorry.
Oh, it was Ms. Horgan,
And
excuse me, Mr.
Robbins and Horgan.
Robbins and Horgan.
That's right.
Thank you.
Sure.
Prior to not proliferation isn't the word, would the committee have some review of that matter, some involvement? Videos are nice, but I don't see much that DC does that I'm exactly happy with. So and we're in a big nation, and we're very different. And so I would hope that the committee would before promulgating this, that there would be some review, so that you can actually be involved too.
Sure, I can look to Ms. Roverud about that. I think we can wait for the ad hoc to meet, right? And that can help inform. So yes. Okay. All right. With that, we can vote.
Is it allowing you to vote?
No. It is
I'm
not.
having some issues. I don't know what's going on there.
Do
It's
a roll.
okay. I'll just do a verbal vote. Councilmember Jenkins? Yes. Councilmember Robbins? Yes. Councilmember Horgan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts?
Yes.
Mayor Bass?
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. All right. So with that, I'm going to look to council. We have lunch at 12:30. Can we all make it 35 minutes until we go to lunch? Is that all right with everybody? Awesome. All right. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to
17 are kind of back-to-back items, aren't they?
They are, but we have 35 minutes till we have lunch, so if we can get through, no, it won't be here till, okay. I think we can get through at least this next item, and then we'll get to the next one after lunch. So we are going to move on to item number 15. This is going to be a resolution reaffirming the city's commitment to the rights, dignity, and safety of all residents. And this will be Ms. Roverud.
Thank you, Mayor Bass, members of the council. This item was previously discussed by the council on March 24th, where you reviewed the resolution that had been presented to council. At that time, the council requested that staff make revisions and bring it back for your consideration. Those revisions included removing the term sanctuary, also making revisions to Section 3, and as well as any revisions that were recommended by the police chief on his review of the resolution. So the revised resolution that's presented to you today removes the terms unconstitutional, sanctuary, and intimidation to focus the statements in Section 3 on opposition to violations of the U.S. Constitution. A section in the background was also revised to clarify the reasons for concerns about the preservation of constitutional rights, due process, and local public safety. A paragraph was also added to Section 2 to restate existing law that the police department applies when handling federal criminal violations for reentry of a non-citizen after removal from the country. These are presented to you for your consideration today, and we're available if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Roverud. So First, we'll go into just questions before we open to public comment. Any council members with questions? Don't see anybody with questions. Great. With that, we'll go ahead and open this item to public comment. Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer and citizen. You've already been criticized in the South Tahoe News editorial about wasting a bunch of time, and even in this council meeting, Councilmember Robbins was speaking of non-productive exercises. You already have priority number 3, and you can see the great concern for this issue in the community behind me. This is just a complete waste of time. Some grandstanding to try and placate some groups that are vocal lately, but not right now, because you can see they're absent. This is a non-issue. This is not just a complete waste of our time. I hate being here this long just for this kind of ridiculous activity. I implore you to vote for option number 2, take no action. This is a tourist economy. You've all acknowledged that. Have you done a study on how this is going to impact the tourist economy when you put something ridiculous like this forward? And you want to have businesses here when you're wasting time on ridiculous stuff like this. Businesses aren't going to want to open when you're wasting time on stuff like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Mr. Messina.
John Messina speaking for myself again. I'm opposed to this resolution. I understand what the intent is, but it's unnecessary and inappropriate. The police in our city are not doing any of the things cited in this resolution. And in fact, I believe the resolution should be a commendation to our South Lake Tahoe Police Department for the excellent job they're doing in dealing with this difficult situation. Their work with the diverse community has been, and outreach has been great. This is totally inappropriate. Then there is a second point that it obstructs the apprehension of criminals and limits their involvement to only those illegal immigrants who have previously been convicted of a crime. Because the biggest problem is those that haven't been convicted of a crime, such as Madeline Abrie Guzman, Joseph Medina, Ronnie Rivera, Marvin Morales Ortiz, and the one I mentioned last meeting, Aker Elvera, who lured the 15-year-old kid away and murdered him in cold blood so he could brag to his gang members. These type of people need to be eliminated. I don't care if they haven't been convicted. If they're involved in gang activity, drug sales, murder, any of these kinds of crimes, we need to deport them. We don't need to have them trial and imprison them and support them for 50 years. Get rid of them. But this resolution protects those people from being our police department and being involved in apprehending them. And I really object to that. I think that's far overreach for this. It's counterproductive. I don't know. Anyway, I'm totally against anything that protects criminals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comments? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
We have a couple of hands raised. First, we have Melissa Soderston.
Yes, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. And unfortunately, I could not be there in person because I have children that I need to care for. And, you know, most of the kids in my neighborhood are afraid to walk home from school alone right now. So I spend my time in the afternoons walking those kids home from school so that they feel safe in their own community. The comments made by Mr. Loberg and Mr. Messina are exactly why it is essential to reaffirm our statement in support of every member of our community. We live in a very diverse community with a lot of people who are undocumented. We live in a tourist community. Yes, we have people come from all over the world to visit Lake Tahoe, and they are terrified of what's going on in our country right now. I've talked to many people over last summer who were, they came on their vacation because it was bought and paid for and they couldn't get a refund, but they won't be coming back this summer because it's a scary place to be right now. It doesn't matter if you feel safe and if you feel it's unnecessary, because that shows your privilege. You sit in your home privileged with your white skin. That's all it is. People feel scared right now. This does not prevent the police department from doing their job and solving crimes. If we funded local law enforcement rather than national law enforcement, we would be able to solve crimes. We would be able to test rape kit backlogs. We would be able to properly prosecute people. That's not happening because we are focused on deporting people that don't look like us, many of which have not committed crimes. So people are scared in our communities. They're afraid to go sit in a chamber with people who have made very clear their racist statements. I heard the word eliminated. No person deserves to be eliminated, whatever that meant. So please, please support this resolution. All it says is that we as a community support our diverse community. That's all it says. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Asbury.
Hello, City Council. Eric Asbury here again. I would just like to encourage you guys to take no action on this. And I'll state my reasons. The biggest reason I think is it just opens the city up to unnecessary legal litigation with different entities, federal and state governments. And it also closes down doors. There's a lot of good stuff that you guys and the staff have been doing lately. And I would hate to have this decision of taking action on this and rather than not taking action, ruin that. There's future funding through different federal and state level jurisdictions that those doors could be closed by going forward with this initiative. Like Melissa Soderstrom has mentioned, it does nothing other than state the laws that are already in existence. I would like to also say that our police force has been doing an excellent job. And speaking as a brown-skinned legal immigrant myself, myself and my friends, we feel safe. So the fear mongering, please don't use that as a motivation to go forward with this action. I would just reiterate to please just take no action. And, the laws that exist protect the people that need to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Ms. Gonzalez.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erica Gonzalez. I'm a Latina that was born and raised in South Lake Tahoe, and I am an immigration attorney with over a decade of experience in legal services for immigrant workers and crime victims. And I live in this community, and I'm here to urge this council to adopt this resolution. There may be voices that suggest that current federal immigration enforcement actions are constitutional. I want to be clear. Federal courts have repeatedly found that ICE operations have violated the 4th and 5th Amendment rights of people in this country, including U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents who were detained or had their homes entered without a judicial warrant. This is not a political opinion, this is the legal record, and it is precisely why a resolution like this one matters. Section 3 of this resolution does not ask the city to obstruct federal law enforcement. It asks the city to oppose enforcement actions that violate constitutional protections as defined by the U.S. Supreme Court. This is not a radical position. That is the baseline obligation of any government body that takes its oath seriously. And the public safety argument is not abstract. I have worked with immigrant survivors of serious crime, people who were victimized precisely because their abusers knew that they would not go to the police. The fear of immigration enforcement is not hypothetical. It is a calculated tool that perpetrators use to maintain control over their victims. When residents fear that any interaction with local government, like calling 911, going to a city office, or talking to a police officer, could expose them or someone they love to deportation, they disengage. They stop reporting crimes, they stop seeking medical care, they stop participating in civic life. That makes this community less safe for everyone, regardless of their immigration status. Our police department knows this. This is why trust between law enforcement and all residents is not a courtesy, it is an operational necessity. The resolution also underscores the efforts that South Lake Tahoe Police Department has made to keep immigrants safe in this community. This resolution is measured, it is legally grounded, and it reflects who this community actually is. The workforce that keeps the city running deserves to know that their city government sees them and will not look the other way. And so I encourage you to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No additional hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Great. We'll go ahead and bring this back to council. I'll go ahead and open this up as I was not present at the last time the council discussed this. Yes, for me, I very much am in support of this. We are a country made of immigrants. The only people here that really have any right to talk about us not having a right to be here are the Native American tribe that actually are the indigenous people of this land. And I don't see any of them here to try to say that we should single out any one of us immigrants. We all started here as immigrants, and I believe it's one of the best parts of this country, is that we have that level of diversity that makes up the society. And I think it's very important that when we've seen, what we've watched over the last 2 years in this issue, and I don't want to get into national politics because I don't think it is our role here at the council. However, our role is to support our residents. We have a huge number of residents that have come, from Mexico. Our sister city is a Mecca. From the Philippines, we have so many people through time that have made up South Lake Tahoe that are immigrants, and they do need to know that our local government supports them through a time where we've seen the courts ignored, we've seen law ignored with this issue. As we don't have, the jurisdiction over national immigration, I think it's important that it's known that we, support the law, we support the courts and the, process to become a legal citizen, which sadly enough has really been part of that process is being illegal through the time that you become legal. And I think that's an important part of America and something that we need to make sure we support. The other thing that I saw is a change here is this doesn't stop our police department from engaging with criminals that have engaged in felony acts. So that is part and clarified in this resolution so that people know this is not, creating a thing where our police department can't go after violent felon and criminals. So I'll leave it at that for now. If there's any other comments from fellow council members, I don't see any on my.
I requested to see.
I don't know. Oh, I'm not getting it for some reason. I think but anyways, Ms. Horgan.
First, I'd like to thank the staff for the amendments to the resolution. I think it was important for this to make it our own, and I appreciate Chief Robertson's contributions as well. I also want to thank Ms. Gonzalez for her comments. I want to tell her her words and contributions today are of value, and I appreciate them. Again, to what I said previously, a growing number of communities in California have made similar motions to reaffirm California Values Act. And whether or not this does or does not do anything or is performative, as has been previously stated, I still would like to be authentic to who I am and what I believe, and I support this resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Jenkins.
I have done a lot of thinking on this. I hope you think my thoughts indicate that. First, it concerns me that there's no, I want to say illusion. There's a indication that the federal government has acted unconstitutionally by the language, even as revised, though it's better than the earlier language. As I understand it, the Supreme Court has not indicated that ICE is unconstitutional. it has limited their ability of individuals to sue ICE agents in Ziegler versus Abbasi, Egbert, and Boulay. And they've allowed ICE enforcement agents to continue with lower courts found them likely unconstitutional, but they've allowed them. So the Supreme Court, we are not the courts, but the Supreme Court is the court. Also, I was alerted through the league that there is a case, that there is a lawsuit now in California over SB 54. The case by the city of El Cajon is saying that the city of El Cajon alleges sanctuary laws illegally entice undocumented immigration. The city of El Cajon has sued the state of California over its called sanctuary laws, arguing, and if I were a police officer, I'd be very interested in this thought, that arguing that offering undocumented immigrants driver's license and workplace protections, as well as prohibiting local police from working with immigration agents, amounts to illegal enticement under the federal statute that outlaws human smuggling. The city council voted recently in a 3-2 vote to pursue litigation which alleges in part that the El Cajon Police Department and its officers are at risk being held civilly and criminally liable under liable under federal law if they follow California's SB 54. Now, I am not in favor in any way, shape, or form of random ICE raids, but I don't want anything to interfere with the police department's not only right but responsibility to ensure that people in this community are safe, and that they are safe from criminal aliens who or people who are conducting illegal act. That I want to be sure that they know who they are, because I don't want, whether they're legal or illegal, I don't want them here. And like you had an earlier comment on. So that's kind of where I think the resolution is better. But if we are already complying with the law, we have an excellent police department, excellent police chief. We're complying with the law. I don't know exactly what the purpose is of this, to affirming that we comply with the law. But remember, when we took oaths to office, we agreed to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We have two obligations, not just the state of California, which has its own interesting components. I was going to say lunacy, but that would be inappropriate probably to say. So I'm concerned with adopting any resolution like this, and it's not a question of not respecting the people in our community who are migrants. I think we do, but I don't think we want to support or do anything that would jeopardize the safety of people in this community. And because Sacramento is not responsible for how we are safe. It's our local police department and our DA. So that's why I'm not supportive of the resolution as written.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins.
When I first got involved in local politics, feels like a million years ago now. One of the things I found, or that I entered into this bizarre line of work, thinking was general disapproval for what I saw as performative actions, actions that are statements without substance, or statements without regulatory changes associated with them, statements without changes to ordinances, statements without money. And I started my career in political engagement and civic life with that viewpoint. And it's one of the things that I've, in the intervening years, have really come around to changing my mind on. It's where I started, it's not where I've come to be. I still think these are performative actions, but I no longer think that a performative action is inherently a useless action. Performative actions can be important. Performative actions that are statements of principles, statements of value, statements of inclusion, have a value in and of themselves, even if they don't come with substantive policy changes, even if they don't come with changes in budget and money and regulation and ordinances, because an organization's tone is set from the top. An organization tone is, the people who work for an organization look to its leadership to see what are the values of this organization, and that has a way of filtering down to it. And this is not the only place where we've done these sorts of things. The rainbow crosswalks are an example of performative actions where I think those actions are performative and they are also valuable. So I've come around in the years. It's not that I think these actions aren't performative. It's that I think there is value and meaning sometimes in actions that are performative. I remember when I first engaged in public life, I thought we changed from Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day, and I, at the time, sort of poo-pooed that as something that, that is an action without meaning. And it's something that in the time that I've had here in a more civic engagement and getting out of my own social privilege bubble, where I see that there is value in doing that, in doing performative actions. So it's not that I don't think this is performative. I think sometimes and this is one of these times, where actions like this, performative though they may be, do have real merit. And to that end, the next agenda item has to do with helping our immigrant community, is not performative. The next agenda item that's coming up, is about fulfilling some of the elements in this resolution, because sometimes performative actions set the stage for concrete actions that follow up later. We shifted from Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day, and we started the Multicultural Festival, right? These are things where real actions have followed an initial action of statement and performance, where that has turned into something meaningful and substantial. And that comes about because, again, the tenor of an organization is set from the top. So I support this. I was supportive of the original language. I don't think the changes that are here in the red line version, in the modified version, I don't think much has changed other than tonal things. The inclusion of the paragraph referring to the California state legal section on, what was it? Notwithstanding California Code 72484 sub B. Fine, like that is a true statement, whether or not that part of the statement is in the resolution or not. So if we feel better by calling that out, then so be it. I don't think it's necessary, but it doesn't change the reality. And we do live in an environment where I agree with, I think, what Cody had alluded to, where we have a very limited scope of authority here. We are at the bottom of the bottom levels of government. We are the smallest of the small scales. We don't set immigration policy. And I have generally been pretty reluctant to engage on national related topics. I have strong feelings on national topics, but I haven't generally brought them here. But there are times when we can't ignore the fact that we do live inside of a larger community and a larger nation. And sometimes I think, and this is one of those times where it's important to take a stand and tell the residents of our community, the residents to whom we do represent, that they are valued no matter their documentation status, and that they are welcomed here, they are loved here, and recognize that that is a large part of our workforce upon which we rely.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts.
I do agree with some of Mr. Robbins' comments about the leadership, and I hope that leadership the people that support this spills over into the next agenda item and support for that. My opinion has not changed. I think this is not, I think the changes are fine, and I don't have any problem. I agree with, what the police is doing, and I agree with the guidelines. I don't have a problem with it. I don't think, I think it is written for one demographic in our town. And there's an equal demographic in our town which is not being addressed here. And so we're being asked to take sides. I don't think we should be taking sides. Yes, it is a performative effort to garner support for a political perspective. And I don't think the city council should be involved with that. I don't think we should be pursuing a rebuttal to this from the other political perspective. I'm fine with it, but I just don't think we should be adopting it. I don't know, maybe the people that I deal with out in this community, my wife who's recently deceased is a Filipino. My stepson is half Latino, half Mexican, half Filipino. They never once expressed to me any fear about our community. So maybe I'm just seeing different people in our community, but I think and the only reason I'm bringing that up is there is definitely another demographic out there that is the opposite of what this is addressing. And I think we should not be taking sides as a council on this, and we should do no action.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Appreciate it. Okay. I know you guys have your hands raised. I'm wondering, though, could we put out a motion and then maybe comments on the motion or are there other comments that may change the motion? Just because I think we've seen 3 that support it. So I'm just wondering, can we do a motion and then if there's some comments on the motion?
In that case,
if it's up to you,
the
I'm just
changes,
asking.
the red line changes here were made at the behest of the 2 council members who wanted to vote, who voted no last time. If they're going to vote no this time, then I propose that and I guess this is a question for staff, can we adopt the resolution without the original resolution without the red line changes at that point then?
So I think some
Well,
of the
you guys
changes.
voted no last time.
Some of the changes were requested by one of the council members voting yes. So I mean, if council can make any changes you want to this resolution today, you can adopt the original version, the red line version, or something in between. Just wanted to clarify.
I personally am one of the council members that also wanted to see the changes because I wanted it to be more inclusive. And so my motion would include adopting it as the city has presented it
Can you
today.
make that as a motion?
I can make the motion.
All right.
I'd like to pass a motion passing this resolution reaffirming the city's commitment to the rights, dignities, and safety of all residents regardless of immigration status and opposing unconstitutional federal enforcement actions and overreach.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and if there's comments on the motion, we can make those. Mr. Jenkins?
Okay. Yeah, I think the fact that we had concerns, it doesn't, that 2 of us had concerns about the previous motion. There are still concerns that were raised. And because the political philosophies of staffs might favor this perspective, and staffs have that, we all have it. It doesn't mean that necessarily that we share that we all share the philosophy. I want people treated equally, but I don't want criminals of any status in town. And I'm concerned that we might be signaling, green lighting for political purposes, for national political purposes, that we support, that we don't care about that. And I mention again, the city of El Cajon is suing the state over SB 59. I didn't see anybody bring that forward and say, maybe we should join the suit as we've done in the past on other matters in the federal government. I didn't see anyone say that, well, this is an option to you. I'm not saying I would have voted for or you would have. But so I don't see the need for this if we are doing the right thing anyway. We all swore oaths to the federal and state constitutions. And that we're all going to obey the law, but I don't like the intimation that the federal government, because the Supreme Court hasn't said so, is violating federal law and the Constitution. And that's the Supreme Court, not some politically appointed judge at a lower level in the earlier versions. So, it's the resolution as it sits is better, but and obviously we're in a minority, but so it is what it is.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Jenkins. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Yeah, Mr. Robbins, comments? Yeah. Try to.
4 years ago, the city council voted a resolution in support of LGBTQ rights and to paint a pride crosswalk. And the reason I remember that is because there was a lot of community opposition that showed up for that. There was opposition that showed up. There was opposition to the point where one of the candidates for city council that I ran against made that the center thesis of her campaign, was opposing that. And the city took a side. The city said, we oppose discrimination, and we are on the side of inclusion in the community. And they took a side. And I've supported that ever since. And I agree with you, Councilmember Roberts, that this is picking sides. It's picking a side that says, we oppose this kind of discriminatory action. We oppose and we support inclusiveness in our community. And taking a side is sometimes something we should do, because it's the difference between taking the side of right and wrong. And I think sometimes that's an important thing to do. So with that, I'm ready to vote.
Great, thank you so much, and we can vote.
That motion carries.
Okay, all right, with
course they do.
So with that, we are going to go ahead and take our lunch break. We will
you can
rejoin
have
this
them
meeting
then.
at 1 o'clock.
You can have
All right, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are moving into regular new business. This is item number 16, the City Green Card Assistant Program, and this will be Ms. Roverud.
Thank you, Mayor Bass, members of the council. This item was requested to be brought for discussion by Mr. Roberts at the February 24th meeting, with a second from Mr. Jenkins. This discussion is regarding the potential for the city to provide a program, or to develop a program to assist local workers with obtaining green cards. A green card is also officially known as a permanent resident card, and it allows individuals to live and work permanently in the U.S. There are several different categories that a person could establish eligibility for a green card, and depending on the category, that dictates some of the process and the criteria that would be applied to that particular application. Those categories include family-based, employment-based, refugee or asylee, diversity visa lottery, and some other special categories such as victims of abuse. Within those categories, there are additional subcategories that have some of their own nuances associated with them. The request coming forward from the council was focus on assistance to workers. So we have kind of focused the conversation to employment-based green card assistance. However, council's direction does not need to be limited to that. The U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services is the federal department that processes immigration and citizenship status applications. Those filing fees can run anywhere from $2,000 to $3,500. There may be additional costs associated for specific circumstances as well. Many applicants that are applying for a green card choose to work with an experienced immigration attorney to identify the appropriate pathway that they should apply through in order to obtain that green card, and also get assistance to avoid mistakes and delays associated with the application process. Attorney's fees for these types of services can range from an average of $5,000 to $10,000. However, some cases can be more expensive depending on those specific circumstances. So in order to frame this discussion, staff did conduct some pretty general research to look at what other cities are doing in this particular area, and did find that there are cities that are engaged in assistance to immigration services. It's common for these cities to partner with a nonprofit organization to provide resources, guidance, and legal counseling for immigrants. If the city were to pursue this type of assistance through legal counseling, which could include office hours, it could include educational workshops, could include individual case management. There's kind of a variety of ways that we can propose that type of assistance. The city would contract with a partner organization or a law firm to provide the expertise and specific guidance for those applicants. Another example that we found in San Francisco, there is a nonprofit organization that the city and county of San Francisco has partnered with that provides loans to assist people with the application fees for their immigration status change. This also, if we were to pursue something like this, I would recommend that we partner with a nonprofit organization to administer that type of program. These are just two examples. There may be other opportunities out there or specifics that the council would like for us to look into. However, if we were to pursue either a program that's similar to either of these examples, we would need to appropriate funds, establish program guidelines, and put out a request for proposals for a partner entity to help administer the program. If you have any questions, we're available.
Great, thank you so much. Let's see, I don't have anybody on my list. Mr. Robbins.
Derek, I have a question to speak.
All right.
Have you talked to FRC about this? You said, you mentioned the importance in outreach to local organizations that might be interested in running a program like this. Have you had any conversations with them about this?
I have had conversations about this with them, with their director, and they see themselves as a resource in the community to direct people to other services that they don't provide. So they don't specifically provide these types of services.
No, I wasn't asserting that they provide those services now. Would they be interested in being the partner in providing a service like this?
We could discuss that in more detail with them, but my understanding is that they don't have the staff expertise to actually guide someone and provide them with legal advice.
All right, fair enough.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins, questions?
Caught me off guard. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have one question. Do you think that there's any way for the city to collect more data on what kind of demand would be in our community for this before we went any further? Because it seems from just your quick investigation that there aren't any similar sized cities or similar structural cities. And so I don't think that would be a way to gather the data, but maybe do you have a sense that we could figure out who might be looking for these services in our community to get a sense of whether or not there's an actual need?
Like you said, I didn't come across cities similar size or demographics as South Lake Tahoe. It doesn't mean they aren't out there. It's possible. We could do more research so that we can utilize similar cities' data. The other avenue, I would say, is doing some specific community outreach to see what interest there is. I'm not sure the level of participation that we would get, so would probably need to talk with organizations such as Family Resource Center or others in the community that provide or social services to be able to get a sense from them whether there's a large demand. I don't know that we'll be able to pinpoint a quantified number. It's more anecdotal.
Yeah, that's fair, and that's why I thought it would be really nice if we could find a similar city that had already engaged in such a campaign, because then we would have their numbers to give a little bit of guidance. But I appreciate that maybe there are partners in our community, being that this would be sensitive to come forward and ask for these services personally. I think either comparing a city or asking for our partners for even just an estimation would be helpful.
Great, thank you, Ms. Horgan. Go right ahead, Mr. Jenkins.
I understood that, I think you mentioned 5,000 average. I think that some research I did was 2,000 to 10,000 for the services. Have you considered a program that we would be we would connect parties, we would be a facilitator of connecting parties with other parties, not necessarily financing. 50 people at 10,000, that's a lot of money. And but if we could bring people, maybe even if provide facilities that they could meet, maybe in council chambers or elsewhere, where they could find out information about how to get resources. Because I know there's some people, including some people in our city organization, whose business it is to help people with green card issues, or people who would like green cards, and maybe it's an opportunity to put people together to be a clearinghouse, if you will. Have you thought that do you see any value in that? San Francisco is great, but that's a completely different world, and so is any other big city in this state. And as you said, there's not a lot of I don't know of any small cities that do it, but that doesn't mean we can't.
Yeah, I'd say I think that the true value in a program like this is the expertise that someone would have the access to be able to navigate this process. It's complex as it is. But that if we were able to find an entity that was willing to provide that expertise in exchange for providing a meeting space where they could do that, then I think that is a possibility. We could certainly put resources on our website to refer people to other entities that provide those types of services. So more of an educational, here are the services that are available type of program is something that we would be able to do. I do think, though, that the value in for someone to actually get assistance with the process itself would require someone with that expertise and experience.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Is that all your questions?
Yeah, I think it's not us. We don't have the expertise, but we could be the facilitator of getting the right parties together. And I think I heard you say we could facilitate bringing parties together so they could examine, explore the ways to get a green card and not have to worry about other things when you don't have one.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts.
No, I'm sorry, just a weird question. Ms. Horgan said if some way of finding out if there's a need. Maybe I'm being naive about this, but didn't the previous agenda item discuss that there's a large amount of people in our community that don't have green cards? Doesn't that equal a need?
I just, to that comment, there are many different ways that you qualify for a green card. So I was just referring to the fact that we're focusing on the employment-based green card.
That good for you, Mr. Roberts? Or did you have any other questions?
Well, I would just make an assumption that the employment-based ones are the majority of them in the community.
Great, thank you. Okay, I don't have any questions, so I think with that, we're going to go ahead and take this item to public comment. This is item number 16, the City Green Card Assistance Program. Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. It's pretty condescending to suggest that people can't figure out this process themselves. it's another performative item here. You've got J1s in the community. They already come with their permission to work here. They come with their own health insurance, and you have no idea how many of those are here. So how do you even know how many of the other people that need this supposedly program? You have no idea. I was on a nonprofit in addition to working 2 and 3 jobs that the territory was from Bakersfield all the way to San Mateo, from the Pacific all the way to Nevada. And I marched in, carrying the banner no less, in rallies, San Jose for immigrant rights. This organization also took care of assistance with green cards. There are myriad of associations out there and organizations, nonprofits. Nonprofits kind of like the nonprofits that you took the money away from with the reduction of the cannabis tax. There's plenty of organizations out there. You can research it online. You can go to this library that you want to fund and look it up there. You don't have to have somebody hold your hand for this stuff. This nanny state is just ridiculous. What happened to priority 2? Efficient government. This is just inefficient, waste of time. You know, I've been in meetings where this comes up, and we've passed funding for it. There's tons of nonprofits out there. We don't need to get in this business. Where does it end? Where does it end? You know, you want to fund this, but you can't fund $30 an hour for a lifeguard for this swim club that have been having that before. You want to spend money here and there, but you don't want to take care of your community, the tax-paying citizens, and I mean citizens. You want to just go and throw it out and give money to people that aren't even citizens yet. There are plenty of organizations that will help them. There are churches, there are nonprofits. Like I said, I was with a nonprofit, several that fund this kind of thing. There's no need for the city to get involved. It's just grandstanding. It's just a waste of public money and public time and the staff's time. You come up with this nonsense. It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Mr. Moser.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. I'm opposed to this for a number of reasons, and not that, you know, denying anybody the right to be here or right to work here or anything. I just don't think the expenditure is necessary by the city. First of all, I think you should spend time and energy lobbying for more seasonal student visas. What are they, the B1 or whatever they are there to, and because that's what you really need a lot of here is seasonal work, being the town that we are, and like I said, 2 seasons. And also work more on creating temporary housing. We've lost a lot of it down at State Line there for the student and seasonal workers. Energy should go to that. Besides, you could spend thousands helping somebody out, and then ICE will find them and deport them. You know, so until that whole issue is resolved on the federal level, I don't see doing this. Have the employers, help out and pay the costs some. I mean, Mr. Roberts, your business is there, Cowburger, Base Camp, and a couple others there. You received during COVID there, you received $15,000 business loans you didn't have to repay, and so there's a boatload of money right there that you could shell out and reimburse and use to help to hire some workers and get them green cards. So we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars doing that and forgave the loans. There's nonprofit immigration lawyers and firms out there, like you said, other cities are working and using that. So just have a referral service. This is mostly unskilled worker category, I presume, that they would mostly come under. We need to solve the housing issue first. But also you could work on attracting green card holders from other areas, California and even other states. I'm sure there's, somebody maybe working in a meat packing plant in Iowa or something would much rather work here and live here. We're in the Bay Area or Southern California. where housing and living expenses are considerably higher, would much rather work up here and, would be a green card holder. So, look at possibly attracting from other areas. So, that's, I would, we have a lot of other issues to solve rather than this, and just doing this, like I said, then where, housing issues are more of a priority, I think, for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Mr. Messina.
Mixed feelings on this one. Speaking for myself, some of the greatest minds in our country are trying to figure out a way to solve this immigrant problem. As far as this proposal goes, I kind of agree with Lober that we should actually help them connect with groups that can provide assistance like the English as second language, and how to facilitate or navigate to other groups that are already providing these services. I don't think the city needs to take it on as its own responsibility. There's a couple of sayings I think we need to learn from too. Well, I'm opposed to the city actually spending a lot of money on this. So, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and learn from the past. Because in 1986, Ronald Reagan, as president, tried to solve this problem by granting legal status to 3 million illegal immigrants. The result of his kind gesture was that we now have 14 million illegal immigrants. And I think if we go too far, the city may be doubling the number of people that are here illegally because they want to avail themselves of the resources we're trying to make available to our local residents that have been here for a long time. We've already just passed a measure that basically characterizes our city as a sanctuary city. I think this may be going too far. So I would oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
We have a few hands raised. First, we'll have Ms. Gonzalez.
Hi, it's Erica Gonzalez. I'm here to address the Green Card Assistant Program. I just spoke in support of this, of protecting this community, and it's precisely of that commitment that I need to raise concerns about the proposal before it moves forward. Employment-based green cards are the wrong tool for this workforce. A core requirement of the EB process is the PERM labor certification, proving that no qualified U.S. worker can fill the position. For cooks, housekeepers, lift operators, and food service workers who keep this city running, that bar is nearly impossible to meet. These are not specialty occupation roles in the eyes of immigration. Most of the workers this program is trying to help would not qualify. Beyond eligibility, EB green cards are subject to annual numerical caps and country of origin backlogs tracked in what's called the Visa Bulletin. Backlogs in some of these categories stretch back years, and the landscape shifts constantly, meaning any program built around this pathway today could be obsolete or inaccessible to workers tomorrow. I also want to be direct about what it means to file any immigration application right now. Attorney fees are rising because the risk calculus has fundamentally changed under this administration. Filing an application today, any application, carries a real risk of triggering removal proceedings. I say that as someone who works with what are typically the most favorably received immigrants in the system. Even the clients in my organization are navigating that risk. The workers this program would serve face even greater exposure, and that is not hypothetical. That is the reality of practicing immigration law in 2026. I've looked at the cities that have built successful immigration assistance program. What works is broad-based immigration legal service through established nonprofit partners with existing community infrastructure. That infrastructure does not exist in the Tahoe Basin. The organizations doing this work are in Sacramento and Reno, and I've worked with them directly. They do not have the capacity to take on any new city contracts, and the small number of immigration attorneys practicing locally are not a substitute for a programmatic legal services organization. But even setting that cost aside, the cost reality alone should give this council pause. Private immigration attorneys are charging tens of thousands of dollars per case in this climate because of the complexity and the risk of every filing has increased. And having worked in immigration nonprofit agencies my entire career, those are incredibly hard to staff up. You need lawyers, many which of our local agencies cannot provide because of the cost. The funding levels being discussed for this pilot would not meaningfully cover that cost for more than a handful of workers. Could the city help workers access initial consultations with a qualified attorney? Yes. But I'm not asking council to abandon this effort. I'm asking them to look into this and do more research before they commit to any programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Ms. Soderston.
Yes, Melissa Sotterston, South Lake Tahoe. I really want to echo what Ms. Gonzalez said. That's exactly my feeling. Is I really appreciate Keith bringing this forward. This was really great in idea. But this is not really the issue that we're facing. It is such a complicated issue, and unfortunately it is really difficult for people to file. It is, there's a language barrier even for those that do speak English. It's really difficult. And what we face most in our community is people that are going through the process, have filed their paperwork, and are being actually detained at their hearings. And, bail amounts are upwards of $30,000 for some people. And what the hope is that innocent people will simply self-deport rather than sit in detention while they're going through the process. So, I really appreciate this. I really think that there's a lot that we could do to help those undocumented people in our community. But like I said before, it is not just the workers that make up this community. There are often the abuelas and the tias at home babysitting for everybody, cooking and cleaning, and, people going through the process that are not legally allowed to work while they're sitting there waiting for the process. So it's very complicated, but I want to make sure that these visas are great in theory, but they really are not serving the vast majority of people, and we may actually be harming the people we're trying to help here. So please keep this going and provide materials for vetted people that, can offer resources to people. But I just don't know that we're prepared to take on this full scope of what this means.
All right, thank you. All right, next up we have Kelly O. Kelly O.
Hi, sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly O'Hare. I've lived here for 23 years. For those of you that don't know me, I've been a government attorney for more than 30 years. I've worked for small and large cities and counties. And I've also been the director of moral character for the state bar, which licenses and disciplines attorneys. So I thought I'd give you some information that I know from working through these issues in a number of different arenas over the years. First, a lot of times people say, well, can't we get a paralegal? Paralegals are not allowed to practice law or provide legal advice. They can provide forms and they can help people fill out forms. Similarly, there are legal document assistants who are regulated by the state bar and fall under the same requirements. To go outside of that is the illegal practice of law. Next, law schools often provide this service. It's a clinic and a class that is supervised by attorneys. I did a quick online search. There are 4 law schools in California that provide legal clinics for visa applications or green card applications. Those are usually cyclical. Also, it's a difficult situation with hiring attorneys or using volunteers. By law, they're required to provide insurance. For any city I've ever worked for, that's a $1 million, $2 million policy, which is at least $7,000. I do volunteer work for cities. In that situation, I require them to indemnify me if they want my free services. So if the city were to do that, or look for volunteers, you'd fall up under those rules. The and some of that falls under the state bar. If an engagement exceeds 4 hours, they're required to provide notice that they're not insured, some things like that. Nonprofits have different rules to go by. Those are set forth by the state bar. The state bar also has legal services trust fund programs, which are administered by the state bar, and those are grants. As a county prosecutor, I have worked with victims of crime and handled applications which were a long time ago. These special categories of crime victims was intended to keep the victim in the state in order to allow them to testify. That has really grown. I've actually been to the San Francisco Mexican Embassy. There's a table there with volunteer attorneys helping people apply for crime victim visas. So it's really grown into something other than what it was first intended for. But there are volunteers that do that. They're actually in the building, and there's a long line at that table.
Thank you, Ms. O'Hare. Your time is up. Thank you so
Okay.
much for your comments. And lastly, we have Mr. Asbury.
Hello, City Council. Eric Asbury here again. I think the idea proposed by Keith is well-intentioned. However, seeing this coming into to be an agenda item, I have family, friends, and no other locals that are illegal in this country and live in the city full-time. I work in the construction trade, so I work alongside a lot of them. And I asked them if they would take advantage of a program like this, an assistance program, and 100% their answer was no. I asked them to elaborate, and all of them said that they get free benefits already, so why would they want to jeopardize that? And then draw undue attention to them was the second thing. So I thought I'd just bring that perspective from the workforce here locally on people I know. Thank you.
Thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
All right, great. We'll go ahead and bring this back to council. City Green Card Assistance, Mr. Jenkins.
I think the concept of trying to be helpful to people who are working, who are good citizens, not citizens, not the word, but they're law-abiding people. I think the concept is a good one. And as one of our council colleagues said, our families, maybe not us, but our families at some point in this country were immigrants. I think the program it would be one to be, the city would be an advocate and a facilitator rather than a program provider. That we could connect interested parties, assuming there's interested parties, with people who provide these services. We could offer space if they wished. We could advertise. I certainly think there's probably some peril in that because of concerns that people who are here undocumented, who are trying to get documented, don't get shipped off. I'm sure that there's concern in that. But if there was a role for a city, if we could be a facilitator rather than a provider, that would be what I would think would be a reasonable role, given what Ms. O'Hare and Ms. Gonzalez have pointed out.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins.
My grandparents came to this country fleeing the pogroms in Russia and Ukraine and Poland in the 1920s. For those not familiar, those are pogroms were anti-Semitic riots throughout Eastern Europe. And at the time when they emigrated, there was no such thing as a green card. There was no such thing as much in the way of an immigration process. They showed up at Ellis Island. Their last name of Rabin, which means teacher in Hebrew, was changed to Robbins. And they were sent on their way and entered New York and settled down in Brooklyn. That's not the case anymore. We've had almost a century now of anti-immigration and bigoted laws that have been passed to separate out especially non-white people from the immigration process. And that is the context in which we find ourselves here now. Most of us here, very nearly all of us here, are the recipients or the descendants of inheritors of the recipients of immigration largesse that has since been slammed shut in the face of those who would seek to follow behind our very own footsteps. And that's garbage. That's not a way to treat people in this world. So, you know, we find ourselves embedded in a larger community, in a larger discussion of which we don't have authority, but where we can make what small impacts are possible in the places where we have jurisdiction and the things we can do. There are bigger problems that we're not going to be able to solve that are not ours to solve, but there are smaller scale problems where we can help people in our community. This is also happening in the context of the city of South Lake Tahoe seeing an absolute decimating exodus of young working class family, of young workforce aged families. We have lost a third of our school enrollment and a third of our working age population from our community. I'm not worried about having too many people here living here in Tahoe at all. I'm worried about the fact that the workforce that remains has shrunk as our population has shifted to retirees and the elderly and second homeowners who don't live here. That puts a dent not just in our workforce, but our consumer force, our consumer base. Workers are also consumers, and an economy is something in which funds and money circulates. It's not just about tourists bringing in money from the outside and then leaving. It's about the people who live here also consuming goods and services at the same time. So all of these things are in alignment, not in opposition, towards saying how can we incentivize especially working age people to stay here and not to have to leave. One way, amongst many others, is to help people who are facing difficulties with the legal immigration pathway that our peers have put in place that have shut down the immigration process that our ancestors were able to use. So we can't fix the big problems, but we can help with some of the small problems that are in front of us. And I do want to respond to a couple of comments about us getting involved in a big program. That's not what's on the agenda right now. We're not at that point of making a decision on a particular program or on a particular funding or on a particular outcome. The point we're at in this discussion is, should we do further investigation? Should we do further analysis? Should we come up with some ideas for what we might do and consider those further? We're not at a point of saying we're going to run a program that does X or Y or Z specific things. The item in front of us is to provide guidance to staff for further investigation. And I think that's what we should do. And I think we should look at a program to help providing green card support that could take a number of options, from providing a connector where, you know, we are helping through FRC or through some other organization connect them with services, or where we can, say, reimburse for some of the application fees and make that easier for some of our residents. I don't think we should limit it to workforce-based employment options. There are family options, family reunification options, there are spousal options, there are other kinds, and we should investigate that with a little more broadness, and I think that is reasonable. And these are ways to help grow the citizen base of our community, to grow the resident base of our community. And that is something where we are seeing that is currently in decline. And that's not a matter of opinion. That's a matter of Census Bureau statistics for our community, school enrollment statistics for our community, is that we are seeing a decrease in population, particularly in our working age population. And that's something that has to do with the housing crisis, which is something else we're working on. But this is part of it too, where we can incentivize and help people stay here. So I would suggest specifically that we provide direction to staff to investigate a program. I don't think it makes sense for us to be the providers directly. That would have to be through a third-party organization. I'm not keen on the idea of us. I don't think we are in the right spot to bring in that expertise in-house, but we don't have to. There are other organizations that can do this. There are nonprofits that can do this. There are organizations in Sacramento where if we contract with them, maybe they'll be able to expand their capacity because there'll be a contract to provide those services on behalf of our residents. So I think these are all options. We talk a lot about supporting our local business. I'd like to talk a little bit about supporting our local workers, of whom many of those need help with their immigration process, with their legal immigration process.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I agree with that. The agenda item in front of us is to pursue it further and for more discovery. There were some great concerns brought up, especially with the Zoom speakers. And I think they're all valid, the concerns, and there is difficulty involved, but they all also said that they think it's worth pursuing. And the thing about, I have been involved with two individuals, helping them get their green card. And yeah, there's the comment about as long as no other U.S. worker can fill the employment. Well, if you have somebody working for you for 10 years, I've written in the letter to the immigration saying it'll take me years to train somebody to do what this individual does for me, and that was enough. So it's valuable out there, and in the concerns about it might increase people coming here because they'll help get a green card. Well, that right there stops them from coming here because they have to have a good long service with someone in order to meet that criteria. I know it's not easy, and it's like one of the third ones down there on the criteria. But one of the other things that is great, as Mr. Robbins says, if we get one employee-based individual on a permanent resident card, now they can help get their family-based. So it can grow from there and blossom from there. So now there's more ease for family-based. You talk your Nana who's out there cooking and whatnot for the family, and she's not documented. Now there's a path for her to get her green card as well. So it isn't just about the employee-based individuals. And yes, it's difficult. There's a lot of challenges, and I think we should pursue at least finding out more the opportunities.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
This discussion is actually delightful, and it's engaging, and it's informational, and it's positive. And thank you for speakers who've called in. It seems to me that there are some groups in doing the investigation of pursuing, as Councilmember Robbins and you, Mayor Pro Tem, have talked about, is that now is the time to talk to our friends at the LTVA, the Tahoe Prosperity Center, the Tahoe Chamber. They could have resources and a role possibly in helping in the facilitation of this. And so that would seem to be, and they probably share a work, as we all do, they're sharing workforce base. So this might be something that would be a great engagement to get more information about what they can do to help in this process. But I like the idea that Councilmember Robbins was talking about, that we're kind of bringing parties together. We're facilitating. We're not quote doing it ourselves. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Horgan.
You've all said it all. I could
Okay.
say ditto, but I also would like to thank the members of our community that have very thoughtfully shared their comments today. It's always very heartening, reassuring to hear that we have so many skilled and important comments coming to our meetings. And so I know that you have other work and that you've taken time to call in. I appreciate that. And I think it sounds like we're all in agreement that we would give some direction to staff to look at how we could offer more support and communication at this stage without committing any financial.
That was the
Yeah.
one thing I wanted to see about is just the financial allocations. For me, I also am on board with more or less all the comments made here. As far as the financial obligations, I think we can do a lot by pointing and being kind of the portal that shows our community members, the resources available. I don't necessarily support much of allocating funds, and so I think maybe it's helpful for staff to have direction on, are we all on that same page that we don't want to look at using funds, but we want to further support the effort? Or are we trying to talk about come back with budget allocations for this effort? I think that's direction that you guys would like to have, I would imagine, as far as, so that, I think we didn't really all touch on that, as far as, do we want to see funds actually allocated for this effort?
Yeah, I was getting to that exactly. Like, I feel like it seems very meaningful to offer information, to connect people with more resources, and to have an easy place to access that in multiple languages, please. But at this point, I don't feel comfortable with a financial allocation.
Great. And then Mr. Jenkins, you were at the same place?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Robbins?
No, I think we should direct staff to come back with some options, and I think we should be willing to put a modest amount of money. They're talking about $30,000 something. It's just not a huge amount of money in the scheme of things. That's about 3 or 4 feet worth of pavement, right? That's like a quarter of a city block worth of paving. So that's, so it's not right. But I'm not. The thing is, none of us are actually. We're not ready to. I don't think we're ready to have a conversation on funding at this point, because we don't know what's on deck. We don't know what funding for what yet. We don't have, I don't think it makes sense to give direction to staff to say, investigate a green card assistance program, but only if it costs $0. That's a little silly, but I think, because I don't think we know how many, all we know right now is maybe how many zeros we're talking about. And we're talking about 6 figures or less. Then I think that's a discussion we should have and see what the options are for what the costs might be, and see if this is something worth funding. We fund business outreach programs that cost money all the time. The last agenda item, we allocated funding for all that survey stuff.
I'm just trying to get a consensus. I think why it does matter is because it helps define the direction for staff to go back. Again, for me, I talk about, people, business, government, stay in your own lane. And again, when I went to DC, I took this issue directly to the federal government to talk to them about it. And this was exactly what they had to say, is there's many resources other than government that really can help and do this. And as I agree with you, 30 grand may not be a whole lot. It is part of money that is always needed for so many different things. So to go to Mr. Roberts on just the question of, do you want to see this with financial, coming back with an allocated part of our budget to support it, or would you rather it just, do what we can without having to use our budget?
Well, if I read it correctly, the suggested motion is to bring back program guidelines and budget allocations. So
well, we can
I
don't have
believe
to.
so, and like Mr. Robbins said, we don't really know what that looks like.
Yeah.
Yep.
And as far as what was brought up alongside of that is whether we participate financially in assisting individuals. I think we should remain open to that. I don't know what's out there. Maybe it's a loan program. I don't think we should take that off the table just yet.
Okay, so
We may decide not to eventually, but I don't think we have it in front of us to say no right now.
It is a
Or yes.
suggested motion. I think, from my perspective, I don't think we should be allocating funds. So from what I'm seeing, we have 3 that don't want to allocate the funds. So if somebody wants to make the motion that would include not allocating the funds, we could go ahead and move forward.
It always says bring back guidelines and budget allocation. Doesn't mean that it's approved. It's just a suggestion of whether we do it or not.
But if we,
I don't
if
see
we
why
already
we
know,
wouldn't pursue.
If they're going to bring back something with no funds, what's it going to do?
well, there's a lot of things that it can do without
We can
having
say
to
no
allocate
funds
our
later.
funds. But if we've, again, that's why I went through this, is to try to narrow the scope and give good direction back to staff. If we've got 3 here, if somebody could make the motion, that'd be great.
I make a motion that we direct staff to examine the options for assistance for a green card assistance program. Come back with options to do so, and evaluate what costs there might be
There we
associated
go.
with such a program.
I agree.
Okay.
Good, second.
Great. We can vote. All right, we are going to move on now to item number 17.
That motion unanimously carries, sorry.
Excuse me, Ms. Blankenship, my apologies.
okay.
Item 17, this is Housing Terminology 2025 Housing Element Annual Progress Report and 2027 to 2035. And this will be Ms. Jessica Wackenhut-Lomelli.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Jessica Wackenhut-Lomelli, and I'm the housing manager with the city. Today, I'm going to provide a presentation on housing terminology, the 2025 Housing Element Annual Progress Report, and after that, I'll provide an update on the 2027-2035 Draft Housing Element Update. On this slide, you'll see the housing spectrum. Housing need is across all income levels, and all of these housing types serve our local economy. Across the housing spectrum, we know that all housing types are government subsidized in one form or another through federally backed mortgages, mortgage tax deductions, or direct grants or loans. There's a lot of terminology in housing, and today I'll provide an overview of a few housing terms that are regularly used and normalized in day-to-day conversation, and some have very specific conversations. The first term I'm going to talk about is workforce housing. Every community defines workforce housing a little bit differently, as it's heavily linked to the main economic driver in that community. In South Lake Tahoe, as you've all been discussing today, this driver is often tourism. Any type of housing that is affordable for the working class, that is near their jobs and other essential services, is classified as workforce housing. Workforce housing is not defined in federal or state statute, and so it's a very loosely used term. Workforce housing also is known to reduce commute times and traffic congestion. The next term I'll provide is affordable housing. So as you can see here, there's actually two different definitions that are associated with affordable housing. And they're used differently, but often interchangeably. So under HUD, one of their main standards that they look at is 30% of a family's gross monthly income used for rent and utilities or mortgage loan principal and interest, property taxes, insurance, utilities, and homeowner association dues, if any. So you can see that the graphic on the right represents that every individual is paying 30% of the income towards that housing. However, if you're paying over that 30% of your monthly income, then you're seen as cost burdened. And cost burden is often used to understand the affordability in a community. The other type of affordable housing that we often talk about is known as capital A affordable housing or just affordable housing. So this kind of affordable housing is deed restricted, and it's based on your income limits. And so these are project-based subsidies that are provided to finance development, ongoing property maintenance in exchange for affordability restrictions, and it's tied to 80% and below the area median income. So what is the area median income? So the area median income is actually calculated on an annual basis by HUD, so the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and then it's again published again by California Housing Community Development Department. These are usually published every year around May or June, so we're looking for the 2026 coming up, but this graphic here shows the 2025 income limits. The area median income is also based on every county, so it's looking at the actual incomes in that county and distilling what it looks like every year on an annual basis. It's across the country, yeah. Yeah, but it's also in California. So here on the image, you can see some jobs that exist. So I pulled a lot of these jobs in the past month that exist in South Lake Tahoe and where they would fall on the area median income chart. So some of these jobs are part-time, so they're only 20 hours a week. But as we know, a lot of people in our community often work 2 to 3 jobs, especially in high tourism season, and all the incomes are calculated on an annual basis. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about a type of affordable housing. So as I mentioned with the deed-restricted affordable housing, there are several different types of affordable housing that fall within that deed-restricted category. Permanent supportive housing is affordable housing with wraparound services. So this is usually typically at 30% and below of the area median income. So at permanent supportive housing, a lot of times in the industry, it's called PSH, or supportive housing. We have 3 properties in South Lake Tahoe, so all the properties that are owned and operated by Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless serve as supportive housing. So some of the services that are offered on site for intensive case management and voluntary life improving services, including healthcare, mental health care, substance use counseling, job training, and employment support and child welfare. So this kind of housing so I talked a little bit about the coordinated entry system previously and how it looks at your vulnerability scores. So that some of the people that have the most complex barriers to housing and high vulnerability scores qualify to live in this type of housing. The next topic is middle or moderate income housing. So middle or moderate income housing is naturally more affordable due to its density. So this is typically duplexes, fourplexes, live workspaces, ADUs, etc. In addition, oftentimes these incomes are too high to qualify for subsidized rental housing, so that deed-restricted affordable housing I was mentioning earlier. But their incomes are still too low to go into market rate housings for home ownership. So in comparison to low-income households, this group tends to have lower rates of housing problems, such as rental cost burden, but may experience difficulties that meets their housing preferences, such as location, which may result in commuting, size, or tenure. So a lot of times people will say, I'm between 80 and 120% of the area median income, which are these numbers on the left, and they would like to own a house, but they're not able to. So their housing quality is still fine, but it's just that they can't buy what they would like to. Another term typically discussed is affordable by design housing. I know we've talked several times about this at council as well. So this is pretty similar to middle and moderate income housing and can fall within that category. So these are similar types of units. So it could be ADUs, it could be duplexes, and it's usually smaller unit sizes. They don't typically have deed restrictions on them for income, but there could be other different types of deed restrictions. It's more simple construction materials or smaller unit sizes so that energy bills can be reduced because of the smaller size. And they can be developed as part of the changes in planning and building regulations. I know that Mr. Thomas has talked a lot about how in the Development Service Department, there's been a lot of shifts in how we're streamlining some of the processes for different types of housing and development. And a lot of that falls into this middle and moderate income housing strategy. And second to last definition, this one is about the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency achievable housing. So all the terms that I provided up to this point are really what's used in housing groups, and at the national state level have pretty formalized definitions of those or are normally used across these different groups. Achievable housing is something that's specific just to the region under TRPA. So achievable housing is available from TRPA and free of charge from the bonus unit pool if deed restricted. It doesn't have an income attached to these units, but in order to qualify, you have to have a household income not in excess of 120% AMI. You have to have it's any one of these bullet points. At least one occupant of the household works at least 30 hours per week or full-time equivalency for an employer with a business license or tax address within the Tahoe region or Tahoe Truckee Unified School District, or They must be a resident who is a retired person who has lived in a deed-restricted unit in the Tahoe Basin for more than 7 years. So this is a very specific one that can meet a lot of range of people, and that's to qualify for bonus units. So the last is employee housing that I'll speak about. And so employee housing has a very specific definition under California state law with HCD. And this requires an annual permit from the state for owners or those that are master leasing properties that have 5 or more employees where the accommodations are maintained in connection with any place of work, whether or not rent is charged. In 2024, the city passed an ordinance to upload housing complaints to HCD portal. And then having the operators of the employee housing post signage so the tenants know who to contact if there are substandard housing issues. So our housing hotline serves as that interface to receive any of those complaints, and then our staff will upload it to the state. There are currently 5 active permits in the city of South Lake Tahoe this year in 2026. And on the right, you'll see the 3 employers that have employee housing permits from the state. And when you go onto the state's portal, you can see how many units are at each property, and then the number of employees that are able to be housed at each one of those properties as well. The last thing I'll say is that, I'll go back. With employee housing is that there may be labor market implications for tying housing benefits to specific employers or occupations. So changing jobs might mean that you lose your housing once you move away from that job. So because some of these are seasonal employers, once that ends, then you have to go look for another housing unit on the market. And now I'm going to move into the annual progress report for the housing element for 2025 and the implementation. So, as many of you all are aware, the housing element is one of 8 mandated general plan elements. And the housing element is really a roadmap for how each jurisdiction will meet the housing needs through goals, policies, and implementation programs. Our current housing element has a total of 45 programs. Housing elements require a certification by the state by the Housing and Community Development Department and is required for the city to receive funding for housing programs and projects in addition to transportation programs. The next I'll talk about is Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA allocation. RHNA numbers are not representative of the current housing needs in our jurisdiction, but represent the spread of housing by income level across every jurisdiction in the state of California. RHNA numbers are a large part of the updates provided on a yearly basis to HCD, and this chart represents the RHNA numbers for the current housing element, which is a 6 cycle from 2022 to 2027. As you can see here on this chart, they're broken down by income level, and for these numbers that are represented here only represent new construction. Here with the RHNA allocation, you can see the units permitted versus the RHNA target, and this is from 2022 to 2027. So in red, you'll see the RHNA numbers set for this housing element cycle, and in blue, you'll see the number of units permitted since the start of the cycle. We are exceeding the RHNA allocations for the number of low-income units and market rate units. However, we are not yet meeting the moderate income RHNA target. So the building activity report summary shown here shows the number of applications received by building type, the building permits issued, and certificates of occupancy issued to projects. Due to the short building season, there is a difference in the numbers between when applications are submitted, when construction begins, and when construction is finalized, or the developer receives a certificate of occupancy. Of the 63 multifamily dwelling units completed in 2025, 60 of those are deed-restricted affordable housing units at Sugar Pine Village. As a reminder, the housing element content contains a lot of information. So with the 45 programs, they're really broken down into these various objectives. And now I'm going to jump into an overview of some of the highlights. So one of the goals is to increase housing opportunities for South Lake Tahoe residents of all economic levels. So here you can see 3 of our programs. So one is the long-term rental incentive program. We also have the rental assistance program, or RAP. And then we do a lot of community outreach and engagement. So for our rental assistance program, in 2025, there were 39 households assisted, consisting of 87 people. 21% of those were either homeless or at risk of homelessness, and 49% of the households have children. 31% have a household member that is a senior or has a disability. For the long-term rental incentive program in 2025, 22 people were housed. And then, as I mentioned, for the community engagement and community meetings, we had 2 housing community office hours, and staff attended 18 other community meetings to discuss housing programs and projects. Next is goal HE2, to encourage construction and maintenance of affordable and workforce housing in South Lake Tahoe. The city provided residential units of use for affordable student housing at LTCC, which opened in summer 2025, providing 100 beds for low-income students. The city is also partnering with Novin for the development of 72 affordable housing units, 1 manager's unit, and 2 live-work units at identified city-owned surplus land at 3900 and 3908 Lake Tahoe Boulevard. Goal HE3 is to preserve and enhance the existing supply of housing. The city operates the multifamily dwelling inspection program, we call it the MFD program, and also the SRO program, or the single room occupancy program. The SRO program is for motels that are used for stays over 30 days. And for the MFD program, we inspect any property that's 6 units or more. This is to ensure that they are compliant with building, housing, and maintenance codes. The city also continues to operate the housing hotline to receive substandard housing complaints. Goal HE4, to provide a range of housing services for households with special needs within South Lake Tahoe. City staff work closely with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless and Vista Rise Collective, formerly known as Live Violence Free, to serve individuals or families who experience homelessness or domestic violence. Staff from the Development Services Department also represent the city on the board for El Dorado Opportunity Knox Continuum of Care. This next goal is to provide decent housing and quality living environments for all South Lake Tahoe residents, regardless of age, race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, marital status, ancestry, national origin, disability, or economic level. On the left, you'll see a picture of Sugar Pine Village Phase 2A that opened in summer of 2025 with another 60 affordable units for low-income households. On the right, you'll see a picture of some of the substandard housing conditions that we come across in the city. And so we do provide a lot of resources to both landlords and tenants about how to understand housing discrimination and any substandard housing conditions that may exist. And the last goal I'll go over is to provide for a variety of housing types, sizes, price ranges, and densities comparable with the existing character and integrity of residential neighborhoods. The city continued the development of pre-approved ADU plans, which will include 4 different design types. The plans will be free to property owners within the city and should be available this spring. At this point, we're hoping around June. In 2025, the city provided 12 residential units of use at no cost. 11 of those were for ADUs and 1 was for a multifamily dwelling unit. And now I'll provide a quick update on our draft 2027-2035 housing element update and timeline. So as you can see here, we've been conducting a lot of community engagement and outreach to different populations to ensure we understand what kinds of programs or policies should be included in this next housing element that we're working on. We're gonna bring this back to Planning Commission. The actual draft housing element will go to Planning Commission in August, and it will come to City Council in September of this year. We're hoping that with our timeline is very aggressive because it's set by when TRPA approves their transportation plan. And so we'll have to get this approved hopefully by February or March. That goes through the state, and then they will confirm it, approve it, and it will be certified as well. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much for the very thoughtful report, Ms. Lomelli. And Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you so much for the report also. You do a very good job presenting. And the housing element is, as you said, is one element, is it not, of the general plan, which in California, where we live, is the, quote, constitution for all development. That's what state law says. And you would agree and that within the general plan, there has to be consistency between elements, the housing element, the transportation element, safety element, so on. Okay. When you talk about, would it not be wise if there are things that we want to do, even if they don't exist today, that we, in regard to housing, that we put them in the element? I used to have someone tell me that, who was probably the preeminent land use lawyer in California. His name was Dan Curtin. That it's the job in our element, that it's the job of the region to do its share, because I don't continue not to see where the region is doing its part. We're doing our part, but and I would hope that as a matter of policy, that the housing element that comes out would have a statement that we'll do our share, but we expect the region to do. Does that make sense to you? You don't have to agree with me. I'm just.
Yeah, I'll just say in California, for the regional housing needs assessment, it's broken down by jurisdiction. So every California jurisdiction does have their need that they need to contribute
except
to.
that we're part of a region that's multi-state and multi-county, and so I have never known what is the region in terms of what California. And whether the rules that California apply, I suspect they do not to the region. And I don't see TRPA, as much as I complimented them earlier, I don't see them doing much to talk about mandating affordable housing in other parts of the region. So there seems to be, you don't have to agree with this again, there seems to be a thought that we're going to do it all. On the 80, you're reporting to us, and doing so very well, by the way, what California law says about housing, including ADUs, and I've raised this issue before. We're not complying with California law. California law is very specific about ADUs and about the rules and regulations governing it. Yet it seems to me, and you can correct me, it seems to me that we obey California law when we want to, or then we go to TRPA. So I'm never sure to this day, after 15 months on the council, when laws apply and when they don't. ADUs, as an example, are as you say, a resource for affordable housing. Yet our rules here in the city don't comply with state law in California. And, I've heard excuses why they don't, but I'd like to see something in the housing element that says that our goal is to comply, if we agree with ADUs, that it's our goal to do that, because I think that gives us hopefully some juice. Does that make sense to you?
Mr. Jenkins, I can cover that one. So yes, the city does comply with state law, including the ADU laws. Our ordinance is consistent with state law.
So where state law says for ADUs that they're ministerial in their approval, and that you don't need allocations, you don't need there's only limited amounts of conditions that you can place on an ADU in a qualified lot. My understanding is, and I could be wrong, is that there are conditions that are put on that are not required under state law. And so from that standpoint, we are not complying with state law. And which means we're not furthering affordability using ADUs. But I would like to see the things that we really want to see, not what they give us permission to do, but again, what we want. And I think we should put those things in the housing element. We don't need permission to govern. And it doesn't mean that we can achieve it, but if we put it in here, I think it gives us a leg up if later we have some other. Does that make any sense to you?
Just to add to what Ms. Stroud mentioned is that in our housing element, we always have to have a section that looks at some of the barriers to achieving housing within our region. And so that section is usually pretty extensive and includes some of these barriers that we already see or regulations that we have as a city, as a region, as a state, and how we can address those.
And actually, thank you very much, because that's an important point that you put. What are the barriers to delivery of affordable housing? And then I would assume that the question becomes, what do we want done, or what will we do to try to achieve that? How do we overcome those barriers? And I'm getting a little technical, but I think I would like to see things like that in the housing element, and that's just something for y'all to consider. If there's barriers that are preventing us from providing affordable housing that's provided everywhere else in California, but we can't do it up here, then I'd like to see an advocacy position, whether we can change it or not, but at least reflect in our policy. But by the way, again, you did a very good job, very concise, precise, and so on. So I thank you for that.
Mr. Robbins.
After we're a year and a half in, David, and I'm afraid we've gotten an answer from our surrounding jurisdictions about them doing their fair share, and the answer is no. And that's unfortunate. I think that sucks, but that seems to be very much the answer.
So do we accept that?
We don't have an option. We
Put it in our general plan.
we can put it in our general plan. We can
can
pound
we
sand. We can
advocate
shake
that?
our fists at the clouds. But it's real.
Well, you know, don't limit us.
Just real
Scott.
quickly, this
So-
item is a receive and file, so
so-
let's get through questions, and if you have other comments, but we're not really looking for a
Don't limit
motion,
us.
it's just a report.
Be an
and so we
advocate,
don't need to look at
like
giving
you are on other
direction.
issues.
I'm not.
If you've
I'm
got
not
some
proposing a
questions.
motion.
I know, I'm just saying, because we're kind of getting into like, there's nothing necessarily to debate. If you have questions, ask questions, because we're not
No,
trying
I
to give direction.
appreciate Mr. Robbins' comments.
So that leaves us, because the other jurisdictions are not going to do it. So the specific thing that I wanted to drive into in the report is the missing middle housing.
I agree.
You know, we have made, and I want to be clear, like I recognize the RENA numbers, but we do not have enough affordable housing. We have plenty of market rate housing that's unaffordable, but we absolutely don't have enough missing middle housing. We at least have some affordable housing, not enough. We have plenty of market rate housing that no one but second homeowners can afford. The missing middle seems to be our biggest shortfall for right now. And given that the regional jurisdictions have essentially told us to go pound sand and we don't have leverage over them, what options exist for us to increase that missing middle housing? Lease to locals was kind of sort of in that line in terms of rental housing. That seems to have hit something of a saturation point. I don't know if if bringing it in-house has made much difference. That's not new construction, though. That's reallocation of existing stock, which is good. But, you know, what's out there that we haven't thought of yet here on this side of the dais for more missing middle workforce housing?
Good question.
I think with our middle or moderate income housing, something that we're looking at, and I think you all are very well aware of the Midtown area plan. And so I think with the changes that we're looking to make within the different area plans, to allow that type of housing. So it really streamlines housing and allows it in different places, which is that affordable by design, middle moderate income housing. Those really do assist. The other issue that we see is that there really is no support for moderate income housing from a financial standpoint from the state or federal government at this point.
Yeah.
And so that's where it's difficult, where we see that gap missing for some of these projects. But the way in which we're providing either the development rights for free to some of these projects, or we're doing some of these other incentive programs through the area plans or through like our website when individuals or developers come into our office, or we have phone calls with them regularly about where is that gap that we're seeing and what would help support that.
So the closest thing I can think of, and I'm not saying it's the only thing, it's just the only thing I can think of, so just to be clear about that, offhand, that really hits square in the center of the missing middle gap was the three housing units that were built, that were built through St. Joseph, in which that was housing built for purchase that was deed restricted. That's not big. I mean, it's there's affordable big A aspects to it, but it's not subsidized rental housing. You have to have earned enough money to spend whatever it was, $400-something thousand, but that's significantly below the market rate. But that's still, you know, the kind of housing that workforce families would be for whom that could be afforded, and that was 3 units. So how do we? And I'm not aware of us having done anything else like that in recent time, more recently than that, unless I'm missing something. I don't think I am.
I would say that there are.
Let me sanity check that I'm not missing.
Yeah, there are some other units that we do have as moderate deed restricted housing units that were part of some ordinances in the past that looked at like when a developer created multifamily house or condos. So it was multifamily, they converted it to condos at a later time. It forced that some of those units were deed restricted to moderate income.
As a result
and
of
so
that.
there are some housing units that are that exist in the city that we've been trying to track better. And so I've been working with planning to think about like what are those ADUs that we have in the community that are deed restricted to either low income, moderate income, or achievable units.
Well, ADUs are great, but they're not generally going to be the kind of housing for families. They're more young individuals or maybe a young couple. But it's and that's great. I'm not deriding that. I'm not deriding that as unvaluable and unnecessary. I'm saying that's not the same thing as the St. Joseph's project, where it was 2-3 bedroom houses that were sold under deed restriction. That was home ownership under deed restriction.
Yeah, so you're looking at just moderate income home ownership projects.
That would be ideal. Rental options. And I guess my question really is, how do we build 3 dozen more like that? What do we have between now and doing that?
Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, Mayor, I believe
one at a time.
Councilmember Robbins, I can speak to some of these questions. First off, let me back up. The City Council adopted very proactive policies around height and density with the tourist core area plan. What Ms. Wackenhut-Lamelli was kind of saying is that you can expect those policies being teed up, being presented to the council to be considered during the Midtown Area Plan adoption. Height and density, as is pointed out, is going to be your strongest tools for kind of that missing middle income. That's the housing that is affordable by design to that moderate income level that lacks the subsidies that you get with like a Sugar Pine type village scenario. Now, Member Robbins, to your question about kind of those 3 houses on Riverside in partnership with the St. Joseph's Land Trust, those were donated land. So that was an instance where the city donated some parcels in partnership with the Land Trust to build these houses. We're also in conversations with the school district to potentially do a very similar type model with maybe some surplus lands there and kind of partnering and develop some similar type products, Mr. Robbins. But again, the strongest tools that we want to highlight are that right now, under the TRPA regulations, have really been coupled with deed restrictions is the heightened density, and working to kind of decouple the concept of heightened density from that of being deed restricted, and allowing market rate to have increased heightened densities, other incentives such as reduced parking regulations, if that works, to incentivize the private market to develop that kind of missing middle housing. And I think what you're going to see coming here before you in September, some opportunities, more opportunities to look into that through the Midtown Area Plan, and continue that advocacy and push with the TRPA.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. All right, I'm going to move on. Ms. Horgan.
Yes, just a couple of questions. Thank you for your presentation. Under employee housing, you mentioned currently 5 active permits in the city of South Lake Tahoe. Has the city received any other inquiries for employee housing?
We have not.
Okay. Has the city investigated reaching out to employees for partnership?
To employers?
Employers, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. We regularly meet with these different groups, and as a part of the new draft housing element, we're going to be reaching out again.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Horgan, Mr. Roberts.
I just had a comment and thank you for this, and why I brought it forward for the terminology is because you look at the arena allocation report and go to that right-hand column, and it's like, yeah, we're kicking butt, and nobody else is. But that isn't, as Mr. Robbins said, it's not the reality. So I think as a team, and maybe I'm just being silly with semantics or something, we need to change how we discuss this and be more specific and talk about the missing middle and the moderate income specifically, because, yeah, we aren't doing great. So it's 2 different pictures, and I think as we discuss and rapid fire between each other, I think it sometimes gets distracted, and I think we could do a better job of just dialing in the terminology on our own side. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Great comment.
Mr. Mayor, just no critical comment. Just
well, let me.
Oh, I'm sorry. You had something.
I was going to come. Yeah, I
apologize.
No worries. Yeah, so agreed. Thank you, Ms. Wackenhut-Lomeli, for the great report. I agree that the missing middle is kind of our biggest issue, and I wonder, we talk about just developing the new units and what can we do to create new opportunities that doesn't currently exist. How about what we're doing to preserve what currently exists to being able to be open towards long-term residents? And do we have, because I think that there is quite a bit of that missing middle housing, it's just not always going to our locals. And do we have a gauge of that in any sense to like, how are we able to make actions to preserve it rather than always having to look at developing new?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say that the preservation of projects is something that we've been looking into. So myself and another housing staff member, we were part of a year-long cohort through the state of public agencies to look at preservation opportunities and how to go about doing those. They're very complex projects. We learned a lot with Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless on the 3 conversions of the motels to residential uses. And we actually had our graduation about a month ago and went and saw some properties in Oakland. So we're always looking to partner on some of these potential projects. It was in the strategic plan some years back. And so one of the difficulties with preservation projects is there's not a lot of funding for it oftentimes. And you also need an experienced developer to come in and really look at how to stack the financing for these projects. I would say that on the other side of that, for some of these projects that are that become deed restricted to affordable, is that we look at, we have applied to a few grants as well to get funding to provide low interest loans to the community to maintain their properties, do defensible space, create ADA accessibility to some of these properties, which is a major issue we see in the city, and some other upgrades, because a lot of the buildings were built prior to 1970 in the city. And so we see a lot of those upgrades, and the people that could afford homes then can't afford the upgrades now. And so we're looking at these opportunities, but it's always a question of funding and then staff capacity or regional capacity too, if we don't have a development partner that's able to execute on those projects, because they can be more complex.
Great, thank you. Yes, very, very interesting. So And part of what I'm getting into a little bit, and I'm almost reluctant to bring this up because it's been a long time since we've not had this on our agenda, but when I'm talking about preservation of what we currently have, and I know this is a little bit difficult to answer, but there is an equation to when we've looked at vacation home rentals in our residential zones, STRs, and what is the percentage of those that either were or would qualify in that middle missing housing market. And the reason I wonder that is because we put a huge amount of effort landing for locals. We placed 22 homes, right? And we put out a lot of effort. But what are our other policy decisions doing to take away from that? And is that number, 5 times of what we're actually doing to place it? And that's why I think it's a good number for us to figure out, because it helps inform future policy decisions to okay, when we enable 1,200 VHRs, if 10% of those are what could be missing middle, or if it's 40%, but 30% of the 40 were going to be long-term rentals. I think it's just, and I know it's difficult data to really drill down to. I just think it's important for us to understand that, and I know that that's kind of difficult to get to all the way. Maybe it's looking at how many of those in that pot would qualify for missing middle, right? Just looking at their 3-bedroom, whatever, they're in this area of town, they would rent for 1,500. They're within that ballpark, right? And again, I just think it's something as we go forward and looking at this, great data to have to help inform, wait, do we want to add more? Because we know that if we add 300 more, that's 30 houses that would have been long-term rentals. So again, I know you haven't, I'm just kind of putting it out there for.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. It actually came up in Planning Commission as well when we provided an overview of our housing element. And so we don't have a data source that really looks at all of our housing and the rental stock that we do have currently. The only program that would sort of serve as that data point was the rental registry program that we provided. And so that would ensure that property owners were registering their rental properties, because then we would have a better idea of how many families are living there, what is the rent, and then when those are converted to VHRs or converted to another use, whether that's vacation home rentals or just vacation homes or is sold to a young family, what does that look like? But right now we don't have that data.
And Cody, you said that they were going to
Mr.
provide
Robbins,
that
let me
data.
finish. Just let me finish. Let me finish through this. So I hear that, and the registry is another great way. I'm wondering if we get we kind of have the inventory of what those are, and just trying to put it in a database around this is a 3-bedroom with this many square feet, which kind of makes it within that category. That way we're not having to go back out and ask each homeowner or property manager. Just putting it in that gives it generalized that we can extrapolate it from.
Mayor, we through our VHR permitting process, there is a certain amount of that data that we are now collecting through the VHR permitting process, and we could, if it was the direction of council, we could go through that data and say, extrapolate out these are the number of 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms or 4, and then just with that knowledge extrapolate probably, an 8-bedroom is not a missing middle, but a 2 to 3 one most likely is, and we could certainly supply that information relatively easily. We do collect that data through not just the permitting, but also the inspection process that we verify it through. So just throwing that out there.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. All right. Well, and I would just say that I think it would be great. We're not giving direction on this item, so I'm going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. Thank you so much, Ms. Wackenhut-Lomelli. Anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, we do have one hand raised. All right, Ms. Soderston.
Yep, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. Apparently I have more stamina than most. This was a good report, and I really commend the city. We have done a lot for housing in recent years. It's been a journey, but I think we're making progress. However, we really got to start thinking outside the box. I like that the zoning changes are finally going to start happening. We should have every grocery store and every strip mall in our community should have housing above it. It would give everyone an opportunity to redo their roofing to be more structurally sound for our heavy snow years. Just all around a great idea. I also would like to see with these ADUs, it's great in theory, but it is a huge burden and cost on people to be putting in sewer units and stuff. And my hope for these ADUs is that they are going to be serving those kids that can't afford to move out of their parents' homes. And there are lots of opportunities for having RVs. I know it's not ideal. No one wants to see it, but we're really going to have to start thinking for the future generations of where they're going to be living. We lost another home here in the state streets just this week. They've kicked out the family and have started remodeling to turn it into a vacation rental. It's a single-story home, only a 2-bedroom, had a great, cute couple with little kids in it, and I have loved watching them grow up. And that's 2 in my neighborhood that I, walk past every day. So that missing middle is getting eaten up. When I purchased my home, it was the year before vacation rentals were officially approved, and I paid $225,000 for it. And every summer I get notices in the mail saying that they'll offer me $700,000 cash for my home so that they can turn it into a VHR. So we shut down 2 apartment complexes that I admit were subpar and should have been condemned. But when we're doing things like that, we really need to think about the people that were living there who just wanted a home. They wanted someone to fix their home. So hard for people to report issues when they're getting kicked out of their home because their landlords are negligent. So if the city is going to be offering to contact these landlords, they need to be making sure that before they evict people, they are willing to put in the work to upgrade the buildings that the negligent landlords will not be doing. Lots that we need to do. So work with TRPA. There should be no sewer requirements for ADUs on our properties. My kids should be able to shit in their house and live in an RV in my backyard if they want to. Thanks.
Thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. All right. With that, we're going to move on. That was just a receiving file. So we're moving on to item 18. This is going to be a resolution in support of Measure G to renew funding for recreation facilities maintenance. And this is going to be Ms. Roverud.
Thank you, Mayor Bass, and members of the council. This item was requested to be brought for council consideration by Councilmember Robbins with a second. Measure G is a measure that will be on the June 2nd ballot this year. What Measure G does, if approved, it would extend what was Measure S that was adopted by the voters in year 2000. Measure S approved a special parcel tax for the Community Facilities District that is administered by the South Lake Tahoe Recreation Facilities JPA. Those funds have been in place to provide funding for maintenance of recreation facilities throughout the district. That includes bike trails and sports facilities and Tahoe Paradise Park out in Myers. The Measure G would extend that special tax past the year 2030 for an additional 30 years and would allow it to be increased with a 2% annual increase to that initial tax.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Roverud. Any questions on this from council? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Yes, I'm looking at here, and I'm assuming it's just worded unusually, but under issue and discussion, the ballot question, Measure G, is worded as follows. And then down around the middle, it says, with the Bike Advisory Committee guiding bicycle trail spending. They're not really in charge of any of the funding. They may be consulting, correct? Is that the proper wording?
It appears it's missing the word funding, guiding bicycle trail, it says bicycle trail spending, but it's really how the funds would be spent on the different trails throughout the Community Facilities District.
But we would be the ones making the decisions on that, wouldn't we?
No, the JPA would.
JPA, but the Bicycle Advisory Committee is not the JPA, is it?
No. Sorry, the JPA would be making the decision on how the funding is allocated.
Mm-hmm.
The Bicycle Advisory Committee would be providing recommendations on where those funds specifically should be used to maintain.
The wording though
maintain
sounds
the
like
bike trails.
they have control of the money.
Right, no, it's the JPA.
Okay, thank you.
That's the guiding part, not directing, I suppose.
No, that's what I assumed,
yeah.
but I was
I'm
asked
on
that
the
question.
JPA.
Yes, got it. Okay.
I've also been on the bicycle advisory committee. It'd be nice if we had, like, we could just shoot money at different places, but that's not how it works.
All right. If we have no other questions, we'll go to. Oh, do you have questions or comments?
I just have an item for, just a note for staff. I'm fine with all of this, in support of all of this, but just before we move on, just a request that, I noticed this and in a couple of the other reports, if in our backgrounds, or either the backgrounds or the executive summaries of our agenda items, we include the history of where this came from what council members and what motions. Usually it says like the background, council member so-and-so, seconded by so-and-so, requested this item, and that's usually part of the staff report record. It's just missing in this one.
It actually is in the executive summary.
Executive
And I did notice that it
allows
was
it to be
missing
at
from
the
the
city
staff
council.
report.
Where?
That's why I stumbled there for a second.
It's an executive.
Executive would extensive, which is funds parcel in an additional 30 years. Where does it say how this came on the agenda?
I don't have that straight in front of me.
No.
But as we
Councilmember
look through
Robbins,
it, let's come back in comments if you
Well,
don't
we can
mind.
bring it back in comments.
It's noted that was missing from the staff report.
Okay, very
I
good.
noticed that as I was
Or,
reading it.
or my eyes are really bleary right now. It's entirely possible that I just missed it with my bleary eyes, so I just wasn't sure.
You know, it's not in the
Mr.
executive
Jenkins, or
summary,
comments?
but I know it's in here somewhere because I
Okay.
wrote it down in my notes and I was just reading it. I think it's in the staff report somewhere.
Yes, Jenkins.
Is, Ms. Rover, my understanding, just for clarity to everyone, in one sense, this is not a new tax, it's an existing tax. I don't favor new taxes in general, but this is an existing tax that the voters of the community previously had approved. And in order to continue this tax, the voters of the community will have to approve it. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct. It was originally approved in year 2000 for 30 years, so it would expire in 2030. It would require the voters to approve the extension.
Let me, I hate to sidebar you, but no, because we pass things that we call fees, but they're really like taxes. So this is a situation where the voters made a decision, and the voters will make another decision whether they wish to approve it or not. I happen to support it, but that's, I think, the distinction here. Thank you.
Great. All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and open this item to public comment. This is item number 18, the resolution in support of Measure G to renew funding. Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. This is a new tax, especially when you put an elevator in there, 2% a year. That's just insane. Why don't you take this money out of the general budget? Why don't you budget for this kind of stuff? You build a community center, you don't budget for tearing down the other one, you don't budget, you need to tighten your belt and fund the stuff that you have. Don't depend on the taxpayers to keep bailing you out from your mistakes. What about priority number 2, efficient government? Wouldn't it be more efficient if you take it out of the general budget rather than have to collect it from the taxpayers, the property owners? The tenants aren't paying this, and they're the ones using most of these facilities. Take this out of the general fund, not out of an assessment on property owners. It is definitely a new tax. It's not just because you want to extend something, you're changing it as well to 2% more per year. That kind of elevator is just outrageous.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
Okay, we have Melissa Soderston.
All right, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. Thank you for bringing this forward. I really hope that the council will support Measure G. Like we said before, it's not a new tax. It is one that we've been paying for a very long time. It is essential to the maintenance of our trails and our ball fields. As a pedestrian who does not own a vehicle, it is the only way I can get around this town in the winter is to ensure that those bike paths are plowed. And part of the reason that this tax was enacted and supported so well by the community before was because businesses were pretty notorious for not plowing the areas in front of their places. So this was a way to ensure public safety and access to our entire community during our winter months, as well as supporting our ball fields. And it got off to a rocky start, but I think we've finally gotten to a point where it is functioning. Those paths are plowed beautifully almost everywhere all winter. And I know there's a lot of people that use them. It's great to see people getting out and being healthy, riding bikes, and enjoying this town year round. So please support this, as well as our library. Don't forget the library. Hope to see that one as well. Thanks.
Thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. All right, we'll bring that back to council for a motion. Just for the record, I'm very much in support of this and think it's something that will help our community.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Great. Please
Unless
do.
unless we wanted to have more conversation.
No more
I could talk for
conversation.
more.
Please, just make the motion.
Please, you want me to talk for more? Got it. Okay, then.
Make a motion.
Then let me expound
The
upon
latter,
the fundamental.
please.
When in the course of human events, I motion pass a resolution in support of Measure G to renew funding for recreation facilities maintenance as presented.
I second it.
All right, motion and a second, and we can
I
vote.
could have kept going.
I know you could have, trust me. All right, great. With that, before we go to the next two items, we will take a small break, and we were going to come back. We'll come back at 3 on the dot. I'm not. All right, it is 3 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are on number 19. This is a status of efforts to provide electrical service for Ski Run Farmers Market, and this will be our Director of Public Works, Dr. Q.
Good afternoon, members of council and Mr. Mayor. I think this is my first time having to stand up here in front of you. You've heard my voice from over there, but today you get to see me up here. Back in March, we were asked to come back with a presentation at the request of Councilmember Robbins to discuss what we have so far done regarding the electrical service at Ski Run Farmers Market. So I just wanted to start off with our completed tasks. We have initiated, hopefully people can hear me. We have initiated service applications with Liberty. At least this location, I believe we still would need to pay them some money to complete their design. We have not done that part of the step yet. We have had discussions with parties associated with the farmers market, including Friends of Ski Run. And there were some conceptual plans that were developed for the electrical service as well. What we still have left to do are a number of things. As I said, the connections to Liberty service still need to be designed. There is cost associated with that. Some of the issues that need to be resolved are where we're going to get to connect to their system. If it's on a pole, on a wood pole, for example, we would need a transformer there. And one of the conceptual plans has a location identified like that, but it does not have a transformer. Typically, my experience is when a transformer is required, it would fall on us to pay for that. It's not something Liberty will absorb necessarily. We'll still need conduit, we'll need a service cabinet and a meter, we'll need the meter installed, all those things cost money. We estimate that this part of the task is at least $20,000 probably. I will grant you, there may be ways to reduce that if we don't have to do the transformer, for example. If we can find ways not to have to do as much conduit work, those are things that could be done. But the conceptual plan so far would involve a lot of this work. Once we solve that problem, the second problem we have is that we need to provide a distribution system for that power from the meter to a place where the vendors could then tap into it. I call it the distribution system, but that's also going to involve trenching, underground conduit work, cable installation, maybe some paving and patching, depending on how we have to get there. This is the bigger portion of we think of the cost. Roughly $200,000 is our current our budgetary estimate. I don't want to fool you into thinking it's an engineer's estimate yet. to talk a little bit about what we have. These are two pictures of the area that is right near Ski Run and Birch, I think it is. Is it Birch? I think. Over by the Indian restaurant, if you know where that is. So this first picture on the left, you'll see there's a light pole with a wood pole next to it. This is one of the conceptual sites for a potential service cabinet that was developed. It would sit at the base of the pole. From what I can gather of the plans so far, it would probably be within that area that's surrounded by the rocks. Okay? But this pole, this wood pole, even though I didn't take a picture up, does not have a transformer on it. So there would still need to be a way to get from a transformer point to this point before you could connect it to the cabinet. Once we did that, then you can see that in the picture on the right, where the cars are parked is typically where the vendors have their booths and food trucks are parked. We would still have to find a way to cross from the left side of the shared use path to the right side of the shared use path. I see two potential options. The most common is usually we go underneath, we trench underneath and run some conduit and then come back up. I could envision a scenario where we could do this overhead, sort of like a trestle. If you imagine, you've got a trestle in your backyard and you hang those lights from it, it would look kind of like that. I'm not so sure that would go well with the businesses in the area. I don't know if they would appreciate that or not, but those are the physical challenges we have to deal with here. The other issue we're going to have is even when we get something over between the shared use path and the curb as a place for someone to plug in, during winter time, that will be subject to snow loads and potential damage. So protecting it is still a challenge. Oops. Try this one. So once we have that part solved, then there's still an element of getting the power from our network to the actual vendors. And that we anticipate some kind of power station, distribution boxes would be needed. And again, tentatively, we would tell you it's on the order of 20,000, depending on the solution we find. If it helps to think about this in terms of things in your house, the first part we talked about is kind of like the drop from the wood pole to your meter on the outside of your house. The service cabinet that we refer to is basically like the circuit breaker panel in your house. Then we're talking about you have to have wiring to get to the plugs in your house, and then you need the plugs for you to be able to actually plug into something. And that's kind of the breadth of what we need to find a solution for here, and the reason that we haven't progressed very far. We do anticipate there would be a cost to vendors to purchase appropriate cables and protectors. Our estimate is on the order of $500 to $1,000 per vendor. So what are the challenges we have? Well, my number one challenge is we haven't heard of a lot of demand from vendors on this. There just none of the conversations have led to that. Maintenance of such a system is also going to be an issue for us because we will be on the hook for maintaining it and paying for the electricity. There is, as I mentioned, there's a lack of physical space for the infrastructure. We have impacts from snow and weather conditions. And I think another significant challenge is we don't actually have a mechanism right now to recover the usage costs. Even if we put this system out there, we don't have a way to recoup that charge back from the users. With that said, I believe my recommendation at this point is that we focus on other priorities until we can see that there's a significant demand, and I didn't put it on here, but I think we will need a mechanism for us to recover the usage. In some of the discussions we've had, one of the thoughts was that until there is something in the agreement between the farmer's market and the city to recoup that cost and maybe to require some alternative use, it's probably not going to manifest itself by itself. And with that, I'm open to any questions you may have, and this concludes my presentation at least.
Great, thank you, Dr. Q. Ms. Horgan.
Is it possible for City Council to get a list of vendors that were queried for this investigation?
I cannot provide you that list because that was done prior to my arrival. We did talk to Mr. Middlebrook about 2 weeks ago, and he confirmed that what we had heard previously with a lack of demand was true. But I do not have a list of specific vendors that were contacted.
A little disappointed that this was kind of presented as an all or nothing, maybe because it's kind of early in the investigation. But I think that because Ski Run has potential for additional events beyond Farmers Market, it's kind of an artery in our community. It's already an ideal physical space. That we should have more information. I would have liked to see more information, like who you spoke to and whether or not, more specific details about the cost, because this might be something that the city would consider subsidizing in terms of our goals to have more events and to be partner more actively in our community. I guess I don't have questions.
Thank you, Ms. Horgan. Yes,
If I
Mr.
may,
Q, of course.
I completely agree with you. I wish I could have given you more information as well. And I definitely agree that if that's an investment the council wants to make, that's the direction that you need to provide back to us. But as someone who's here to advise you, my advice is that for an event that seems to only happen on a Friday afternoon, that the cost may not meet that. Because keep in mind, this portion of the market is run on Ski Run Boulevard. We only close it for the market.
Well, here is a question. I guess your report specifically addresses getting to vendors. My thought, like I said, all or nothing, like couldn't this be a single outlet that the city could use if they were going to be using for events, or if there were going to be, a guest at the city, at the market that didn't come with a vehicle that we could offer, that we have a space for certain vendors if they don't have the space that they can use. It wouldn't necessarily need to be an entire installation, but something that was more moderate or minimal in terms of the options.
From the standpoint of the engineering design, I don't know that would change most of the cost. The parts that you would still need to get the service cabinet, getting from the service cabinet to another point, you're still going to have. I grant you it would maybe not be 200,000, maybe it's half of that, but it's still going to be a pretty substantial cost to get the infrastructure in place to pull that off.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Robbins.
This is a very frustrating.
And remember, we're going to come back for comments, just so you know.
Enough. This is a very frustrating report because you seem to have taken direction which at the time was for a much more modest capability, and then assumed that it required trenching and new cabinets and undergrounding utilities and a lot more, and that has ballooned up the expectations on what's being presented here. Do you have? Is that a web browser you've got there? Is that a web browser you've got there? Looks like it is. Can you put in 3650? That's right. 3658 Larch Avenue, and have it pull up the Google Street View for that, please, because you'll see. Yeah, thanks. Because you'll see there that there is already a utility cabinet, that there is power lines being run from the adjacent.
Councilmember Robbins, what was that address? 3658 Larch Ave, please.
and I apologize, this is relevant because I want to show what's currently there, literally on Google Street View, which coincidentally is of the farmer's market actually in action, which is just a coincidence, but seems extremely relevant here. Yeah, Street View.
Sorry.
Google Maps first.
Oh, or is that not Google search engine? I can't see from here.
This isn't my usual job, Jude. Sorry, I don't have it, so we're just going to have to move on without it.
Go to the browser, type maps.google.com, please. There we go. Now put in 3658 large. Thank you. Just click on that picture right there and scroll to the left, looker's left. There we go. So that green, you keep going a little left, there you go. So that green thing there, that's a cabinet. That's an electrical cabinet right at the base of a utility pole. At the base of that, you'll see a power cable with a very simple walkway covering on it. That's a temporary thing. If you scroll a little further left, you just grab that, go a little further left, and you see that is currently powering part of the farmer's market, just not much of it. So this idea that we need to have undergrounding, what I was trying to be after was that, but more. And that does not require hundreds of thousands of dollars of anything. There's cabinets there already. We don't need trenching. The cabling that's there is temporary. It's got the standard covers on it so that walkers and cyclists can go over it. That's quite normal. And then it's removed at the end of the season. So all we need are more outlets, or at least outlets that can then outlets from there. So this is not going to the cabinet. These extension cables are going to the various buildings that are providing electricity to some of the vendors here and there in a very sort of haphazard, ad hoc way. And what I was trying to suggest when I brought this forward and when I brought this to Anush, was that, look, we've got utility cabinets electric cabinets that are already there. Instead of having these be haphazard as extension cords to the businesses, just have them go directly to those cabinets where we can provide power, and then it would be a flat fee. So I guess the question is, where did all of this huge amount of construction requirements come from?
Two things. One.
Oh, I'm sorry, you'll need to talk into your microphone.
Sorry. Two concerns. One, we start putting wires across a walkway, there's a lawsuit waiting for the city to happen. I can't, in all honesty, be your director of public works and say that is a good idea. Those wires should not be crossing a walkway.
We have wires crossing walkways exactly like that live at Lakeview all the time. Right?
We shouldn't, because that is a hazard.
I will say at Live at Lakeview, we have there's wire guards that are made to walk over.
Yeah.
But anyways, let's not, hold on,
that's what that is. That has a wire guard. That's a standard thing. So so the question is, why do we have to go through all this when there are clearly less oppressive options to implement this? We're talking about having to do trenching and stuff. There is a wire guard over this. It's not
anyways,
so.
I don't want to, but we can talk offline.
So, I'm concerned that the manner of which this has been brought here is to as seeking to kill it, because we don't want to be bothered with the output of the effort, because we've made it seem like it has to be such a big effort. And I'm trying to understand what happened to the idea of doing this in a more modest way.
I think, Mr. Robbins, Mr. Qureshi, myself weren't included in those conversations that perhaps happened with the past Public Works Director. So I think if we can get clarity on the direction from council, what I'm hearing is you're looking for a more modest and simple approach. I'm not sure if that is feasible given the current scenario. I would have to defer to Mr. Qureshi, but I think what you're asking about is what we're seeing in the Google map is a cord that's going into a business, and you're looking to have the ability for those to plug into a cabinet. I don't know if that one is possible.
That can provide a little more power with a proper cable guard on it, which is a standardized thing,
But
right?
from
But that goes instead of into some business, that goes into a cabinet, and they can provide power for more of the vendors rather than just one vendor at a time on an ad hoc basis.
So we would need to investigate whether that cabinet or others on Ski Run
There's several, there's quite a few that exist. I'm just pointing that one out.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Keep in
We
mind,
just need to look at
we
those.
don't know who owns that cabinet.
Exactly.
But if it's not the city's cabinet, we're not going to be able to use it.
We can ask.
Well, so
It's presumably that business
we're gonna
office
come back
complexes.
for, we're going to come back for comments. So you good on questions, Mr. Robbins?
And then, very closely related to this issue, the reason that I brought back the Ski Run Farmers Market in particular was because I was also left with the impression from Anush towards his way out that we were very close to electrifying Live at Lakeview event as well, and that was expected to happen this season. Based on this report from what's involved, what's perceived as being involved with electrifying Ski Run, are we actually going to be electrifying Live at Lake, the Live at Lakeview vendors? Is that actually on deck for this season at all?
Is that real? I can't answer that. I have seen a conceptual plan for a cabinet at Lakeview.
Yeah.
I have not seen anything that then distributes that power.
So we're not actually on deck for that happening this summer, which is right around the corner, figuratively speaking.
I would say no.
Okay.
Great. We'll come back. Mr. Roberts.
Well, since you brought up the Live at Lakeview, we're going to electrify that. I was just curious, are we going to extend this opportunity, if you will, to the different food trucks that are at different restaurants around town? And how much is the new renovation of the campground going to be glamping? What about all the RVs are they all going to have electrical hookups as well? So I kind of piggybacks off of this.
I mean, my feeling would be that there is currently opportunity for many of those food truck vendors to plug in to quote unquote shore power, that's what you would call in this context, when they do that. And I think a handful of them do, rather than using generators on that private property. But that's going to be between the arrangement between the property owner and the food truck. In this case, we're the property, it's our street. So let's provide that and let's do it in a way that doesn't have to get ridiculous.
Let's, as much as we can, stay on questions. So the question was, are we providing it for the other food trucks beyond the events at Ski Run?
Or would we consider that? Yeah, would that be a next step?
I guess that is kind of more of a council decision, right? Like if we want to think about that. So
I would argue that's a policy decision on the part of the council. And then once you make that decision, we as the engineers will find a way to make it happen. Hopefully at a lower cost, but not guaranteed, because to be honest, my concern is more safety than it is anything else. And I don't believe, even if those wires are somewhat protected, it's not an ideal situation when you start running 10 or 15 of them across a walkway.
Can I just get clarification on Mr. Roberts' question? Are you referring to food trucks that are on private properties?
I guess the restaurants, like the Hangar, for example. He's got 3 of them in the back.
Yeah, that would be, we would need to coordinate with the private property owner for them to install that infrastructure.
Great. All right. My question revolves around, and I'm sorry I didn't bring this a little earlier to you, that maybe you could have put it in the report. You're seeing right now such technology advancements and batteries, as well as transmission systems that use batteries that are higher amperage, higher voltage. You're seeing it commonly in event production, to where they're everywhere from a small cart that you can roll and pull with a bike even, all the way up to a trailer that pulls behind a truck. And the ones that are on a trailer pulling behind a truck, they'll have solar arrays, and they don't have to fully depend on the solar array. At night, they can go back in and be plugged into a 240-volt charger, and it'll fully recharge that battery system for use the next day. And some of those, they're actually powering whole stages because lighting has gone to LED, and it doesn't require nearly the amount of power to do a whole stage. So the technology is definitely there. There's without a doubt cost. I don't think it's as high as this cost. And I think what is interesting about that technology is, yes, this actually did start with Live at Lakeview, and it was years back when we said, hold on, we finally got power to the stage, which took me 2 years to get a 50 amp to the stage, and then it was like, okay, can we figure out a 50 amp up by the concessions, that we could run 50 amp to a spider box. The spider box has 4 240 volts that those trucks plug into. And to answer a little bit of Mr. Robbins' question, we are out of amps in that breaker box at Live at Lakeview, and so there would need to be a Liberty upgrade, probably a higher transformer, whole new circuit breakers, all that. And so looking at this other technology, though, if Public Works owned 1 or 2 of these type of carts, and we were able to use them at Ski Run on Friday, or Live at Lakeview on Thursday, they went back to Public Works, were plugged in overnight to be fully recharged and ready for Ski Run Market on Friday. And then these can be used in so many other fashions throughout, 4th of July parade and different things. So again, my apologies not bringing this to you a little bit earlier, but I think it is a solution that we could look at. And as we briefly talked about, I also believe that we do have to have cost recovery. So it's not like we're just going to give this for free, but it could be a requirement. And maybe, if you don't run on a generator that operates below this decibel of sound, you are required. Because I think that's been some of our biggest complaints, is some of these vendors, their generator is so loud you can't have a conversation anywhere close to the vicinity of it. So I know that was a long question, but if just wondering, and no fault for you not looking into it, because again, I didn't bring it to you in time, but yes.
We were made aware of your suggestion, and we did do some preliminary searches. We did not find the type of device that you've described, which is has a battery backup to it yet. We did find trailers that had solar with generator backups. They are still relatively expensive. One of them was on the order of $60,000, about 25 feet long, has pulled up. You pull it up with a truck. Our initial assessment is that it would maybe serve 1 or 2 food trucks for that one trailer. And so you would multiply that by the number of trucks you wanted to support. Now, if we can find something of greater, that has the battery backup, maybe it can do more, and we can certainly look for that. But again, right now it's the quick search didn't come up with a perfect solution yet.
Great. Okay, I think unless there's other questions, I think we'll go into public comment and then come back for comment, unless you have an exact question. It's up to you.
My question is, would it, along the lines that the mayor earlier said, if we want people to do this for whatever safety reasons principally, could we give them a period of time to do it, to have it done, rather than us funding it? That's just a question. I don't know. I mean, that's something to look at.
So as I was saying, there's technological challenges which can be solved. I'm not saying they're insurmountable. They may have cost, but there are also sort of policy decisions that need to be made. And one of them I would say is that right now, even if we put this out there, there's no guarantee anyone will want to use it.
Back to Ms. Horgan's question about what is the demand, and that's what is the demand for these?
I would point out that maybe there's an opportunity when you negotiate your agreement with the farmers market to use that space, that a requirement of sorts could be put in to restrict generators there that would create the demand that would then need the system we're talking about. But those two things should go in together. I hate to use it a cliche, but this is not the Field of Dreams scenario where if you build it, they will come. I think you need to kind of put the stick in there that you must do this, and then we can provide the infrastructure for them to do that as well.
Based on talking to vendors that we don't know who they were and aren't sure.
Well, and I think just a question to pose to the whole council, and sometimes, I know there may not be demand from the vendors, but we've got to look at the patrons, the overall, and is there, even though sure the vendors may not want to do it, do our residents and the people attending these markets want to see that and not see, loud generators that are pumping fuel? But I think we've got all of our questions
just
out.
one more question.
Sure.
The whole idea that we're only speaking about farmers market, would it be wrong to assume that we could find other uses on Ski Run?
There are events like the Longest Table comes to mind. That's an event that happens on Ski Run. And there'd be a great infrastructure to have other events there, fairs,
Thank you. That was my
that kind of
question.
thing.
I have nothing.
Great, we're going to come back for comment.
If I
and
may ask,
direction.
would
Sure.
it be in the same physical location as the
Yeah.
farmer's market?
The
As long
Longest
as it-
Table is.
Because any infrastructure we put in, obviously, is, unless we go with the trailer option, is not really portable, and so it would need to
No, I
reuse it.
feel like as proof of concept,
Yeah.
Ski Run Farmers Market is wonderful. It works. So what else could we do with that space? And I just would hope that this conversation would include possible uses. Hillary, you have something?
Yeah, the new community park
Yeah, I
is
think,
down that way.
Mayor, I'm not sure if you've taken public comment yet, but I think part of what I'm hearing is a need for us to go back. I believe there is new management with the farmers market. Can have another conversation with them about whether there is a demand or desire even to use electric plug-in, and also think about future events, keeping in mind that we're considering a less robust approach, something a little bit more moderate that, might not power an entire event, but maybe a small component of it.
Yeah.
And then we can come back with some other options, as well as look into the carts and trailer idea.
Don't forget, in the
Great.
intervening
So
years, gas
before
prices
we'll-
almost doubled.
We'll come back. Thank you, Dr. Q, for the presentation. We're going to go ahead and open this item up for public comment. This is going to be item number 19, the status of efforts to provide electrical services for Ski Run Farmers Market. Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. Why are we continuing to bring these food trucks in? I mean, are any of them from town? How many are coming from out of the area? We're just, again, competing with the local restaurants. And we're putting in farmers market, we got grocery, produce, and we got a new store going in, and we're competing against that. Just like at the community center, you got a climbing wall competing with the one up the road. Why do you insist on competing against businesses in the town? And you wonder why business isn't that great. You think it is, but it's not. You compete against them at every turn. Just because you want a bunch of carnival atmosphere, so it's in close proximity to the cannabis outlets, and so you can benefit off of the backs of the farmers market carnival atmosphere, is ridiculous. And the notion to spend any kind of money on this is ridiculous. We're wasting time on food trucks. I mean, efficient government. This is no way in hell near efficient government. Why don't you, if you're going to have a farmers market type thing with electricity, why don't you just put it on the rooftop of one of the parking garages? Out of the way, doesn't impede the traffic. It may not have the greenery around it that you have on the street, but I, for one, don't go to farmers market. I've only been to one. I won't go to farmers market. I'm never going to buy anything in a damn food truck. They're not sanitary, and it competes against local restaurants, local grocery stores, even local gift shops. Why do you insist on bringing this element into town? I just don't understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Anybody else here in the room for public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Okay, first we have Ms. Soderston.
Yes, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I actually support this completely, and I think you should go big on this one, and not necessarily for the farmers market. I've heard from many people that they've invested in generators and stuff and are well equipped to deal with themselves, but we have been talking about diversifying the economy and bringing in more events to bring in more tourism and stuff, and we don't have a main street. Ski Run is an excellent location to use as our main street. I grew up in Amador County, and we had this silly thing called Dandelion Days, close down the whole street and have a flea market and, food vendors and all kinds of stuff. So a lot of fun. There is so much potential in that area, and we have developed it to be a beautiful space. So we really should be using it for more than just traffic. Absolutely perfect. And I am happy to say to Mr. Loberg that the majority of our food trucks, in fact, every single one that I know is owned by a local. Many of them are owned by our local restaurant owners, and they use them to supplement their business in the slow season when they can go to our local events and provide food from their restaurants to the community at these events. So I hope that everyone will get out and actually enjoy some of the beautiful events that our community has put on. And the reason that this space is so good is we need a place for outdoor music. We are looking at the potential massive renovation of the Lakeview area. We know that's coming. Great space, but really not very big. So if we could have a safer, close off the whole ski run area, it's a perfect venue as well. So thanks.
Thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor?
Great. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring this back to council for discussion and or direction. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, we have quite a few locally owned food trucks that are owned by proprietors here. There's the Empanada one, whose name I'm blanking on right. Empanache, thank you, yes. Very good empanadas. There's Bacon, Egg, and Cheese, or Beck, which is a New York thing, actually, believe it or not, by a local. That's a New York breakfast sandwich, a classic New York breakfast sandwich. We have the sausage joint, the sausage food truck down by Myers. We have was it Mary's Balls is a local one. I mean, I could keep naming them, but there's no point. What's that? Pretty Odd Wiener. Yeah, okay. So they're all going to have ridiculous, silly names. So, but these are locally owned businesses as well. And, this idea that we, should segregate away farmers markets to where they don't impede traffic. I mean, talking about the vendors there, we could just as easily say that a farmers market competes with grocery stores, so therefore we shouldn't have farmers markets. That's a very silly way of looking at the world. This is an amenity for the community to provide really high quality produce. Even with all the grocery stores we have a fair number of grocery stores. We do actually have a real shortage of good produce here in town between the major grocery stores. We get, by the time produce usually makes its way up here, it's pretty wilted and sad. So if you want to get good fresh greens, good fresh fruits, the farmers markets are a really fantastic way to do that. And I don't think I think this is the first time I ever heard someone say that they don't like farmers markets. So that's a new experience for me. So I think we should be giving direction on staff for looking at this. I like particularly the idea of this as an infrastructure capability that goes beyond just the farmers market. It would support the farmers market, but goes beyond the farmers market, because we do have other events currently in that location, like Longest Table, that would benefit from it. I do think there probably is eventually a future in things like battery storage power. I am familiar with that to a fair good degree because I have that set up for my camping setup for my Jeep. It's expensive. It's quite expensive, and it's good for some things, but I will note that most of the food trucks, they have very large generators that are outputting 240, that's the voltage you would have for a washer dryer, because they're running commercial kitchen, and that's not going to be cost practical for battery recharge for a while. It may eventually get there and get cheap enough, but that's not in the cards for the near term future. And for that, that's the kind of thing we should be able to plug into the cabinets that already exist on the corners there, and that can be something that's an accessible thing. But I do think I like the idea. We could imagine having street fairs there of other kinds, little carnival fairs, that kind of stuff that we have for those streets. And I think we also need to be doing the same thing for Lakeview Commons, for the vendors there when we close that section of street during Live at Lakeview. Those food trucks and those vendors there should be on shore power. Even more so for that event, because that's like a live music event with a lot of people, and not having the racket from the generators would be particularly nice there. So I think eventually we should say, once we install the power, we should really be getting rid of the generators and say you can be on battery if you want, but it should be like the generator should be a no-go, but we will provide shore power at regular utility rates, which would be cheaper than gasoline power, by the way, because gasoline's not going to get cheap anytime too soon, but the utility rates are still utility rate electricity is still cheaper than burning gasoline in a generator and making it that way. So I think we should provide direction to go forward to that. I think the direction should also expand to include I was going to say live at Lakeview, but it's really more for the Lakeview Commons adjacent area, and include that as a direction to staff to develop electrification. This would be the Lakeview Avenue between Harrison and Lake Tahoe Boulevard.
Mr. Mayor, this agenda item only has to do with the ski run area, so I'd say if you want to provide direction on additional areas, that should come back as a separate item.
Great.
There's probably additional information that staff might not have available today on that.
Okay, so we've heard from Mr. Robbins. I don't see any other hands raised. So for me, again, I would like us to do more research into the battery systems. I actually know they do work at 240 volt. I have one of them currently, and yes, it's a recent thing, but you've gotten up to like 240 volts all the way up to 30 amps, which is a lot of power. It's 3,600 watts continuous. And these events go 4 to 6 hours. And so the battery life actually fits within those timeframes as well for what's currently available. They're using them in Golden Gate Park. Talk to Parks and Rec of San Francisco. They have many of them. And again, to me, the thing is, I've actually built out power systems having to go to PG&E at the time and put a transformer in the pole, and then they drop to you a meter, and then everything after that meter is our responsibility to build out the system. And as we were able to get a 50 amp plug put down at the bottom of Live at Lakeview to power the stage, it does take a lot of infrastructure after that to get the transmitted power to the vendors, to the stage, or to those. When you have a cart, you're able to roll it very close. Our vendors are generally always, at least at Live at Lakeview, in the same vicinity. I'm sorry, I'm not going to get too far into that, but same with the ski run market, same when we do Festival of Winter Lights. There's a lot of different festivals where I can see this being used, or I would say rented from the city, fulfilling our goals, getting rid of the generators and not having to build out infrastructure at each different event site. We would be able to spend $60,000, let's say, and it's able to be used across every event, be able to have cost recovery and get that $60,000 back through it being rented, as we do with anything.
A cart that would attach to the transformer and then provide distribution power, or it's a whole battery thing?
The cart is contained with the battery. It's
potentially
contained with the
25
transmission
feet
system.
long.
What's that?
Potentially a 25.
Well, those are.
I mean, the size is a consideration.
Those ones are actually ones that will do like major, like a power an entire stage. For ones that are, only doing vendor trucks, are not going to be the 25 feet. I mean, yes, there are those major ones. I don't think that we need to have one of those. I mean, what I've seen in Golden Gate Park, it's literally on a 2-wheeled cart that you could pull with like a little. Yeah, they're all over now. You're seeing them because the technology has gotten there. So I just think that we should do some more research to that before we look at huge $200,000 infrastructure investments. Because again, if it is there, how much we're able to use that across every event in the city and other things in emergency situations where that could be deployed. There's a lot of uses that I can see it being very useful for us. So in my opinion, let's go back. Again, I'll take it at my fault that I didn't bring this suggestion before. So that Dr. Hugh had more time to do it. But I think, to me, I think that's where we should go, is do some more research. Mr. Jenkins.
I don't like noisy gas generators at all. They're polluters, they're noisy, they're polluters in noise, they're polluters in other ways. And I like the suggestion of going back and looking at options, costs, and I think also as we talk about our business retention expansion and new business development, that there might be opportunities that such a system, however it's developed, would help us in creating by having that resource there. And I like the idea of cost recovery too, because I think that's important. We're not the the welfare agency of the state. God bless those people. But so yeah, I like that thought of getting more information.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Any other comments? Are you guys on board? Where are we at for, is there 3 folks on board to go for a little more research into?
Yeah, and I feel like Ms. Riverwood actually, in her statements, kind of captured a lot of it. I think if there is an option using new technology and batteries, I think that needs to be part of the investigation, which I don't know if you mentioned that part. But I think that I think we all agree that this could potentially be a good thing for the city and for our economy and for our small businesses to have access to this on Ski Run, maybe also other locations if that's available. And then also, it provides for a new space like a main street, like a festival area, which is something that we don't have and we should have.
Right on. Ms. Riverwood, would you like a motion, or have you captured the direction?
I would like a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I just
Sue would
wanted
like a
to note one
Sue would
thing
like a
before
motion.
that.
All right.
But we can certainly explore the options that you put in the motion
Okay.
and come back with
Would
more
I just
information.
wanted to note one
care-
thing quickly before we move
Sure.
on, just so it's been mentioned. If we do eventually go the way of an electric luggable, trailerable power station, a trailerable. God, that's an awful, yeah.
A cartable.
Cartable, towable, there we go. A towable battery power station that could power a farmer's market or event. We should probably also look at seeing if we could use STPUD's solar facility to provide recharging capacity, because that would be behind, we could use that behind the meter system to recharge it. Between events, and that would be we'd have to have an agreement with them to do that, obviously. But that would be a potential,
I think
very cool, very eco.
When it comes
forward.
back, I think we could talk about
No,
that
I'm saying
side.
I wanted to raise that so that
Sure.
that thought had been written down somewhere so that I can go ahead and forget it later and not have to remember months from now.
Would anybody like to craft a motion? Would you, Ms. Horgan?
I don't have it, but I want
I
to
can
thank
craft it.
Councilmember Robbins for putting this on the agenda.
Okay.
And trying to pronounce trailerable. Yes. I move to direct staff to conduct further investigation into electrification of Ski Run Farmers Market, including investigation of mobile battery storage power solutions that would be suitable for providing electricity to an event of this nature, and which could potentially provide similar power supply to events similar events in other parts of town.
That's a good motion.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and a second, and we can vote. I think it.
Should I do a motion for expanding that investigation, because you needed it to be separate, to include the Live at Lakeview event, or?
I would do that during APC.
All right, I'll bring that up at APC then.
But I think, anyways, we can, well, yes.
What I'll bring up at APC, how about this? Let me ask the question for staff. If I bring this up at APC and say, include that with the agenda, the thing that we just did, because and bring those all back together. Electrification, and expand that motion that we just had to include Live at Lakeview, and I'll bring that back as a, that way we don't have like 5 different.
Yeah, if you don't
similar
mind
events.
kind of leaving that portion at our discretion, there may be one site that we might be able to move more quickly on and bring
All right,
that
fair
back
enough. All
to
right,
you. We don't want to
I'll
wait
leave-
for the other
What I'll do,
site.
I'll put a motion so it can be at your discretion to combine or not.
And also,
At
if
your
we
discretion.
went with portable, if that comes back as feasible, we
Then it
wouldn't
would do
need
both.
to. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe wait to find out if it's feasible.
Well,
That'd be my only suggestion.
I'll make a motion and I'll ask staff to consider it and then figure out how they want to agendize it and bring it back. If it's with the mobile one, then it can be part of that, or if it's
Okay.
not, then bring it back. That way they don't need
Or
to
wait,
get
but either way.
later.
Great. With
Further.
that, I think we
We're
got
still waiting for Councilmember Jenkins to vote.
Oh,
It's okay. I know you'll get there.
I saw all, yeah, eventually. I saw all these yeses.
All right, so that motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're moving on to our public hearing. This is going to be item 20, the levy of assessment for Ski Run Business Improvement District for business license year 26-27. And this will be Mr. Ben Hanna.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff. The purpose of today's presentation is to initiate the second part of the annual process to levy the assessment for the Ski Run Business Improvement District, or the Ski Run BID as it's called. On March 10th, the council adopted a resolution of intent to levy assessments within the Ski Run BID and scheduled today's public hearing. Today, we are here to receive and consider any written or oral protests against the levy of the assessment. If the City Council does not receive written or oral protest, which represent more than 50% of the value of the assessments proposed to be levied, City Council may vote to adopt the attached resolution confirming the annual report and authorizing the levy. The Finance Department worked with the City Clerk's office to prepare a mailing to all of the members of the Ski Run BID. And as of this morning, Finance is not aware of any protests. And I asked the City Clerk as well, and the City Clerk's office was not aware of any protest either. Absent any protest, Finance staff will move forward with assessing the Ski Run BID during the annual business license renewal process, and that is soon to begin. We would also like to remind City Council that the cost to the general fund to balance the Ski Run BID budget is approximately $12,700. Any questions?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hanna. Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
In previous conversations that have been held here and elsewhere, there were some concerns by some members about how the advertising monies were being spent and by whom. I was personally, as one of the people on Padma, heard those. And I'm wondering if there has been outreach to the parties who were assessed to further discuss how monies are spent and whether the monies they think are benefiting the businesses. Is that a fair question, do you think?
Partially. So there has been some discussion about the actual monies being spent, but you have to keep in mind that it's very specific what they can be spent for. And that's only on landscaping and the maintenance of that landscape. So what happened though is that there was actually some California legislation, which is included in your packet, that forced us to do certain things in that area. So I don't have any input from any of the members of the BID.
You
Whether or
mean
not
the
they-
legislation that said that even if you have an abundance of water, that you can't water and you
Yes,
have to
that's
tear
correct.
it all out?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
You can't use potable water. is
Yeah, you
what it
can't use
actually
potable water, yes.
Great. Unless there's any other questions, thank you, Mr. Hanna. Very much appreciated. With that, we're going to go ahead and open this item up for public comment. This is item 20, the levy of assessment for Ski Run Boulevard. And do we see anybody here in the public? Seeing none, we will look to Zoom.
Yes, we do have one hand raised. Hold on, let me get that in there. Devin.
Hi, all. Devin Middlebrook with Ski Run BID and Friends of Ski Run. Thank you for the discussion on this item and the continued support of the BID. We actually had a BID meeting yesterday and are excited to continue working with the city. To Councilmember Jenkins' questions, thank you so much for considering how the city can help with advertising and promoting the businesses on Ski Run. One opportunity could potentially be a city sponsorship of the upcoming Ski Run Farmers Market, which ties into the previous item. And all of us on Ski Run are just encouraged and look forward to continuing conversations with the city on all of the great visions that were just discussed and how we can continue supporting probably one of the greatest streets in all of the country and definitely in Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devin. No additional hands raised, Mayor.
Great. So with that, we'll go ahead and bring this back to council, looking for a motion.
I would like to make a motion, passing a resolution confirming the Ski Run BID annual report and levying the assessment for business license year 26-27.
Second.
Great. We can vote.
That motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
All right. With that, we're moving on to our final item of the day. This is our agenda planning calendar. And Ms. Roverud.
All
right, I wanted to thank the council for getting through a long agenda today. Very productive. We got a lot done. And I guess I'm hoping that the May 19th meeting will be pretty manageable with only two business discussion items on that agenda at this point. The first one's related to the swim team's request, and then also a request from council to bring back a report on the parking agreements in the Heavenly area with Heavenly Resort.
All right, thank you. Anybody on APC have any questions? But we'll be coming back for council member comments. So,
I have items to add for PC. Are we doing that now or later?
I think
You
we've
tell
been
me.
doing it more in council member comments, but it's up to you. That keeps it more efficient. I mean, you'll be able to add them. You're saying asking for a second, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just do it in comments if you don't
All
mind. It'll keep it more efficient. Great. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to updates and announcements. Ms. Stroud,
I don't have any at this time. Thank you.
Blankenship,
No, sir.
thank you, and Ms. Roverud.
Nope, just wanted to remind you all of your special meeting on May 26th, the ethics and protocols discussion.
Great.
And they also have a special meeting on Thursday.
Oh, that's true, too.
After tomorrow.
Just to throw that
The
in, yeah.
21st, yes.
And I've-
Or not the 21st, excuse
I've
me,
got
the second.
TTD tomorrow, so I've got today, tomorrow, and the next day, just every day.
Every day.
Keep you out of trouble.
Yeah.
Get used to it.
Get me off the streets.
Yeah. All right, with that, we're moving on to council member reports and comments. I will start with Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Mayor, there's two issues. Would be very anxious to hear, get a status report on the Liberty, the communication that went from the mayor to the CPUC. And just if there's anything to report, we'd like to hear about it as an item on the agenda that we can discuss. So is there a second? Yeah.
So I'm kind of confused on what your ask is.
What I'm asking is, you sent a letter to the CPUC. Have we gotten any response? Has anyone contacted us? That's
No,
what
we
I'm-
have not received a response.
Yeah.
And when we do, we'll be sharing that back, or how is that going to work? So I think that's already in the works once we hear back.
Yeah, and my only comment in this is don't wait to hear from them. Contact them again, the CPUC, because I've dealt with them in the past, and sometimes things get lost. So the mayor wrote a good letter that you all helped do. But now give us some answers, because that's what the community wants. And the second thing, and if then you'll let us know when we hear from them, whenever that is. Mr. Messina suggested a discussion about renaming the community center to the Dunlap people who apparently donated, I didn't know that, had donated a large segment of that property. And it would be nice to have a conversation, a discussion, if that is an idea that the council thinks is worthy of pursuing.
It's not that I don't support it, but it is largely owned by the county, besides our small section of it. So I would just wonder, is it something that we want to talk to Ms. Lane about and to think about it being a Board of Supervisors deal? Because I don't know that we have the right to rename their property. But again, I don't know that. I'm just throwing it out there.
What I would only offer is, I think we need to tell them what we would like to see if we're interested, and then Ms. Lane, I would hope that Supervisor Lane would be on our side to whatever we do. We don't need to ask permission to ask what we want. So that's my point. But that's whatever you decide is fine.
No, I'm not. And I'm in support of exploring it. I just wonder, before we have it on APC, if we want to go have that discussion with Ms. Lane. And it's not just Ms. Lane. There's obviously 2 other votes needed to make that move at the Board of Supervisors.
Well, I think if they maybe understood, if we had that part of our conversation, was if they understood. In all the years I've been here, I never knew that.
I didn't either.
And so if yeah, I haven't verified it either. But if it's true, then if we thought that was a good idea, then why don't we bring it to Ms. Lane and the board? And I mean this respectfully, we don't need to have permission for what we think we need. I think we ask them, we say, here's what we need, and can you help us? And if they choose not to, that's fine. then we know where they stand.
Mr. Jenkins, I can support it, but before I do, let's do the previous, let's first make sure, let's verify it.
Agreed.
And let's
I think
go.
Mr. Robbins' point was good.
Yeah, let's do that. And then if we find all that, bring it back for support.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
And
No
it was,
worries.
I'm sorry, was it renaming the new recreation center?
No, it's the 56-acre
Just-
property, so.
So
happy
just
to-
like in theory only, because we don't have like 56 acres marked on anything, it would just be in theory instead of referring to the area as the 56 acres,
I think
referring to it
the
as
first
Dunlap.
step is to follow up on the information that Mr. Messina provided, and I'm happy to do that and then give council
The
that
term
information as we
56
go
acres is
forward.
an internal, that's an internal designation.
It's not put on a sign yet.
It's not
never
on a
been
map,
sign.
it's never been on a sign. It's what we use,
Well-
it's what we use internally.
All right, so we got direction on that. We're good to go. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, couple items. I think the most relevant one I want to talk about is, I wanted to suggest is we have had a good handful of housing items come and go. We had 2 on consent. We had a housing item on the agenda today. We've had housing items here and there. What I'd like to suggest is that we condense that into a standing quarterly housing report item, rather than having affordable housing items come to council ad hoc and scattershot, that we simply have a quarterly housing item. And at that, we could cover things such as the housing wait list, the status of existing housing development programs such as Sugar Pines and 3900, the status of construction development, the status of the wait list for those, the status of lease to locals progress, as well as we have a number of annualized reports that could be folded into those as well in terms of our state requirements and housing element updates. So then, rather than simply having these come to the agenda, here and there, scattershot, it's a standing item that we get once a quarter. That's an agendized item for housing update that can then be populated by either topics of current relevance that have come up, or that can be used as a standing item to report, rather than having these be scattered here and there. And I think that would be a more efficient thing, and will also provide us an ability to return to this topic on a regular basis and keep an eye on it, rather than having it have to come up to us at random, what is otherwise random intervals.
Because there's that interrelationship.
Yeah. And a lot of these things all relate to each other very closely, like, the affordable, big A, affordable housing, plus missing middle. These are all different relevant things.
I second it.
Okay, so you got your second. Next.
Can I just get a clarification
excuse
on
me.
that? Are you requesting that these quarterly reports come back as discussion items every quarter?
Yes, and they can contain receive and file elements that would be like, here is our receive and file report, and they can also have discussion on the progress of what we've mentioned, and provide an opportunity for input from council on new suggestions and new directions. But it would be a regular standing appointment, essentially, to check in and review where we are with housing, and have a discussion amongst ourselves with housing. It is such a crucial topic, rather than, and that would be in place of what we have now, which is this sort of, it comes up intermediate, and if something we want to talk about, and if we want to talk about something, then it has to get agendized specifically for that. This way, it just comes once every 3 months.
And basically bring all the housing things.
Bring all the housing things, bring them all together, group them together for that. We will discuss them all, and it's a regular standing meeting.
Mr. Overy, do you have the direction you need from that? All right.
Housing stuff, yes.
Mr. Robbins, any other?
I wanted to expand the scope of staff direction to include, for the electrification, to include Lakeview Avenue slash Live at Lakeview and similar events, because Live at Lakeview is not the only events that happen at Lakeview Commons, but the Lakeview Avenue between Lakeview Boulevard and Harrison. What's going on?
I think you ended the meeting.
Oh, no, I think it timed out.
Okay. Just let me know.
If our meetings time out, we're in trouble here, because
We actually did good.
today I'm surprised. Like, it's not even midnight, folks. For God's sakes. So it's always 4:20 somewhere. So I would provide additional with that direction. I would provide, request that include discretion to staff to choose to bring that back with or separately from the electrification discussion of the Ski Run Farmers Market. Bring it back with if that is efficient, and bring it back separately if that is more efficient. And if we choose to look into something like a mobile power supply station that could cover both, then we can talk about how it would cover both. And then leave the specifics of that, of the manner in which that is brought back to staff, but to include Lakeview Commons, include the frequent events that we have at Lakeview Commons, which include food trucks, in their analysis of electrification.
So I can support it as long as we're going to analyze the mobile thing first, because if that does work, then we don't need to do the other part.
Well,
So as
what
long
I
as we do one
want
first.
to say is that make sure the mobile thing can do both.
Sure.
Then
Yeah, yeah.
right, include in the specifications for what would a mobile thing look like. Then include that event as another use case.
Sure.
Right. In which case, then that would be a solution. That would be a solution that includes both.
But you're okay with it going first? That way we don't double. If we don't have to, we don't double it up.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
We don't. Well, we
I'll
wouldn't
support
buy
that as long as we do the mobile thing first. Great. All right. Anything else, Mr. Robbins?
That's plenty.
All right. Great. Miss Horgan.
Oh, I did have one more thing. Sorry. You go first. I'll come back to me.
Okay, I have a couple things. I received a call this week from a member of our community reporting that there is a vape shop going in near Slice of Sierra, and near St. Teresa's Preschool, which she
Swear, I thought I heard you say
asked if
bait
we
shop. You mean bike shop?
vape.
Oh, vape. Oh, I was wrong in both cases.
And she asked if the city currently had an ordinance preventing vape shops so close to the middle school and preschool. I spoke with city staff. We currently do not have anything like that in place. I would like to ask that the city explore an ordinance addressing smoke shops, incorporating setbacks from schools, and maybe also a limit on the number within city limits. That's my first thing.
I'm supportive of it, and I just have a question related to that because it might want to expand that. I assume vape shops are an over 21 kind of a thing, or at least an over 18 kind of thing right now, right?
21 in California.
Well,
It's 21.
actually,
I'm not saying what actually happens. I'm saying what it's supposed to be, because obviously kids get a hold of cigarettes and
Can I-
vapes underage all the time.
Can I
but
actually
I'm just
share? I
curious.
reached out to the Tahoe Alliance for Safe Kids after speaking with the city about this and asked her if she had any statistics for me, whether or not this would be concerning, and just a couple. And she cited sources for all of them, so I'll just pull a couple. 69.1% of youth aged 12 to 17 reported nicotine use in the past year. According to the 2024 National Youth Tobacco Survey, an estimated 1.63 million middle and high school students, or 5.9%, reported current e-cigarette use. And then I'll just grab one more. Daily nicotine vaping among teen users increased from 15% in 2020 to nearly 29% in 2024.
So I'm all supportive of it. What I would just say is let's expand the request to include a review of underage purchase enforcement that we have. Like we do this with alcohol, where they do test buys and things like that to see if they can, to make sure people aren't selling alcohol to under 21. Let's just have a review of what do we do along those lines for vaping, which is why I was asking what the current rule set is.
Cool, you
'Cause
got your
I'm just not
second.
in that. Is that clear enough for staff? Did we get that?
Can I offer one thing? Could it be included? If this is considered a health, safety, and welfare, the city council's my understanding, you can adopt an urgency ordinance rather than going through the first, second reading and then 30 days later, if it's an urgent thing. But then you have to generally follow it with the regular ordinance in order to cover you.
So it'd be a moratorium. So you want to add to consider a moratorium as part of her motion?
Not a moratorium per se, just a regulation based on what she said. If it's so important, do we want to do it now, or do we want to wait till it's over?
I actually wish I had recorded the information. I did do a little research yesterday, and to the point about whether or not kids are getting this illegal, I was so surprised to see how often illegal purchases are identified in the research. And so, like, clearly there's some enforcement involved in this. An emergency moratorium may address the fact that there is a business that is potentially opening or investigating at that area, which is right
I'm
across.
sorry, so this item isn't on the agenda today, and we're now having a full discussion on
Yeah,
it.
so I was
would
just bringing
just
it to the city
suggest
to
we
explore.
Bring it back.
We
for
later
discussion.
don't get back, say, well, that wasn't directed. I think what I'm asking you is, if it is appropriate, could the staff look at this issue in terms of an urgency ordinance followed up by the regular ordinance?
Are you okay with bringing that
would
back
that
as
be,
part of
would
that
you be
motion?
agreeable with that?
All right, I think, Ms. Stroud, are you okay with the direction?
Yeah, you want an urgency ordinance brought back to have a moratorium, so we'll bring that back
Part
in
of
2
the
meetings.
option.
That was part of it. There
That'll
were a
be
bunch
just
of
an
other stuff,
option
too.
as part of what we could do, so include that in the item. Doesn't have to
Yeah,
be.
if it's going to be an urgency ordinance, I would suggest we bring it back as soon as possible, so that's probably going to be in 2 meetings from now. So that'll be on the agenda.
So that'll include an
So-
urgency ordinance on a moratorium, a review of current,
The consideration of an urgency
the
ordinance.
consideration
when
of
it
an
comes
urgency
back,
ordinance,
and it'll be
as
coming
well
back
as a
in 2
review of
meetings.
current
Yes,
enforcement
we
activities.
have the direction, yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Ms.
I have just an additional thing, and I might get emotional on this one. The current theme for Nurse Week is May 6th to the 12th, so starting tomorrow. And the current theme of Nurse Week, according to the American Nurses Association, is the power of nurses. I just want to read something from them. This year's theme, the power of nurses, perfectly embodies the irreplaceable value of nurses in keeping the nation healthy and thriving. Throughout history, nurses have been the backbone of the healthcare system, advocating for patients and leading at the forefront of innovation. From the bedside to the battlefield, research labs to rural clinics, and classrooms to boardrooms, nurses shape the future of healthcare by making a lasting impact on the lives of their patients. Their presence brings comfort in times of distress. Their knowledge ensures safety in critical moments, and their clinical practice fosters healing. Whether in times of crisis or in everyday care, nurses exemplify unwavering commitment and leadership on the behalf of the patients they serve. I just want to let all nurses know I'll be celebrating you this week.
I second that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Roberts.
And thank you, Ms. Horgan, for exemplifying that with my recent troubles in the hospital. You were amazing support to me. I wanted to report on the transit JPA. The fixed line is running a lot better already. It's encompassing the whole city, and they're keeping 30-minute time, so that's really great. July 15th or 16th, we will then transfer over to Lake Link. We'll be just serving neighborhoods, and we'll be servicing the fixed line. So it's a huge advancement in our transit in the community. TTD is going to reach out to Caltrans to see if we can utilize their signage, their electric signs, to advertise it to the tourists. The ridership is already growing, but we want this for the tourists. We want to get the word out there and whatnot. And plus, for our neighborhoods, we want our people to know that. We'll probably also get some pamphlets in with the VHRs about the Lake Link. And Supervisor Lane is also going to talk to, there's the one bus line that goes from Sacramento to the Y, seeing if they can add in a stop or two in Myers. So it's just going right through. So great news. I mean, just really exciting stuff for the city.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Roberts. Is that it? All right. I will also report I was actually not able to make the JPA meeting because there was a meeting of the LTVA, the TDVA, and the TID that hasn't happened for 8 years. That is a really important meeting, and I hope we can not see that go another 8 years before it happens. Because there's really an effort that we're all working at together. However, when we don't meet in 8 years, it starts to be forgotten why we're all working together at the same mission and why we don't want to necessarily become different siloed organizations trying to do the same thing in the same place. I found it incredibly useful that we all were able to get in the same room. A lot of the positions and commissioners on all of those boards have changed, of course, from 8 years ago. And so just to be able to get to know each other, to be able to talk about our common goals, where we're heading. Of course, like most organizations, there's many changes fiscally that we're dealing with. We now have the event center that has greatly changed kind of the mission of those organizations, and a lot of discussion on what can we do? We have American Century, which is like our great, huge summer event. What can we do for the shoulder seasons to create large-scale events that will be forever living? And what is it that we can do when we promote events that we're creating seed money for these events, but not forever lasting money that fulfills their budgets? When we support an event with seed money, the idea is that, within 3 years, your event is, if it's successful, you should have sponsorship. We should be able to now use that money for a new event. That's the idea of seed money. It's not for everlasting funds. Really good comments, really good, again, discussion throughout really that whole day. It went for most of the day, but was upset that I couldn't make JPA, but Mr. Roberts and Ms. Lane definitely were able to be there. Yeah, there's a quorum of 2. I will be at El Dorado County Transportation Commission tomorrow and El Dorado Transit there, and I will make sure to carry the message about the stops in Myers. That's who authorized that route, so I will make sure to carry that message tomorrow. And with that, we will call this meeting to an end.